We are live at Colectco for Wednesday, August the 6th, live Facebook record sale. We got Tanner here. We got Ed here. We got Mike Massey here. We got Laura here. We got Tony. Tony Montana. Right on time. Mike Massey's been giving me some heat. Like, Chad, we got to have a talk. These starting times are getting ridiculous. I'm like, I know, Mike. I realize this. But I do say this. I've been here for about the last 25 minutes. And I did get to eat, and I feel so much better. A lot of times it's me trying to scarf down a meal because y'all lock me in for the next 8 hours. So, no breaks. Could I take a break? Oh, yeah. Am I going to take a break? Oh, no. So y'all locked me in for about 8 hours, and I'm like, golly, if I don't eat right now, that's no excuse for being late. I'm not really late. I mean, we used to start at 7. Anytime I start before 7, Tanner, I feel like I'm early. Tanner says, no, that's not how it works. Dang. I guess I'm just different. John Lennon said, people said I'm crazy doing what I'm doing. Think about that. People used to call him crazy. He said he was going to start a band. They said, John, you're crazy. You're not never going to be any good starting a band. You should go to work in the sawmill. And John Lennon said, no, Ma, I want to be a musician. And they'd be like, John, you're never going to get by doing that. You can't write music. You can't play guitar. You need to go to work down there at the local repository. Hey, Chad, you know what's missing from all those puzzles? This is probably setting up for some kind of joke, isn't it? What's missing from a puzzle? I'm dying to hear this. The 1,000-piece ones. Oh, I thought it was going to be some kind of like joke. Like, you know what the puzzle was missing? It's pieces or something like that. But that, anyway. And then Paul McCartney's dad was like, Paul, you don't need to be friends with that John Lennon. He's never going to get you anywhere. You need to go study. Be a banister. But Dad, my name's Paul McCartney, and I'm going to be a great musician someday. Then you had old Ringo. Hey, I'm Ringo. I'm going to be in a band one day. Everybody's like, yeah, this guy. He thinks he's going to be a drummer. What about the tragic story of Pete Best? Man, Pete Best he was in the Beatles, and they said, you're out, Ringo's in. What a life, man. Could you imagine living with that? Yeah, it's like you drop it in a fire accidentally. Ah, golly. Of course, we all knew George was talented. He didn't have any problems. He's like, yeah, you're definitely gonna be successful, George. Something in the way. So where was the crates? There was like 4 crates up front. Where are those now? All of it's on the racks?
Yeah.
Wow.
Except for, there were a few.
Are those back here? Oh, yeah. You've pulled the $34.99 stuff too? Wow. So you're on top of it.
That was laying up front, the expensive box set.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course that was.
Yeah. 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 Right. Sure. No, I've got them keyed in. We're good to go. Okay. What a night. I felt like I just went home and took a nap. That's basically what I did. Right, Ed? Okay. And we're right back at it. Now, Tanner, I don't have anything to pull. I don't have any new vinyl to pull and start the show with. I guess I'll just have to go back through it. You took my glory away. Well, since you did that, you can go crate up all the new vinyl since I've ran out of time. Told you he's going to go right on the racks and then right back off. Tanner's got to leave. All right. Tonight's a big night, so we've got last night at like 1 a.m. I was like, okay, we have finally gone through all of the new vinyl in the store. And then this morning I go up there after the sale and I find 4 more crates, but it was really, I mean, it's not really stuff that needs to be discounted, but I promised we'd go through everything in the building on sale. So here in a minute, after we go through tonight's new stuff, I'll probably will have some more. But man, the vintage stuff last night was amazing. We went through it really late. We're about to go through it again. Y'all have a good day or night, morning. I am here sharing this on our story, and I'm officially ready to get going. So all the puzzles you see back there, we went through those last night, and I really just need to take them off the table. The screen, that's right. I did this monitor tonight. Let's see here. Date. Where's that at? Date. Restream. Logo. This is hard to find when it's... Oh, we need to get SD card off too. There we go. Update date. There we go. And let's change that from 5 to 6. I can even change the year. I can say it's the year 2070, 65. Look at that. We just went to the future. Or it's the year 2095. Golly, what's that going to be like? I hope I don't find out. Golly, the year 2095. Oh my gosh. Goodness. There is no telling. Okay. I think somebody said they wanted a Godsmack. Hold off on that 1 second because I'm about to do this. All right. So guess what? I'm not talking to you, Tanner. That was mean. I'm sorry. Guess what? We are getting started right now. So who wanted a Godsmack? And yeah, the only stuff left from yesterday is Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower. I didn't even put that in the video because we just did on sale recap. I have 2 Better Than Ezra's left, Black Sabbath self-titled, and Slaughter. Nico Kapelanis wants a Godsmack, okay? That is literally all of the newest stuff that is still left in this building. That's it. That hadn't been gone through a second time. I've got to do a whole lot of ordering. I did a little this morning. My sales rep's out, and I was worried that my metal order wouldn't show up tomorrow, so I didn't order too much. Nico Capolanis also wants a Slaughter. That was our last copy of Slaughter. So if anybody wants on a waiting list for that. And then over here, I'm going to move these Godsmacks officially. And then love how Chad missed all the praise that came from it. No, I saw all that. Thank you. And Vladarchek said, thank you to the whole staff. Vladarchek said, thank you to Tanner. Let me read this. First, Tanner is amazing. He found the coins we wanted, but even better, he made everything right. Give him a raise. Okay, that's from Vladarchek. Then also, Vladarchek said, second, we got a notification that our order from last week shipped today. Your shipping team has been knocking out of the park. Give them all raises! Exclamation point. And then Krista Barnett says, I was about to get out of the shipping team too! Exclamation mark. Great job, peeps! Exclamation mark. Mike Barlett says, best vintage crates lot, really good stuff! Exclamation mark. And then Vladarchek said, seriously, your whole team is amazing, Chad! Exclamation mark. And then Vladarchek said, tell Tanner thank you! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark! Exclamation mark. And if you know Seinfeld, you get why I'm saying exclamation mark. You hadn't watched enough Seinfeld yet, Tanner. You hadn't watched that episode. Exclamation Kramer. Exclamation mark. you gotta watch that episode. Maybe I don't use punctuation as haphazardly as you do. That was Jake Jarmel. Myra's having the baby, and you didn't use an exclamation mark? I didn't know I had to catch the mood of every caller. That's a good one. Tanner, drop everything. We're going to go watch Seinfeld right now. Whew. All right. Better Than Ezra is $59.99. We have 2 left. You got to watch Fantastic Four. We got to watch Superman. Well, I've got to watch Superman. I'm going to put these puzzles off the table. What's in this tub? Nothing? Okay, good. It's going to become a table for right now. That was a new one. Has that new plastic smell to it. No, that doesn't require exclamation part. Better Than a Zera is pricey. It's from Real Gone Music, Chris. That label always carries a premium. They're the same people who did Taiketo and Firehouse, and those releases are already pricey. And then it's a double LP, so because they've doubled up on that, it's done. So Ezra, Better Than Ezra. Every time I say that, I get corrected. Better Than Ezra. That doesn't look like it's too sturdy. I feel like that's going to tumble. Okay. Here we go. Oh, it's perfect geometry. I'm a master stacker. What is this invoice for $1,000? Oh, did he pay that? Oh, okay. That's what that is. All right. Tanner says, am I going to start the vinyl record? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Everything's kind of disheveled back here. It looks like a bunch of squirrels have been back here or something. Well, I don't know what to go through first. You like I said, when I found out you pulled all the new vinyl, you've kind of like my game plan I've been dreaming about. You threw me for a loop. I guess we'll start with what's left, right? Okay, we'll start with what's left. We'll start with 29, all the 29s down in one crate. Okay. All right, here we go. Show's underway. Say that again. Yeah. I mean, like I was expecting to show up and get started by pulling claims, and that's how. But that's good. It's already done, so people don't have to worry about something being already sold. Okay. Well, first buyer was Nico Capolanis. He bought one of each of the new releases. So here's the agenda for tonight. We've got 5 crates of new vinyl. We've got, looks like Laura's already got 4 crates up here. Or Paul, no, Laura maybe has a couple. Paul already has a couple. And here we go. So we're going to start by showing you the new vinyl. First thing I'm going to do is put up an auction, but I'm going to start by showing you new vinyl from last night's Blitz that is still left over. And we still got more to get to. We still got more to get to tonight. We're going to have about 2 or 3 more crates of new vinyl on sale. And then we got all the stuff. And then we're going to be doing plenty of vintage and pre-owned stuff that Laura and Paul's marked, okay? But first, here's NXS The Swing. NXS is near mint minus and pristine. Gatefold jacket with obi. It has the inserts and NXS. Very nice Japanese pressing. That's going to go up for a $35 start. Auction number 2 is also going to be a Japanese pressing. No, it's not. I'm going to go ahead and put this up right here. We're going to go ahead and put up, we're going to go ahead and put up Zebra. Zebra is an 83 specialty OG VG Plus with the original inner sleeve. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. And we probably will do some cassettes mixed in here and there. Yeah, we'll do some cassettes here and there. I do have a few other items to auction that's not vinyl, some posters. And I'm going to send this to Paul right quick. I'm going to need some help from Paul right quick. Let me do this. Those will be, of course, after 7. All right. So let's start with the $29.99 stuff that's still left. So everything in here discounted. If not, usually probably the last night it's going to be this price. I take a lot of this stuff usually and put it out in the store racks so it can sit up there for a while. And it might not be shown here live again for a while. And maybe the next time it won't be 29. So this is just that last recap. I mean, we showed new vinyl on sale for literally 7 hours. So, and we really did not pause. I got one Elvis Presley left, Sunset Boulevard, $29.99. It's a double LP, a fairly new release, $29.99 on that. Also, Sticks, this is Circling from Above. Sticks Circling from Above is $29.99. I've got 2 of those. It's a gatefold jacket, Sticks Circling from Above, and then Mazzy Star, Among My Swan. That's a Record Store Day bone-colored vinyl. That's $29.99. And the last copy of Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption, also $29.99. NXS, the last bid on this, or the opening bid on this, was supposed to be $35. Zebra's at $25 with Decong 52. Paul Stanley is also $29.99. The last copy of that, picture disc, Paul Stanley, and Demu Bigor Eonian. And this is Cobalt Clear Vinyl. That's $29. And same price for Cancer to the Gory End. That was our last copy of that. All these are $29. And Sleep Token, this place will become your tomb. Sleep Token's $29.99. And then Crow Mags, The Age of Coral. Crow Mags is on red translucent vinyl. That's $29. And back-to-back Radioheads, The Bends and In Rainbows. Those are $29.99. The Reservoir Dogs soundtrack. Also, King Diamond Abigail, Cobalt Blue Vinyl. And we have 3 of those. We also have Prince, The Goat Experience, Takedo, and Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. $29.99. Those are all available, and those prices I'm giving you are those discount prices of $29.99. Tonight's show is brought to you by Monster Energy Drinks, tea and lemonade. They provide advanced hydration, electrolytes, reduced fatigue, increased concentration, vitamins B3, 5, 6, and 12, coconut water, and biobotanicals. And let me tell you this. We love some biobotanicals. This is going to wake me up, and we're going to be doing probably some pretty crazy stuff tonight. All right. So, moving on. Zebra's now at 30. We got Kicks Cool Kids for 29. Megadeth Rust in Peace is 29. Surathon Gold Dark Parade. The Cure BBC Sessions from 79 to 83. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time is 29. Morbid Angel Altars of Madness. The Ronettes. Music on Vinyl Press. Saxon Dogs of War. And the last one is Dave Matthews Band Under the Table and Dreamin'. So everything in there, the discount price is $29.99. Final read through for everything that was left on sale. Pretty amazing. 13 crates sold last night, mostly all new vinyl. I think all of our new vinyl inventory can fit into about 4 crates right now, which is pretty insane. Not counting what got delivered today. So there's that. Zebra's at 30, now 35. I'm going to go ahead and make NXS a buy it now. NXS is a buy it now for $35 a swing. Hope everybody's had a great Wednesday. You might be getting home from work and ready to take a load off and just be like, man, I cannot wait to get home and just put on the live stream and buy some vinyl and listen to some vinyl and listen to Chad stumble and fumble through all these titles tonight. The last bid on Zebra was Kevin Voitosh 30, then D. Kong bid 35. Stanley Richmond wants Iron Maiden, and that was $29.99. Thank you. Brandon Jones gets the last Megadeth for $29.99. Thank you. And then Chris Knapp gets The Cure, and The Cure was BBC Sessions. And then the Radiohead is In Rainbow and the Bends, okay? I'm going to read through all these $29.99 titles one more time. First, Elvis, Sunset Boulevard. Styx, Circling from Above. Mazzy Star, Among My Swan. Napalm Death, Harmony Corruption. Paul Stanley, Demube Gore, Eonian. Cancer to the Gory End. Sleep, This Place Will Become Your Tomb. Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral. Radiohead, The Bends. Radiohead in Rainbows. Reservoir Dogs soundtrack. King Diamond, Abigail. Prince, The Goat Experience. Takedo, and that one is titled Don't Come Easy. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Kicks Cool Kids, Friday Music. Surathon Gold, Morbid Angel. Ronettes, Saxon Dogs of War, Limited Numbered Colored, and Dave Matthews Band. And then Chris Ben on Radiohead, The Bends. Okay? Thank you, Chris Knapp. That's so due for $29.99. Kevin Voitosh has Zebra for 36. That means D-Kong, you've been outbid again. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. No bid on NXS The Swing. David Johnson must be sleeping. And then here we have Duran Duran. This is Notorious. It's near mint minus and pristine. It has the cover. That's important. It has the Obi. That's important. It has the insert. That's important. That's a $35 important bid. That's now up, available right now. All right, let's swap out crates. And like I said, after tonight, the 20,000 subscriber celebration sale turns off. So if you ask me, like Wednesday, Chad, you still got King Diamond Abigail? I'm going to say, yep, we got it on Cobalt Blue Vinyl for $36.99, not $29.99. The switch of the sale gets flicked off. Just saying. So on Thursday or on Friday night, you'd be like, Chad, you still got those King Diamond Abigails? I'm going to be like, yeah, they're 24. They were $36.99. Then they were $29. Now they're $36.99 again. All right, here is what's left in the $24.99 crate. Here's what's left in the $24.99 crate. Kelly Diamond says, go ahead and give me a King Diamond then. Not putting any pressure on anybody, but what I'm saying, is this is the final call. There's that. Any Japanese tonight? You've already missed 2. I do have Duran Duran up right now for a $35 start. Zebras at 38. Kevin Voitosh, you're out. Here's what's left in the $24.99 stuff. So we're going to do the recap of the 29, which we just did. We got a recap of 24, and then the more expensive stuff. We're going to go through new vinyl and new vinyl arrivals, or, Paul and Laura crates. It's going to be like a normal show. New stuff, both new and pre-owned. And then I'm also, in between all that, going to mix in the rest of the new vinyl on sale. And then that's going to be, like I said, thank you for the 20,000 subscriber anniversary celebration. Bar mitzvah has been very successful. Okay. And Scott Dwallow says, give me a King Diamond. Now there's one King Diamond left for $29.99. Same thing for all those. Do I need to go through each one and would be like, hey, when this goes back off sale, it's not discounted anymore? Same thing for all these. Final call for any of these at $24.99. Now, Tanner just filled up, I think, 2 crates of claims from this morning's video. I was going to do that live, but he went ahead and did that right now. I don't know where all that is, but he filled up a lot. So there was a lot claimed this morning. I didn't even really get to see who bought what, but thank you for that. And the first Japanese no bid is In Excess the Kick. It's $35, and I'm about to make Duran Duran about now. Everything in here is $24.99. First, Dag Nasty, Wig Out of Dinko's. Dag Nasty's $24.99. Cold, A Different Kind of Pain, limited edition 1000 from Music on Vinyl. That was $38.99, $24.99 on that. Sting, The Soul Cages, last copy for $24. Holy Moses, Queen of Siam, last copy for $24. Dev Symbolic is $24.99. Cradle of Filth, Evermore Darkly, that's $24. Moss Icon, also $24.99. Train, My Private Nation, that's $24. Sam Cooke is on clear vinyl. A Tribe Called Quest, the anthology. DJ Shadow, Action Adventure. I saw him pull one that got claimed, so that's the last copy of that for $24.99. And then Quicksand Slip, 30th Anniversary Remastered, Diver Orange Marble Vinyl, that's $24.99. Coil, Black Antlers is $24.99. And then Pantera, Reinventing the Steel, $24.99. Some of the featured auctions have started now. I've got a few autographs to put up as well. And actually tying the loose ends off the final bits of research to get some of these going. Also, we have Surith Ungol, or excuse me, I was reading a chat. We have Chat Pile God's Country. That's $24.99. So is Wise Blood and In Darkness Hearts Aglow. Last copy of Fallout Boy from Under the Cork Tree. The Callous Dow Boy, Celebrity Therapist. And Vanilla Fudge, Blue Vinyl Mono, $24.99. King Crimson 3 of a Perfect Pair is $24. Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky, last copy. Negative Approach, Ty Downs, $24. Gene Loves Jezebel, Heavenly Bodies. Billy Nichols, Would You Believe Billy Nichols? Peter Gabriel, Rain on the Car album. We have Unto Other Strength, Chelsea Wolfe, and Smokey and the Bandit, Eastbound and Down, $24.99. So that is what's available from the $24.99 crate. Info on Duran Duran. This is a Japanese pressing of Notorious. It is EMS 91202, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. It's a no bid. I'm about to make it a buy now. D-Kong, you were outbid again on Zebra. Zebra's at $39. I'm about to sell it to Kevin. I'm just waiting to make sure you're done bidding. David Johnson wants King Crimson for $24.99. That's the only thing that's sold in there. And I'm assuming everybody's got everything they want out of the discount crates by this morning's video or by right now. Everything in here is new and sealed, and it's been marked down to $24.99. Final call on these. Smokey is Smokey and the Bandit, the original soundtrack, new and sealed, $24.99. Donna Turner on Tribe Called Quest. And let's read through those one more time quickly. Everything in here is $24.99. We have Dag Nasty, Wig Out of Dinko's, Cold, A Different Kind of Pain, Sting, The Soul Cages, Holy Moses, Queen of Siam, Death Symbolic, Cradle Filth, Evermore Darkly, Mouse Icon, Train, Sam Cooke, DJ Shadow, Quicksand, can't believe those still there, Coil, Pantera, Chat Pile, Wise Blood, Fallout Boy, Cowboys, Cowboys, Norman Greenbaum, Vanilla Fudge, Negative Approach, Gene Loves Jezebel, Billy Nichols, Peter Gabriel, Unto Others, Chelsea Wolf, Smoking the Bandit sold to O'Doul. Zebra is sold for $39 to Kevin Voitosh. Mike Massey on a Quicksand for $24. And Duran Duran is a buy it now for $35. Duran Duran's a buy it now for $35. So is Inexpensive Swing. Wow, I did not expect that. I mean, here's two Japanese titles we never get in. Big 80s albums, and they're still available for $35 buy it nows. Billy Nichols is sold to Saluki. Guyshard on Peter Gabriel. Those are sold and sold. All right. Everything in there was $24.99. Great decisions. That took a little bit more chunk out of it. I was getting a little bit worried on some of these. Callus. That was this right here. Let me find it again. The Callus Dowboys, Daobos, Celebrity Therapist, Indie Retail Exclusive, A-Side, B-Side, Bone and Olive Green, $24.99. The Cradle of Filth was Evermore Darkly. Evermore Darkly. Yeah, Evermore Darkly. I have one left. All right. Pantera album was Reinventing the Steel. Reinventing the Steel. That's on colored vinyl. White and Southern Flames Yellow Marble vinyl. Last copy. All right. Now what we're going to do is I am going to put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be the Clockwork Orange soundtrack. Stanley Kubrick's Clockwork Orange. A 1976 U.S. reissue with company inner sleeve. VG condition, a $10 start. VG, $10 start on Clockwork Orange. I see a lot of passes. I don't like that. I like sold. I'll take it. Sold, I'll take it, Chad. Next auction is going to go up right now. It's Alabama, 40-hour week. Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi. And that's going to go up. It's a Japanese pressing, a $35 start. Greg wants Sting in here, Soul Cages for $24. That's so to Greg Preston. And he wants Sticks from the previous crate for $29. Now, typically, this is an unusual situation where we have some of these recent titles that are at these prices, because instead of just pulling June stuff that's eligible for discount for the 20,000 subscribers, I went through our entire inventory. I went through everything. It took us basically 7 nonstop hours. I read through every title and I offered it as a discount. So that was pretty epic. It took every second of last night, and then we ended up going through those 4 new vintage bins too, which was incredible records. So I think last night was like a Hall of Fame show. One of the best ones I remember in a long time as far as participation, sales, what we were selling, and then the vintage stuff, how high quality it was. Probably one of the better sales I remember doing where we didn't like really pause at all. Greg Preston gets Sticks for $29.99. Nobody's been on Clockwork Orange. Final call for $10. And final call on Alabama for $35. And let's grab a new crate. So thanks for everybody that tuned in. There was a lot of people watching for sure. Let's go through another $24.99 crate. We had great auctions too, not to mention the auctions. Japanese stuff. All the stuff that Paul had gotten ready. Great night. And it's going to be that way again because now we've got nothing but new stuff. Paul and Laura's marking crates. There's already 5 more crates of new stuff, including a lot of new releases. So it's going to be a pretty epic night again tonight. Let's go through some $24.99 stuff. Final call here. Yeah, I think all the auctions sold. Even the Rolling Stones was a really good one. That was the alternate mixes and stuff. I think that sold. Yeah, there was no leftovers last night, I'm positive. Yeah. Have they tagged last night's show? We even had waiting list on stuff people wanted me to reorder because everybody got to see our entire inventory, so there was a lot of stuff like, wow, I didn't even know you had that in stock. Okay. We have Clock at $15, and Clockwork Orange is a 76 reissue. It's with the company sleeve, VG condition. We have a bid for $15. Alabama's a buy it now for $35. And we have Snail Mail. This is Lush. Snail Mail's $24.99. Chapel Roan, The Rise and Fall of a Midwest Princess Pop Star Edition, that's $24. Rat Wars is $24. Japanese Breakfast Jubilee, $24. McGee, 2-star in the Dream Police, that's $24. Faye Webster, I Know I'm Funny. Vader, De Profundis, Yellow Vinyl. Minor Threat. This is Gel Persona, Plum Colorway Colored Vinyl. Winter Sun, clear with blue, white, and purple splatter. Got 2 of those. And Carolina Polachek Desire, I Want to Turn Into You. Alabama sold to Brandon Jones for $35. Thank you on that. Clockwork Orange has a new bid for $16. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that is Steel Pulse. And Steel Pulse is an 84 U.S. Specialty OG. Original under sleeve, VG minus VG. That's a $10 start. Also, we have Title Fight Shed. That's $24.99. Drain, Living Proof. Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. Those are all $24. Same price for Ozark Mountain Daredevils. That's Now Hear This. And Overkill, Under the Influence. Coffee, Roy Ayers soundtrack. Dwarves, Rex Everything. Motorhead self-titled. I've got 2 of those. Super Drag Plays Regretfully Yours. Dwayne and Greg Allman. U2 Out of Control live in New York. And AC/DC for those about to rock. We salute you. And those are all $24.99. Everything in there, $24.99. Alan Parsons, Our Robot LP, I think is due out October 17th. Is that MoFi? No, it shouldn't be MoFi. What label is that? Is that just a standard reissue? New bids on both auctions. And everything in here is $24.99. No claims so far. I'm just going to read through them one more time. A lot of that's some of the new indie stuff I had Laura order. And by the way, she's got 2 crates up here with 2 Laura crate stickers. I think this is 2 crates already from Paul. Right, Paul? Looks like 2 crates already from Paul. And we're good to go. So anybody else? Last call. Last time they'll be $24.99. We have AC/DC, U2, Dwayne and Greg Allman, Super Drag, Motorhead, Dwarves, Coffee, Roy Ayers, Overkill, Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Also, we have Earl Sweatshirt, Drain, Title Fight Shed, Carolina Polachek Desire, Winter Sun, Gel Persona, Minor Threat, Vader, Faye Webster, McGee, Japanese Breakfast, Rat Wars, Chapel Roan, and Snail Mail. Those are all available if anybody wants anything, okay? I'm going to take those right back here. E. Hickey, is that Ed Hickey on Twitch on AC/DC? Brad Waits wants Chapel Roan. These are all $24.99. Big discount on that. $15 off. Mark Overton second on that. The Dwayne and Greg Allman is that reissue of the album that's called Dwayne and Greg Allman. It's pre-Allman Brothers recordings, demos. Very good album. U2 is live. It's an unofficial from 1982 in New York. It's $24.99. So Clockwork Angels, a final call. It's the original Stanley Kubrick film, Clockwork Orange soundtrack. Very cool gatefold jacket. And that is VG condition. It's a 76 reissue. First label's green, Warner Brothers. And then Steel Pulse is an 84 OG, VG minus. And this has 1 bid for $10 of X-Wing, and we're about to sell it. Paul Brothers on U2. And Monica, if you don't want a U2, then the next one goes to Mike Brangle. Everything in here is $24.99. Final call on these. And then I've got the higher price crate to go through, which I think most of it's sold. Yeah, well, I got $34.99 titles to go through next. But Monica, just let me know. And then if not, I'll give it to Mike Brangle. Time for another quick drink of Monster. All right, Steel Pulse has a new bid for 11. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Brad, you got Chapel Roan. Yeah, we got a full night of new stuff tonight. And there will be one more batch of vinyl that I found. That way I'm sticking to my word, and I've offered everything at discount that was in inventory. And then we're done. There's a few. Tanner just showed me those. Okay, good. And then there was a few things I didn't show because it's like I got some of these part 1, part 2 volumes, and I didn't want to put one on sale and then have to reorder them. It didn't really make sense to show those. Monica on U2, and then this is sold. And Mike Brangle, I'll check. You know, I honestly might can get you another one of those that I can sell to you at that price. So let's write that down. And if not, then that was the only one I could have got. So, but I'll check on you, okay? And then Steel Pulse is at 12. And then Clockwork Orange. The high bid on this is X-Wing at 81. Ryan Eaton, you tied him, just so you know, okay? All right. Now, I had another short but sweet crate. These were titles that were $34.99. These were titles that were $34.99 on sale. Straight priced, $34. A lot of stuff that was originally $45 or $49. So now it's $34, okay? So first thing we have is this. Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory, 2 LP, $34.99, last copy of Oasis. Lana Del Rey, NFR, last copy at $34. Herbie Hancock, Analog Productions at just $34.99. That's pretty crazy. Dunkirk soundtrack, which was originally $50, music by Hans Zimmer. Ace Frehley, which was originally $45, Frehley's comic, hand-poured colored vinyl. And Gorilla's Human is now $15 off. That's $34.99. All right, so I'm going to make sure, Ryan Eaton, you were outbid on this at 20, and you got tied, actually. We'll go ahead and sell Steel Pulse to Mike Brangle for 12. Well, hold on a second. No, he actually outbid X-Wing. X-Wing has it for 12. We've had 2 ties on these, I think, for... Okay, Ryan's out. I'll go ahead and sell this. Sorry. Every time I've looked up these, they keep getting tied. And so this is sold to X-Wing for $20. Also, X-Wing bid first on Steel Pulse at 12. Mike Brangle, you're out. Okay? Mike Brangle, you're out. So you are out on that one. And then Clockwork Angels is Clockwork Angels. Clockwork Orange is gone. I'm thinking about Rush. Okay? And then we had the Garden State soundtrack. It was $34. Red Hot Chili Peppers was $34. Greatest Hits, a 2 LP. Wow. Radiohead Kid A, and then The Cure's Greatest Hits. Those are some very popular titles at much less than what I would normally be selling for. Last chance on these, because if I sell out, there's a good chance I'm going to order these again. I mean, I always try to order The Cure's Greatest Hits and Red Hot Chili Peppers' Greatest Hits and Radiohead and stuff like Ace Frehley, and they would always be $44.99. This is the last chance tonight at $34. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing, and that's Deep Purple, made in Europe. Deep Purple is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. I love that. It is going to go up for a $35 start. Has the insert with it. Deep Purple, made in Europe. Now, what is Gloucester? Gloucester? I'm not for sure what that is. But we still got The Cure's Greatest Hits, Radiohead Kid A, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Garden State, Gorillaz, Ace Frehley, Dunkirk, Herbie Hancock, Lana Del Rey, and Oasis. Okay? And not for sure what's going on. Okay, Steel Pulse is at 13. We got Stephen Parton on The Cure's Greatest Hits at 34. Scentless Apprentice on Red Hot Chili Peppers for 34. Ryan Eaton on Red Hot Chili Peppers at 34. And that leaves The Cure, Radiohead, Garden State, Gorillaz, Ace Frehley, Dunkirk, Herbie Hancock, NFR, and Oasis. Okay? If anybody else wants anything, let me know. Mike Brangle on Garden State. That is sold. And then we have Deep Purple at 35. And John, I'm already out of Chili Peppers. They're gone. Final call on these. That's it. That's it. I'm going to go ahead and put these over here with that other $24.99 crate. That's all that's left out of those. Great titles. Think about it, but think long, and you'll think wrong. Okay? We're sold out of those. And Paul Catrich on Minor Threat. Is that what your MT was for earlier? Okay. That's what his MT was for earlier. Red Hot Chili Peppers are gone. I can't believe those didn't get claimed in the video at 12 o'clock. That was very surprising. Let me find that Minor Threat for him. That must have been right here. It was. Paul, I'm glad you let me know. And I'm not talking about this Paul. I'm talking about the Paul on here. That's Minor Threat, so to Paul Catrich. That's your stuff there. Excellent. I've sent you 2 text messages. You know, I know you're just ignoring me, but that's okay. Yeah. Okay. It's not pressing, but one of them, well, yeah, they're both extremely important. No, I'm joking. We sold Pulse last night. I think we sold that last night. And then Herbie Hancock is sold to Troy. That's a crazy price. Herbie Hancock is sold to Troy. Paul just dropped off his third crate. I better get woke up. It's literally, I feel like I went home and took a nap. I was back here shooting that noon video. I'd been up for so long. This is sold to Troy for 34. I'd been awake for so long, I was losing my voice, and I heard somebody knocking on the door. It was Tony, who is new here, but he's been a long-time customer. And I went out, I looked up front, I was like, oh my gosh, it's daylight. And it was like 8 o'clock or whatever time it was. It was in the morning, and it seemed like it was around that time. And I was like, oh my gosh. I said, I've got another couple hours of work here to do, and I've got to wake up at like 3 or 4 o'clock. I hadn't even figured out how to fall asleep yet, or even prepare for that. Steel Pulse is sold to Mike Brangle for $13. Deep Purple already has a bid for $35. That's with Mark Overton, and he's about to get it. Made in Europe, beautiful Japanese pressing. So that's what happens when we have a blowout knockout sale for that long. That was amazing. All right. I was like, man, I got a photo. I've been promising a few autographs all week. I got to photograph them. Still hadn't really done the research on them. Paul's going to help me out right quick doing that. That's why I said it's going to be after 7. There's no David Gilmour. There's no Pulse. No, I've went through everything. I'm about to show you. If you've been watching since the beginning, that was 75% of everything. I'm about to show you the next 5%. And then a little bit later, you're going to see the last 20% of our inventory. And I know exactly what we have in stock here. Okay? I know exactly what we have in stock here because I've been through it. Except for that last batch up front, I've been through everything in stock here about 7 times in the last 24 hours, thoroughly. Probably 10 or 14. Thoroughly, I've went through everything. So I know exactly what is. There's no box sets left. I mean, the only box set I have is Ride the Lightning. And it's already discounted because it's got a ding corner. Somebody already bought Dio. The other box set we had was Pulse. We already sold it. And that's it. Solarplex bought all the Zeppelin box sets last week. So yeah, that's it. We're almost like cleaned out. Again, I'm going to have to sit down and order and get all this stuff replenished. So Mike Brangle wants the Cure's greatest hits. Mike Brangle's going to get the Cure's greatest hits. Yep, thank you. All right, and that was the last copy of that at $34.99. And Deep Purple's at $39. Let's grab another auction. And we have, well, I see a Led Zeppelin. Ooh, nice. I have one of these. I love that. One of the few ways, other than the new clear vinyl pressing that's in print, you can get a colored vinyl Led Zeppelin that's actually official. This is a 78 UK pressing, limited edition lilac colored vinyl, near mint minus. Beautiful. Led Zeppelin's a $75 start. Purple vinyl, lilac. All right, so this, final call, and these will not be on sale again. Last read-through, unless maybe a little bit later tonight you say, Chad, I'll go ahead and take the tool. Tonight's the cutoff, and then everything's going to flip back on to normal sticker price. You'll be hearing me say for another 30 days. You'll be hearing me say for another 30 days. Sticker price, new vinyl, no discount. So it turns off tonight. Tool was $59. It's $47.99. That's 20% off. Okay, 20% off. We have White Line, the best of White Line. That is now $45.59. Music on Vinyl, limited edition. That was $56. These are 20% off, $45.59. We have Blackstone Cherry, Magic Mountain, $43.99. Blackstone Cherry, Magic Mountain, $43.99. Rick James Collected, $43.99. We're going to read through the puzzles tonight one more time. Yes, I did that very late last night. It'll be the final call for those. Yep, everything's kind of, we're extending the final call to tonight because I basically took forever to go through everything last night. So this will be the final cutoff. And then over here, White Line is sold to Manny Ray for $45.59. Over here, we have $43.99 for Kiss Alive 2. And then 311 is $37.59. That's 20% off. I think they're done on Deep Purple. Tom Kelly gets that for $39. Thank you, Mark, for letting me know you're out. And Led Zeppelin already has a bid for $80. Led Zeppelin already has a bid for $80. Yes. Well, actually, those first few I've padded up, Steel Pulse, those were in the hot picture. But yeah, that stuff's beginning right now with Led Zeppelin and the last couple. Over here, we have this. Danzig has it for $80. Purple vinyl, Led Zeppelin 4. Very nice. We actually found this in the back room. I don't know if anybody's interested in it. It's been marked since December of 2024. It is called No Use for a Name. An Oral History of No Use for a Name. It's evidently a pricey box set. I don't know a lot about this, but I remember when Laura marked it, and it was kind of pricey. It was, $424.99. Everything the band put out all in one box set. 13 LPs, a 7-inch, and a book. If anybody has any interest in No Use for a Name, I have their complete discography here in a box set. And it is buy now or best offer. That was a warehouse find. That was laying on a shelf back here. That was laying back here on a shelf with our autographs. And I was like, what kind of autograph is this? And then I realized it was this box set. So, No Use for a Name. I have it. If not, it's going to go on Discogs this week. That's definitely a Discogs worthy item to get that to even a bigger audience. So, if somebody wants it now, it's $424.99. It's stickered at $424.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Now, that was back in December, so that's why I said it's up for offer, because I don't know how it's fluctuated. I don't know how it's fluctuated. I don't know if it's up, down, or what. So, there's one white line left. Yeah, there's one white line left at that on sale price. Sounds like I might can get it sold to Rebecca. We have Billy Joe, the Nylon Curtain. That's a $35 start. It has a book. It has the Billy Joe Superhero book. It has an insert. It has the original inner sleeve. $35 start. Dave Mixon gets that last white line. Make sure that goes in for $45.59. Let's sell the Led Zeppelin on purple vinyl to Danzig for $80. Wow, I figured that would bring well over $100. And Rebecca, you shoot, you score. No Use for a Name box set sold to Rebecca for $350. Sold for $350. Nice. I will gladly sell that. Thank you for the fair offer, and I'm glad I brought that out. Awesome. We got stuff like, there's all kinds of Liam Gallagher and Oasis stuff laying over there too. Thing about this building, if I can catch an extra couple hours a night to do some digging, I can turn up some pretty cool stuff. It's just a matter of doing it. All right, so that was our 20% off stuff. 311, Kiss Alive 2. Can't believe no one grabbed that at 20% off. That's really surprising. And then Rick James, Blackstone Cherry, first time ever on vinyl. This is technically an OG release then. First time ever on vinyl. And then Tool. There's those. I got Oasis guitar. I do. I'm waiting for the right buyer. And then this is going to go up for a $10 start. This is a AC/DC tribute record, sealed. Brian Johnson, Bon Scott. I think it has Brian Johnson tracks and then Bon Scott tracks. And then it actually has tribute tracks. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. The Many Faces of AC/DC, the ultimate tribute. That is sealed, and we're going to put it up for a $10 start. Paul Brothers on Kiss. And Kiss, the price is now $43.99. Sell that to Paul Brothers. Thank you. And what else do I have over here? And we're good. AC/DC 10, 15, 20. All right. Tool is a picture disc. It's the only way it's been released, yes. Picture disc only. Cannot get that on vinyl, unfortunately. That's always the big discussion every time Tool records pop up. Chad, order me a 10,000 days. And I'm like, man, I wish I'd order about 100 of them. Okay. Guitar, yeah. I'm actually about to drag some pictures over to my Mac over here so I can put some stuff up on screen. Some autographs we're going to be selling tonight that I've photographed. And let me do that right now. Let me airdrop some photos so I can put them up on screen. AC/DC's at 30. Billy Joel is a Japanese pressing looking for a $35 start. Let me airdrop these photos, and then it'll take me a little bit longer to find the Oasis photos. Got a few cool autographs. I try to wait and do all this in one big night, but I guess the best way to do it right now is do a little bit at a time. Let me accept these photos. Save to downloads. And I think I can pull them up on screen. Let me do a test. Let me do a test with these right quick. Somebody just walked in the building. I hope it's Paul. It sounds like Paul. Let me see if this works. Let me try. Does this work? Whoa. No, that doesn't work. Okay. Oh, I bet I have to drag it over here. I bet it's whatever's on this. Is it whatever's on this monitor? No. Is it over here? What does this do? No. That's an infinite loop. That's an infinite loop. I think I'll just have to drag it. I don't know how to do that. Whoops. Yeah, I'm not for sure. I'll have to ask Jake right quick. I did it the other night with that logo. Maybe let me not make this full screen. Let me make this normal. I bet I can drag it over here now. Aha. I can. Let's see what that does. What does this do? What are y'all seeing now? Okay, I think y'all can see what's on my screen. Can y'all see a picture of Mickey Mouse on Roger Maris right now? I hope so. Now you should be back on main camera. Okay. Did that work? That's going to be annoying. I think I can make it over here. Okay. Sorry, I didn't have that tweaked out. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. New. Let's get into new stuff. I was thinking a couple hundred. I mean, I just counted that. Right there's the bulk of it. Like those over there. And because I think we're going to do it Sunday, but also I told him a couple hundred. So I'm gonna text him here in a minute. And yeah, it was like the problem is it's like it's either this Sunday or like October. Yeah, and I wanted, if we're going to do lettered stuff, I want it back by the end of the year. Because if we do it in October, we won't have letters back till after the first of the year. So we're kind of, yeah, it's, but if we go ahead and do it, then if whatever we buy from here on out, we can stockpile for the next time. That's my thoughts. But I just don't want to be like, well, we only have 93. Especially if some stuff fails, you know. But yeah, I'll have time not to really count. I need to start dragging him out anyway if he's really, yeah. So, okay, here we go. Yeah, and then the other thing is I just hadn't tied those three I sent you pictures. Yeah, I just hadn't had time to even and who they are too. Yeah, I hadn't had time to do any of that. Okay, sorry. We're speaking of autographs. We're about to probably in the next 7 days. We're about to have a couple hundred really good autographs authenticated, and we're trying to cover our bases. So, where did I leave off? Sorry. AC/DC's at 35 with Brad Waits. And I'm about to show the Oasis guitar. Give me 1 second. AC/DC's at 35, and we're going to make Billy Joel a buy it now. All right, we're ready for new stuff, and we're ready for more new auctions, and we're going to go through Paul and Laura crates. So the rest of the night is new auctions, new vinyl, new Paul crates, new Laura crates for the next 4 hours. So don't go anywhere. A great night's ahead. Billy Joel is complete, nice, a buy it now for $35. Thanks. And let me show you already the couple no bids. A couple of them's kind of surprising. We got a lot of new releases and waiting list in here as well, and pre-orders. So we got NXS The Swing, $35, Duran Duran, $35, and Billy Joel's $35. I think the Many Faces of AC/DC is about to sell, and that is that's Brad Waits at $35. Okay, and then over here we have, let's go ahead and show this right now. What's the first record in here? Iron Maiden live in New York, and that's yellow vinyl, and I'm pretty positive we have a waiting list for that. So let's go ahead and get that show on the road. Iron Maiden live in New York. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Make sure you've hit the like button. That's always important. Hitting the like button, that is extremely important. And if you feel so compelled to hit the share button too, that would be even better. Liking is very important, but sharing is caring, okay? Don't let anybody ever tell you different. Sharing is caring. Some people's like, yeah, right, Chad. I'm not going to let anybody know where I get all these good records from. I'm just going to buy them secretly and then post pictures, and everybody's going to be like, dang, where did you get that? Where did you get that mint condition? Where did you get that mint condition polka record at? Huh, I'm not telling you where I get my polka records. That's between me and my polka dealer. My polka dealer. That's my polka dealer, Chad Z. Okay? Over here, we're going to mute my notifications on my laptop. I'm going to open up my master pre-order, and we're going to look up Iron Maiden and Iron Maiden New York. The waiting list. I've got so many waiting lists for Iron Maiden records. I always have to click through about 5 listings. Greg Beddinger on Iron Maiden New York. So these are $29.99. One is sold to Greg Beddinger, and I have 2 left. I have 3 left if anybody else wants one. $29.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell this sealed AC/DC. And this is sold to Brad Waits for $35. Thank you on that. Brad Waits, you get that for $35. Appreciate that, Mr. Brad Waits. Let's put up new auctions. The first thing we have is no one bought Billy Joel, but Brent does take the NXS. Thank you. I was like, my gosh, what's wrong with the world? That's sold to Brent Robley for $35. And then over here, we have 3 copies of Metallica Seattle 89. This is a 2 LP color vinyl, Metallica Seattle 89. Let's also put up some new auctions, but Metallica Seattle waiting list is absolutely nobody. These are just extra copies I have, okay? So I've got 3 extra copies of Metallica Seattle 89. Those are $38.99. Iron Maiden is sold to Paul Catridge. Though probably some people like Hendry just reviewed it. There is some really, we've sold a lot of these, and I think everybody has spoke highly of the sound quality. Next auction is the Sex Pistols. Pretty vacant. The Sex Pistols is a 1980 New Zealand repress, 12-inch single, VG Plus, a $15 start. Okay, and this is Pretty Vacant Sex Pistols. Let's see what the flip is. The flip is No Fun, a 12-inch single. The Sex Pistols is now going to go up for a $15 start. That's now up for bid. I've got 3 copies of Rally Round the Family, and that is Rage Against the Machine for $29.99. I have got that in my computer as RATM. And Brad Waits was, I had a feeling I misspelled Metallica. Brad Waits, you was on a waiting list for Metallica Seattle. Okay, and then over here, Rage is sold to Ross Way. Ross Way on Evil Empire. That's Rage Against the Machine, Evil Empire. That's sold to Ross Way. So thank you, that's sold. And then this is new. I went ahead and ordered a bunch. Or not new, I've never had it before. It's Black Sabbath, live in Brussels, Belgium, 1980. It's an unofficial, live Black Sabbath, numbered 1970, purple marble vinyl, $38.99. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 copies. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 copies. Let's put up another auction. This time another one from the Japanese crate. And that one is going to be right here. It's an Obelus Eric Clapton. An Obelus Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton is without Obi. It's the Eric Clapton story. It's a 2 LP. It's a $25 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LPs. There's the history of Eric Clapton. And it does have some of those humidity spots. It does have the insert. That's going to go up for a $25 start, okay? And now my crate's about to fill up quickly because here's the Black Sabbath claims. George Jones, MT Matt, Brian G. Owens. Let's pause right there at Brian G. Owens. That's my first 3. And now my crate is completely full. So let's do a swap-a-roo on our crates. Swap-a-rooney on our crates. Brian G. Owens was the last name I read off. And the next person I have was Juanita Gagney, Joe Kolowski, Rob Fordham, Brad Waits, Brandon Jones, and Jason Kissick. Wow, that's it. And then Paul Norbin said, any Black Sabbath left? You were actually the 10th comment, and we had 9 available. So you'll be first on a waiting list if you want one. Then Kelly Gabney, and then Sean Druin. Final call on Sex Pistols. This one bid with Laudercheck. We're about to sell it to them. Still got 2 Rage. I still got 2 Metallicas and 2 Iron Maidens. I have The Joy of Music, an album by Ben Rector. This is a special request for Guy Shard. Guy, I've got you down for this. I hope that's what you wanted. I hope that's what you needed. And thank you. And if anybody else wants one, let me know. This is sold to Guy Shard, and I can get more if anybody else wants one. We will take a waiting list for that live Black Sabbath unofficial. For sure, Kelly. For sure, Sean. For sure, Manica. And Paul, if you want on that waiting list, let me know. Here is Chicago. This is the greatest hits, the 2 LP 50th anniversary. They've expanded the greatest hits for Chicago. Very cool. So let's pull this up right quick. Chicago greatest hits. Let's look this up in the group. It's an expanded. I think there was 1 person left on the pre-order that I needed. Let me see here. No, everybody on the pre-order, but we had a waiting list. No, we had a waiting list. So let me look that up right quick. And let's find that. Let's pull up Chicago. Make sure I spell this right. No results. That's incorrect. I got to be careful with my spelling on here. There it is, Chicago. I left out the H. See? Troy Overmeyer and John Smetzer. So I've already liked John Smetzer's comment, but I think I might have I pulled one too many the other night. Yeah, I think that's what I did. So we need to give one to Troy and then John Smetzer. So Troy Overmeyer gets one, and then John Smetzer, we still need to get one for you, okay? Jan Gunther wants on the Black Sabbath waiting list for the live Belgium Brussels. Paul Brothers wants an Iron Maiden, and he wants on the Black Sabbath waiting list. Scott Smith wants on Black Sabbath waiting list. Wow. Sex Pistols sold for just 1 bid, $15 to Vladarchek. Robert Vladarchek specifically. Thank you, Vladarchek. And now we are officially cooking with gas. Olene. Thank you. What could possibly be next? Pink Floyd, Brighton Dome, 1972. That's a 2 LP unofficial. And that's the first time they played Dark Side of the Moon in its entirety live. Todd Coe, COE. He was on a waiting list. I've got 2 extra Pink Floyd live, 1972. Gerald Whitworth also on Black Sabbath. And you can pick up Japanese pressing, The History of Eric Clapton, for just $25 buy it now if anybody wants that. The History of Eric Clapton, a $25 buy it now. It is available if you want it, okay? History of Eric Clapton. I'm going to put this right over here. Great comp. Jennifer Schrader wants a Pink Floyd. Gerald on that. Did Ozzy and Black Sabbath albums come in? That's a trick question because there's so many. It depends on which one specifically. Jennifer Schrader on Pink Floyd. And we have a Dark Side of the Spoon poster coming up very soon. Coming up extremely soon. Paul is getting my last bit of information right now. But first, we're going to go ahead and put this up. This is a vintage unofficial from Heart. Take a look at this. A 1977 live Universal Amphitheater and in Inglewood, California. It's a vintage original Heart bootleg. A $15 star, VG condition. Juanita Gagney also on Pink Floyd, and now we are sold, okay? We are sold out, And then we have the Cure. This is the Black Sessions, Machine de la Radio. We'll probably run those. We'll start with our autographs in about 15 minutes. Or right now. What do you think, Paul? Right now. Appreciate it. All right. Let's on my laptop. I have the Cure. Cure. C-U-R-E. And the Cure is Black Sessions, Jason Fornerat and Chris Myra Bueno. Jason Fornerat and Chris Myra Bueno. I have two extras left, okay? I have one extra left of the Cure. I have 0 copies left. No, I do have one left. And we have Twin Peaks soundtrack, green vinyl. And the Twin Peaks soundtrack, green vinyl, is going to be sold to Charlie Marks. Charlie, this is sold to you. Guy Shard, I'm marking off the Ben Rector album as well. And here's this. And the Cure was $44.99. Unbought, you were on the last waiting list. I think you, let me make sure, I've already tagged. Yeah, you got one. Unbought, you've already got one. Melinda Gerhardt already got one. And then we took a waiting list again. Then Jason got one. And then Chris Myra Bueno got one. So you were tagged, I think, on Monday. Heart opened at the ones posted on Facebook last week for a restock. Yeah, almost all those have come in. Yeah. I can let you know in 1 second. There's a lot. Heart 15, 16, Heart 25, Heart 20. Jeremy Bryant gets a Cure. Okay, Boontar, it's 44. And if you want on a waiting list, let me know. I got 2 Twin Peaks left. And I got Lost Highway soundtrack, produced by Trent Reznor and David Lynch. It's a 2 LP. Lost Highway, let's look that up. Lost Highway is, give me 1 second. Nobody. Yeah. Yeah, this is just more extras I ordered. I still got 2 copies, $39.99. And I have a special request for Natasha Pickett. This is Hot Milk, A Call to the Void. Natasha requested to order this. It has arrived. If anybody else wants a Hot Milk, A Call to the Void, let me know. We can get it ordered for you. Let's put up another auction. The next one I have is going to be this right here, Tiger Tails. Young and Crazy. Tiger Tails is an 87 UK original inner sleeve, VG Plus, just a $20 start. This could have almost went up to tomorrow. This is usually like a Thursday night type record. 87 UK, that's going to go up for a $20 start. William Thornton wants a Lost Highway. Hearts at 35. I think the Black Keys are back here behind me. Yes, I think they're in. All right. So, here's what we're going to do. I am going to put up our first auction because I know we have a couple of people waiting on it. And let me, the best way for me to do this, until I can figure out how to split this screen more accurately, I need to put my monitor over here. Can I do that? Yeah. I can put my monitor over here. And I think if I do that, then I can see what's live. Yeah, let me do, I'm basically flip-flopping it. All right, I'm basically flip-flopping it here. So let me pull this up. And I think if I do this, y'all can see what's going on. Let me try this. Boom. Got it. Okay, first poster auction, autographed. And I'm going to try to say this first name here. Al Jorgensen. It's signed by Al Jorgensen and Paul Barker. It's JSA authenticated. It's an original promo poster. It's signed. And JSA authenticated. It's a $195 start. And it will come shipped rolled in a tube. Signed, $195 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, over here, we have Sherry Darnell, twin on green. Twin Peaks is sold to Sherry Darnell. And then, yeah, you just send Ed a message. That's right. Okay, I think we were done on Hart. No, we're tied. Sandy Villa bid 35, and Monica Malley, you actually tied her. So the high bid is with Sandy Villa, and Monica, you tied her. Ministry is at 195, and Tiger Tails is a no bid right now. The starting price for Tiger Tails was $20. $20 on that. Jeremy Bryant needs to put back the cure. Was there anybody on a waiting list? Maybe Boontar? No, he just asked the price. Okay, so over here, what was Ministry and price? I just walked away. And then here's the cure. So this is going back in the bin. This is going back in the bin. So here's all that's left from our first crate of new vinyl. We're about to go through a Paul or Laura crate. I've got 2 Laura crates up here, 3 Paul crates. And let's do it right now, okay? Let's go through this crate one more time. I have Iron Maiden live in New York. That's on yellow vinyl, live at the Palladium, 1982, $29.99. Also have Lost Highway. This is $39.99. It's a 2 LP. Lost Highway, David Bowie, 9 Inch Nails, Lou Reed, Rammstein, Marilyn Manson. That's $39.99. Metallica live in Seattle. I have 2 left, 2 LP, $38.99. Rage Against the Machine is $29. Evil Empire, I have 2 of those left. Twin Peaks soundtrack, green vinyl, that's $33.99. And the Cure Black Sessions, Maison de la Radio, Paris, 2004, a 2 LP, $44.99. Okay? And then this is what's up for bid right now. It's Ministry, Dark Side of the Spoon, autographed poster. It has 1 bid for $195, and I'm about to sell it. It's signed. It's JSA authenticated. Sticker for the JSA stickers down there in the bottom left corner. There's the card. It'll be shipped with it, of course. And that's my best attempt at taping down holding down a rolled poster. I use sticky notes. I have paperweights, but I don't like paperweights because they put a lot of pressure down. So I take sticky notes and just paste it to a board, and it's laying flat. Then I get up on a ladder and take a picture of it. That's what I was doing this morning, about 8 o'clock this morning, if you were curious. All right. And that's now up for bid, okay? Ministry has bids for $197, $200, $200. The poster is about, I can go unroll it. It's right here behind me. I'll unroll it and give you an idea. It's about, well, I don't know if you know how big one of those JSA cards are. But either way, give me 1 second, and we have, okay, so we have Lost Highway. Ivan R. asked the price on Lost Highway, $39. Hart all of a sudden started getting new bids. Boontar does want a cure. That's so to Boontar. Okay. And then Ministry poster all of a sudden getting new bids. And Tiger Tails is at 35. Tiger Tails is at 35. Hart over here. Hart is with Sandy Villa at 45. And the poster is at $215. That's where we're at. I'm taking this off the table. If you decide you want something else out of that crate, just a few titles left, Twin Peaks, Rage Against the Machine, Metallica, Lost Highway, and Iron Maiden, let me know, Ivan R. You can say, I'll take a Lost Highway, and I'll sell it to you. Let's go ahead and go through a pre-owned crate. We're going to go through one pre-owned crate right quick. I think it's some stuff either Paul or Laura's marked here. I think we'll do this Paul crate first. Then I'll probably end up doing back-to-back new vinyl because I think we do have a couple pre-orders over here. But I feel like I've really worn out new vinyl in the last 24 hours. I'm ready to go through possibly some pre-owned looking stuff over here. So let's do it. Let's go through some pre-owned records, vintage, modern releases. It could be anything in here. Let's do it. Now my monitors are flipped, and every time I look up, I think I still got that poster on y'all's screen. Y'all might have to stay after me if I keep the wrong image up on the screen. Let's look at the poster one more time. It is at $220 with Boontar. That bid just came in. That's what we're bidding on. Let me get it. Let me grab it over here and show it live. Let me see. Yeah. I'll give you an idea of how large it is. Of course, y'all know this is about a 12-inch LP. So we'll lay it down there. So it's probably about 24 inches long, approximately. Give you an idea. Let's give you an idea of scale. I'm going to sell one of the Roger Maris Safe at Homes. Yeah, we're going to be doing that too. We're going to be doing that too for sure. That's a good one. All right, 24 by 18. That sounds exactly right. All right, I think we were done on heart. I see some outs. So this is sold to Sandy Villa for $45. Thank you, Sandy. She had that for the last 4 minutes. That's sold for $45. How much was Lost Highway? $39.99, Ivan. $39.99. And then Tiger Tails, the Hobbit on this is $42. Tiger Tails is $42. Okay. There's that. Now, we have another auction to put up. And that next auction is going to be Roger Waters Radio Chaos. Roger Waters Radio Chaos Shrink and Hop sticker, a 1987 U.S. original, still in shrink, VG Plus, a $20 start for Roger Waters Radio Chaos. That's now up for bid. Now, I know there were some people asked about Oasis. I'm currently over here scrolling through my phone. I'm going to try to find an image of that. Let me search my camera roll for Oasis. And if I search my camera roll for Oasis, we might can find an image of the COA, the LOA. There it is. And I can just airdrop this over here so we can show it on screen here in a second. Yeah. I got at least one. You give you an idea of what we're talking about. Let me save it over here. All right. We got a lot of stuff to go. Here we go. So what just happened? Okay. First thing we have is Keep On Singing, the Cathedral Quartet. This is a 79 gospel folk album, sealed, $34.99. The Police, Every Breath You Take, the singles. The Police is in Shrink with Hype. Looks like a spectacular copy, $29.99. The Police. New Arrivals, pre-owned records. Paul has marked these today. Tiger Tails is at $47. Roger Waters is now up for bid. Roger Waters is a $20 start. I think Ivan R. does want a Lost Highway, right? I'll go pull that for Ivan R., one of the Lost Highway soundtracks. Thank you. Let's go grab that, Lost Highway. I'll put that right here for Ivan. And now Ministries at $233. Also have Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $19.99. Nice. Tyler Childers' Purgatory, $19.99. Tiger Tails is at $47. Roger Waters has bids. I was waiting for that to get started. Thank you. I was starting to get word there. Ministry still getting bids. Signed poster, JSA authenticated. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. Got to get that monster in my system. Also, we have the Mondo Singles soundtrack. Alice in Chains, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden. This is on orange vinyl, $39.99 on that. Great price on Tyler Childers. The Police is a beautiful copy. Jason Isbell, Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free. That's $24.99 for Jason Isbell. And John Cougar, American Fool. John Cougar is in Shrink with the Hop sticker. Hurt So Good and Jack and Diane. Now, last night, I meant to ask Paul. Haven't had a lot of time to ask him. We hit a batch of OG records that were immaculate. We were showing last night around 1:30 a.m., and then we stopped around 2. I don't know where they came from, but they were new arrivals, and it looks like we're hitting some of that same batch right here. Like stuff minty in Shrink with Hop stickers. The way I love collecting OG records. I mean, they always carry a premium because they're beautiful. But man, it looks like we've hit some more fantastic stuff in here. We got new bidders in on Ministry, 236, 237, 240, 245. Roger Waters is at 22. Tiger Tails is at 49. Brian F. gets the first claim in here with Tyler Childers. That has Feathered Indians on it and the Universal Sound. Up in Pocahontas. Cranberry Glades. We got JK on singles. JK gets the singles. James Fairfax on the police. Paul Catridge second on singles. Cody next on Tyler. And we still got John Cougar and Jason Isbell. Also, J.D. McPherson, the Warm Covers LP. This is $34.99. J.D. McPherson, a 2023 Record Store Day, clear of red, white, and blue vinyl. So Tiger Tails, the last bid was John Kaiser at $49. Bill Reese is out. John Kaiser, final call to you. J.D. McPherson sold to Robert Barnett. Kristen Barnett second, same family. And then Roger Waters. So we opened with two $20 bids and then 22. John Howard, just so you know, you're out on this, okay? John Howard, just so you know, you are out on that. Let me pull back up the ministry poster right quick. I actually have a couple more images of it. Can I scroll? Will this let me scroll, or do I have to open all of them? I bet I have to open all of them, don't I? I got some other images of it, but this, I mean, I think y'all know what you're bidding on. So that's what they're bidding on, this ministry poster here. And the high bid right now is Rebecca Howard at $245. I think it's a 24 by 18. It's an official promo poster from that era, and it's signed nicely with a JSA authentication. That's what we're bidding on right now, okay? And then the Tiger Tails is on its final call, and so is Roger Waters. Nope, Tiger Tails and Roger Waters get new bids. The Police is already sold. Next record in here is Tom Robinson's Sector 27. Tom Robinson is $9.99. We have Silver Sun Pickups, Better Nature. Silver Sun Pickups is a 2015. It has a signed insert with it, $39.99 on that. Roger Waters, John Howard, that $23 bid might have done it. This album, by the way, is not in print. Roger Waters' like original solo discography, very similar to like David Gilmour's. Their early stuff as a solo artist is not in print. They've never reissued this. They've never reissued the Hitchhiking album. They've never reissued David Gilmour's solo albums. Maybe that will happen one day. They're great. It's great stuff, especially the David Gilmour stuff. But there's that. And it's at $23. Was J.D. McPherson the EP or the LP? J.D. McPherson was the LP. That was the LP, okay? Here we have Long Lost, the new album from Lord Huron is what the hop sticker says. Lord Huron, Long Lost, $34.99 on that. So Ministry out and Ministry out. The high bid right now is a final call, and that's with Rebecca Howard at $245. $245, and that's going to be a final call on that. Final call, $245. Okay? Tiger Tails all of a sudden has new bids. Phil Elliott, you're back out. We have Jack Johnson, and this is a 2020 20th anniversary remaster. A 20th anniversary remaster. Jack Johnson, $24.99. This is Marvel's Luke Cage original soundtrack from Mondo. Luke Cage, Marvel soundtrack from Mondo. Yellow vinyl from 2016, $39.99. Never had that before. John Mayer, Heavier Things. John Mayer is a 2015 pressing. That's $24.99. Jeremy Bryant on Silver Sun Pickups. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Jason Fornerat on Jack Johnson. Natasha on SP. That was probably for Silver Sun Pickups. So you were second. And then John Durden second on Jack Johnson. Okay? And we have Candy Stanton, House of Love, $9.99. Tracy Spencer, a 1988 US, $9.99. And My Morning Jacket Is Still Moves, a 2016 4LP Deluxe, $29.99. All right, so Roger Waters is sold, and Roger Waters is sold to John Howard for $23. $23, thank you. Seems like a great price on that with Shrink and Hop. Natasha on LH, which was Lord Huron. That's sold to Natasha. Great stuff here, Paul's marked. And then Tiger Tails is up to Phil Elliott. Phil, let me know. John Kaiser has this for $53. I've got to sell it pretty soon. Let's introduce another new LP. If you're on the clock and you're waiting for something, be sure to keep reminding me. We'll eventually get it up. I'm going to go ahead and put up Third Eye Blind. Third Eye Blind is a Walmart exclusive Go vinyl. This has Semi-Charmed Life and Jumper on it. It is in shrink, it's limited edition, and it's going to go up for a $20 start. Now, let's go ahead and officially sell this to Rebecca, and Rebecca gets the ministry poster. Rebecca, thank you, and this is sold to Rebecca for $245, and that was Dragon over on Twitch, $245, okay? $245. $245. That's about what I thought. I was thinking, I had Paul do like some comps and a little bit of research, and I was thinking that was going to be about $250, and we got to $245. Now, I have a surprise. I have a surprise. Let me make sure. Let me look at it and make sure. I have a surprise. I don't have a photo of this one either, so I'm going to show it live on screen. We are live right now, right? Okay. I have a feeling there might be two other people that might want to grab it, so we'll see. I do have one more. It's different. It's the same poster. It's just a different signed poster. I have another, $245, and it's my last one. I do not have another one. I have one more. So maybe Boontar or John Durden wants it. $245. JSA authenticated. There's the other one. So for the two backup bidders, that's the last chance. I don't think I have anything else signed by ministry in this building. I think that's my last ministry signed item. That came from the Nashville, Paul may remember, but I think that came from that Nashville Music Executives collection. I think that came from the Nashville Music Executives collection. So that's probably why he had multiple signed items. Y'all probably remember all that stuff. We had everything promo all the way from Nirvana and Soundgarden to metal and even Taylor Swift stuff that we've had. So I think that's where those came from, just a little bit of provenance. So John or Boontar's already passing, but John, if you decide you want it, it's yours. I think the last two bids was $240. John, just very close to your last bid. $245. John Durden had bid $240. So if you want it, John, $245. There's another one. And Third Eye Blind's at $22. We've already sold Led Zeppelin. It was official purple vinyl. It only got one bid for $80. I was very surprised. Tiger Tails. Tiger Tails. Wait a second. I'm way out of order. First, Troy Robinson wanted Tracy S. I hadn't pulled that yet. Tracy Spencer sold to Troy Robinson. Tiger Tails 54. What was Spencer? Already sold. Third Eye Blind 20. Shakedown got My Morning Jacket. Third Eye Blind 20. Third Eye Blind 30. Third Eye Blind 40. And then William Lee Murray bid 21. It was already at 40. Third Eye Blind's at $40. Third Eye Blind's at 40. Now it's at 40 with auto check. Okay. Brian Reynolds, you were third on Spencer. Okay. The first person who asked about Tracy Spencer, I'll go back and double check. I'll make sure. Troy Robinson said Tracy Spencer. And then Brian Reynolds says, what was Spencer? And then I think you asked again, what was Spencer? But before you did any of that, Troy had already claimed it. Troy had already beat you to it. All right? It's gone. Technically, you were second. Officially, you were second. William Lee Murray, you are very far behind on Third Eye Blind. The high bid's already 40 with Lauder Check. And Tiger Tails is still getting bids. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. John Kaiser has it for $55. Bruno Mars, 24 Karat Magic. Gold Vinyl, $24.99. These are getting claimed quickly. Hope everybody's zoned in. Nirvana, $29.99. Nirvana Unplugged. Silver Sun Pickups, Neck of the Woods. Silver Sun Pickups is EX, $26.99. Eddie Murphy, Shrink. Look at these hop stickers. Shrink, VG, $14.99. And No Doubt is VG Plus, $14.99. O'Doul gets Nirvana. What is the information on Third Eye Blind? It's a 2022 U.S. reissue, limited edition, Gilded gold vinyl, a Walmart exclusive. It's a final call to Vladarchuk for $40. Okay? Now, Jennifer Schrader on Eddie Murphy. So did Jennifer Schrader. Prince 1999 is VG plus $24.99. John Durden got the other ministry poster. This is so to John Durden. So let's make sure he gets this one. I'll show it on screen so we match it up correctly. This one sold to him. Same price as the other one. Both ministry posters are sold $245, $245. All right. I've got a few more things to put up. I'll do the Roger Maris here in just a second. Give me 1 second. I'm working on that. Big night here. Very cool. Lots of cool new stuff. All mostly new stuff tonight. Very nice. All right. Give me 1 second. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. All right. Here we go. We have a request for Gary Moore. First thing we have is we sold Eddie Murphy. Stephen Parton on Prince. Chris Bryant second on Eddie Murphy. And then we have Canned Heat. VG Plus. It has the uncensored cover. VG Plus $24.99 on that. Third Eye Blind is sold to Vladarchuk for $40. And Tiger Tails, Phil Elliott bid $56. John Kaiser, it goes back to you. $56. They're going back and forth on Tiger Tails. It's at $56. Next is Gary Moore. Gary Moore is an 85 Japanese original compilation with insert and Obi, still in shrink, a $25 start. Next is Tim Harden 2. EX $12.99. There is cover damage on the front and back. EX $12.99. And Slim Gellard Rides Again. A 1959 US Mono OG VG Plus $29.99. Tiger Tails is a 57. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. Phil Elliott, you've been outbid. Just FYI, Mr. Phil Elliott. Let me get my cursor over here. Where are you, cursor? There's my cursor. All right, I'm going to try the Michael Monroe poster. Let me find the great image of it here. Well, let's see how good this looks on the full screen. All right. Oh, that looks excellent. Okay, so this is huge signature, gigantic signature. Michael Monroe from Hanoi Rocks, JSA authenticated, and this is a large poster. This takes up most of, I bet this would take up most of the table. It's a pretty big poster. That signature, I mean, you know how big the JSA cards are now. You can see how large the signature is. We will ship this rolled in a tube, $125 start. Signed Michael Monroe poster, Hanoi Rocks, $125 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? That is available for bidding. Next thing we have over here is Tiger Tails 57. Gary Moore has bids for $25. Kelly, the Prince album already sold. I have VG Plus $19.99 for Jungle Brothers, Straight Out of the Jungle. VG Plus $19.99, Jungle Brothers, Straight Out of the Jungle. Darius Rucker, Back to Then, album sampler, EX $12.99. Tiger Tails is sold to John Kaiser for $57. Gary Moore is at 30 with Kristen Start. Gary Moore is at 30 with Kristen Start. That's now officially up for bid. Really cool Hanoi Rocks poster, $125 start. That's also up for bid. Our next auction is going to be The Clash. And this is a 79 OG with the original promo single. VG++ EX, a $30 start on The Clash. That's now up for bid. Great new arrivals crate we're going through here. The Phil Woods Quintet, 88 US, VG Plus $14.99. Odetta at Carnegie Hall. Odetta is VG Plus $14.99. Troy Robinson on Darius Rucker. Troy, just so you know, it does have a little bit of a seam crackle right there. Darius Rucker is EX $12.99. Gary Moore is at 32. Clash is at 30. Who is Jill Scott? Words and Sounds, Volume 1. Who is Jill Scott? A 2021 remaster EX, and this is $32.99. Wilson Pickett, Don't Knock My Love, a German import. Wilson Pickett is VG $9.99, and Gary Moore's at 32 and 35, and Paul's throwing up his hands in his air because he just don't care. He's leaving. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. All right, and we got JetBlue on JA, and JA was for Jill Scott. That's sold to JetBlue. Donna on Wilson Pickett, and Gary Moore is at 30, and the Clash is at 36. And let's look at the Michael Monroe poster one more time. Like I said, large poster. We will ship it rolled in a tube. Michael Monroe, not faking it, and it's a signed big, like pink reddish signature down there in the bottom corner, and that's $125 start. $125 start. That's now for bid. Final call if you want to lock it in. Okay? Over here we have George Michael at 45. The Clash is at 36. Also Aretha Franklin, This Girl's in Love with You. That's VG Plus $19.99. Al Green, this is Gets Next to You. Al Green is EX Condition, $17.99. Lucero, All a Man Should Do. Lucero is EX $17.99. And White Lady Badger, VG Plus $14.99. Sun Power, a 1977 US funk album. And check this out. It's on orange vinyl from 1977. VG Plus $19.99. And Maxwell, Black Summer's Night. Maxwell's a 2009 Euro. No CD, EX $36.99. All right, I'm going to read through those again quickly, and then I'm probably going to do back-to-back crates over here so we knock out maybe some of these new pre-orders. Paul's got 2 other crates up here, and then there's 2 lower crates to go through. So like I said, pretty much nonstop new arrivals tonight. And I can't wait to maybe go through last night's new arrivals again. Best offer, because there was a lot of stuff a lot of y'all probably didn't see. First, we got Elizabeth Stewart on AG. And AG was for Al Green. Hey, there's a Maxwell album. We had a big one last night, Donna and Troy. We have Keep On Singing, the Cathedral Quartet, a 79 gospel folk album, sealed for $34.99. Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free. That's a 2 LP, $24.99. John Cougar, American Fool, Shrinking Hype, Hurt So Good, Jack and Diane, $19.99. Tom Robinson, Sector 27, that's $9.99. And then this is Marvel's Luke Cage original soundtrack score, and that's on yellow vinyl for $39.99, a Marvel soundtrack there. John Mayer's $24.99, Heavier Things. Candy Staton, House of Love, that's $9.99. Bruno Mars, 24 Karat Magic, that's $24.99. Silver Sun Pickups, Neck of the Woods, that's EX $26.99. No Doubt is VG Plus $14.99, Hey Baby. And then over here we have Canned Heat, VG Plus $24.99. We have Gary Moore 60, Gary Moore 65. And then what about the Clash? This is worthy of one more examination. It is a 79 original that comes with the original promo single. It's a 79 Terre Haute original, VG Plus Plus EX, and Rebecca has it for $42. Rebecca has that for $42, and I'm going to go ahead and make this a buy it now. If anybody wants to go ahead and grab it, $125. That's going to be the price, $125 on that if anybody wants to grab it. Okay, $125 on that. Next is Tim Harden 2. That's EX $12.99. Also, Slim Gallard Rides Again. That's a 59 US Mono OG, VG Plus $29.99. We have Jungle Brothers, VG Plus $19.99. And we have Phil Woods Quintet, Bop Stew. That's VG Plus $14.99. Odetta at Carnegie Hall, VG Plus $14.99. Aretha Franklin, VG Plus $19.99. Lucero was EX $17.99. Badger, White Lady, VG Plus $14.99. Tony K's on here, who was in Yes. Yep. Tony K, VG Plus $14.99. Sun is VG Plus $19.99. And Maxwell, Black Summer's Night, is EX36.99. All right, so the Clash is sold then to Rebecca for $42. Michael Snared is going to grab the Michael Monroe poster. Michael's going to buy the Michael. Thank you, Michael. Let me show this right here on screen. I've already got it rolled up here. Thank you. It's a big poster. That's going to be sold to you. Appreciate that. That is gone. And 3 autograph posters sold now. Thank you on that. I'm going to put that right here on the table. Awesome. I figure that one might bring a couple $100 too, because we always have a lot of requests for Hanoi Rocks albums. There's that. These are all new arrival sticker price. Yep. Going to keep all these sticker price for sure right now. Gary Moore is the final call for $65. Let's grab another auction. And that next auction is going to be the Smiths. And the Smiths, I feel like we had one of these last night, but here's another one. Louder Than Bombs, an 87 U.S. Specialty OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, $50 start. The Smiths is now up for bid. And let's go ahead and probably do one of the more valuable autographs of the night. I've had these for a while, and so we had, with Fred Goodwin's collection, let me get it back up on screen. So with Fred Goodwin's collection, when I found these, I was like, wow, this is amazing. And I hadn't even said half the story. I found the actual lobby cards. Okay, the lobby card, this is what that is on the left. That's an original 1962 movie that came out. It was called Safe at Home. It was Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris. We had a whole set of them. I think I still do. Well, later on in that same box, I pull out another envelope, and it says Safe at Home lobby cards autographed. And I went, good God, I'm about to pull this out, and it's going to be autographed by either Mickey Mantle or Roger Maris. Either one would have been spectacular. And, of course, as you see, it was signed by Roger Maris. Very cool. I love this one because it has Mickey Mantle on it, too. But that is signed by Roger Maris. This one required a full letter from JSA. So there's the letter from JSA. It's an original 1962 lobby card. So it's an actual original item, too. Not a print, not a copy. It's an actual original lobby card. Beautiful signature. If that was graded, that would be... These signatures, they're usually bold like that. It would probably be a 9 or a 10. So it's a very bold signature. It's a fiber tip marker, so it's very bold. $750 start. And you don't have to bid, okay? If you don't want to, you don't have to bid. One of the favorite things I have found from Fred's collection. JSA lettered, Roger Maris, original signed lobby card, the M&M Brothers. Americana at its best. $750 start. $750 start. That's now up for bid. Full letter from JSA. Amazing item. Okay, Smiths has a bid for $55. Gary Moore is sold to George Jones for $65. Okay? And we have a crate we need to swap out. And let's do this. Let's do this. I'm going to put this right over here. And let's see what else I got over here. All right, so we got Smiths and we got Roger Maris up for bid. You never know what's going to pop up on Collectco. You just never know what's going to pop up on Collectco. Let's go ahead and knock these out because I think most of these are sold. Glad to see that they actually came in. Calvin Ward is in at $750 on Roger Maris. There it is, $750. Mickey Mantle, Roger Maris, Safe at Home. Amazing piece. And let me be grabbing the next auction. I'll go ahead and put that back up there. And let's go ahead and do this right here. Let's grab Soul Asylum, one I don't see too often. And here is Soul Asylum, Hang Time. Soul Asylum is a 1988 U.S. Electro Sound OG pressing. Wow, this is a lot of pressing plan information. Electro Sound Group Midwest EWM pressing. You're really getting down the weeds on this. Gold stamp, no white label promo, VG Plus condition. Soul Asylum has the hype sticker, $30. Once again, another great deal on a Smiths album about to be handed. We never get these in. And this one's about to sell for $55 to John Kaiser Final call on that one. What's the first record in here? Rush, Roll the Dice. I have 2 available. This is Rush live in Madison Square, Wisconsin. In Madison, Wisconsin, 1994. That's yellow vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. Roger Maris is going once, going twice to Calvin Ward, $750. Just so you know, that is being bid on back there in the background. I have maybe 4 or 5 of these left. This is Ozzy, patient number 9, purple vinyl. Okay, there was a post that these are coming in. Let's go pull this up. And there's 22 comments on the post. Some people grab 2. I have 30 in stock. So these, you're about to see these get evaporated. So let's start reading them off. The first person who got one was Stacy Brown and Kelly Gabney. Stacy Brown and Kelly Gabney. This is the purple vinyl. And then Brandon Jones and Clifford Umstead. Brandon Jones and Clifford Umstead. Shane Devers and Brandon Johnson. Shane Devers and Brandon Johnson. And then Terry Gearhart and Robert Barnett. Terry Gearhart and Robert Barnett. And now my crate's full, so let me swap out. Let me swap out Ben's right quick. There's those 2. Okay. And we have, I'm going to go ahead and put this up on the screen since it is an active auction. Hammers up. I'm about to sell this to Calvin Ward for $750. The signed original lobby card autographed by Roger Maris, $750. It's about to sell. And then also we have a claim. Let's go ahead and pull Rush for Joe Barrios, okay? And I'll see live Aussie claims, but let me get through the pre-order first. Scott Markheim and John Miller. Scott Markheim and John Miller. Autumn Betts and Kenny Cates Jr. Autumn Betts and Kenny Cates Jr. Kobe Edwards and Kevin Voitosh. Kobe Edwards and Kevin Voitosh. Todd Kilgore and Scott Smith. Todd Kilgore and Scott Smith. Those are sold and sold. And then we got Deckelman and Don Nicole. Deckelman and Don Nicole. We have Philip Holt and Mike Helton. Philip Holt and Mike Helton. Larry Russell and John LeBeatty wanted 2. Larry Russell and John LeBeatty wanted 2. So everybody got one on the post, and now we'll go down the line here and tag them live, okay? And the first thing we had, Joe Barrios got Rush. There was a new bid on the Smiths for 60. Soul Asylum got a bid for 35 of Chris Knapp. That's also a final call. A 1988 original, 1 bid, 35. And then JetBlue 004 gets an Aussie. Rebecca Howitt gets an Aussie. Kevin Weaver gets an Aussie. Lothal gets an Aussie. And we have 3 Aussies left. We have 3 Aussie patient number 9s left if anybody else wants one. Next LP in here was Mad Season, which I think I might have had a waiting list for. It's a 2 LP. Let's go open up my laptop right quick. Mad Season's a 2 LP remaster. That other version is now out of print, just saying. Aussie is $38.99. It looks like I've got 2 left after I give Alicia one. And let's pull up Mad Season here, MADSEASON. And Alan Montgomery. Alan Montgomery was on a waiting list for Mad Season. So, Alan, I'm going to give you this one. We're going to give Alicia S. a Aussie. We're going to give Brian C. that last Rush. And the first thing I'm going to do is sell Soul Asylum for $35. And then we're going to bring out the air horn. And thank you, Calvin Ward. I'm going to sell you this for $750. Roger Maris, safe at home, lobby card. Signed, JSA lettered, sold to you for $750. Everybody at home, if you're wearing headphones, you might want to turn down your volume. If your cats are nearby, they're probably about to look at you and freak out. I love the sound of air horns in the morning. I love the sound of air horns in the morning. All right, thank you, Calvin. Let's go lay that in here. Now, I've got good news, and I've got more good news. I've got good news, and I've got more good news. If you're like, dang, I should have bought that. Dang, Why didn't I bid? Dang. I'll give you some more options, okay? Same price. Let me make sure this is all of them. Hold on a second. Is this all of them? Same price except for one in here. It's in here, okay. Same price except for one in here. I have another one. $750. Letter from JSA. I have another one. $750. Letter from JSA. I have another one, just like the one I showed. Letter from JSA. And then this one is my favorite because it's the main title card. That it's very similar to the one we just sold, but it kind of looks like the movie poster. I think this is worthy of $950. I kind of like it myself. So I have that one, and then I have these others right over here. So think about it. These are pretty cool. That is, of course, there's Mantle, and then is it Casey, the old-time Yankee manager from that area? Casey starts with an S. He's on that one too. And then that's a pretty cool one there, also with Mantle. And I guess the kid that was kind of featured in the movie. I've never seen that movie. I don't know if anybody else has, but there's that. So there gives you some more options. And then Calvin, thank you. And maybe you want another one. Maybe frame two together. There you go. Yep, that was a movie. That was a movie from 62. That was a movie from 62 with Maris and Mantle. And now the Smiths is a final call with John Kaiser for $65. Let me make sure JK has set out. He has it on that one. And Casey Stengel, yeah. Longtime Yankees manager. All right, did I miss any claims? I didn't. Next LP in here is Doshi. And we had a waiting list for this. Doechii, or I. And this is Tim Colino Jr. and Tim Floyd. Tim Colino Jr. and Tim Floyd. I've got 2 sold, and there's 1 left. That was a record that Laura had ordered, and I have 1 left. There's that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Well, listen to this can. This can, that air horn, it like hisses for about 2 minutes after I blow it. Okay, and then over here we have the Sex Pistols box. Let's go ahead and do this. The Sex Pistols is a limited edition 6LP. And Laura says, I have basically no idea about any of the track sources. We just know it's a 6LP box, and all discs are EX or better. And this is a $125 start on the Sex Pistols. $125 start on that. I've got Rush Roll the Bones. Now, this is the actual album. Rush Roll the Bones. That's a 180 gram remaster. And that is available. RUSH, Rush. And that is the original album remastered. Jackie Beatty wants one. She was on a waiting list. That is sold. Sex Pistols is at $125. The Smiths, I was waiting for one person. They bid again. And now John Kaiser's right back in at $70. And then we had a waiting list for Def Leppard Hysteria. Def Leppard Hysteria is $44.99. Def Leppard Hysteria is $44.99. And this is sold to Carla Brecky. No, that's an old waiting list. It's James Young. James Young. Carl, I have you on a really old waiting list. I don't know if you're watching, but if you still need one, let me know. This is sold. This is sold to James Young. Thank you. $44.99. That's done. And we have 2 more copies back in stock of Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? $24.99. And the Smiths is at $90, okay? So what we're going to do right now is go through a Laura crate. I have a whole nother crate over here to go through, which is, I got 3 more crates of new vinyl. I got 2 Laura crates, and I am going to read through these one more time. Ozzy, patient number 9. I may have to step away to make a phone call here in about a minute, probably at the end of this crate. It's going to take me maybe 2 minutes, but if I don't do this right now, I'm trying to get something set up so we can get some more stuff authenticated. Like, if we don't do it soon, if I don't get this set up, and it could be like till October, and we won't get back our letters until after the first year. And I've got some killer stuff that I wanted letters back before the end of the year, and I actually might have to make a phone call in like 2 seconds. If not, I'll do it again tomorrow. But Jan Gunther on Ozzy, thank you. There's now one Ozzy left. Patrick C. Smith Sr. on Jimi Hendrix. That is so to Patrick C. Smith Sr. There's Jimi Hendrix. Thank you on that. And then I've got 2 Mad Seasons for $39.99. That is available. And then we have the Doechii album for $36. We have Rush, Roll the Bones for $33. Def Leppard, Hysteria, last copy for $44. 2 copies left. And then 1 Jimi Hendrix. Have you ever been experienced? Well, I have. And then over here, we have Scentless said, I sold Coletco my entire sports collection, and Chad gave me a great deal for it. That's true. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. Yeah, we will buy sports stuff, autographs, jerseys, basketballs, baseballs, cards, whatever. I'll buy everything. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get all this done because if it takes a letter, these things that take letters take months. They've got to get like quadruple checked. They got to get notarized down in Florida. They got to print the watermark papered. You know, it go multiple people sign off on it at JSA. You know, they're forensic people. I mean, it's like this whole process, and it takes a long time for that stuff to come back. I mean, it's a thorough process because, I mean, multiple people are notarizing it and backing that it's real. So it has to basically go through almost like a legal process before those letters come back. But that's always a good thing, knowing how many layers of security it goes through. Melanie Jennings gets the last Ozzy. There's that. And we have the Smiths. The JK go out. He's out. This is so to John Kaiser for $70. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Sex Pistols box is at $125. And this is going once, going twice to Rebecca. And it's a 6 LP. And we really don't have hardly any information about it. And now it has bids for $120. I was about to say, I don't think that's going to sell for $125. There we go. $127, $130. And here's what's left in here. Hendrix, Def Leppard, Rush, Doechii, and Mad Season. And yes, if I can find the black keys, we'll go ahead and knock that out so everybody knows who got them. I know they've shipped. Let me just see if they're over here. If they're not over here, then it'll be tomorrow. Let me see if they're over here. If not, then we'll go ahead and do a Laura crate. They are not over here. No Black Keys tonight. A lot more Black Sabbath, but no Black Keys tonight. I know they've shipped, but they're not in. So we're getting them. They're just not on hand yet. Not on hand yet. All right, let's introduce another auction. Wow, I step away and the Sex Pistols have exploded. The gun has went off. The pistol has been reloaded. Let's grab another auction right quick. And call my bookie. No. I use, what do I use? I hadn't bet on a game since college football season. And that's the only thing I don't, that's not a fun thing to do. And plus, I only do the games I go to. No. Boy, I know some people who take it way too seriously. I'm like, dude, you got to chill. All right. Here we go. So we sold to Roger Maris, and I still got extras if anybody else is interested. Let's go ahead and bring this over. I was looking at the Laura crate sticker. Oh, I got to hide this, don't I? Hold on a second. I got to hide this. So here, y'all get a good look at it. I got to go hide this, actually. And will Aussie coming next week if I go on a wait list? Yeah, because I don't even know if they're even in stock anymore. What is today? Wednesday? Yeah, it'll be next week. It'll be next week. Let me go hide this thing. I'm going to hide the Laura crate sticker. Sorry, it's been a while since we had some of these. Laura's been away for a few days, and she was luckily here today. And that's why we got so much new stuff. And let me get this over here. Brent, I was waiting for you to bid. I didn't say anything, but I was like, Brent must be passing or he must have got off the chat. I've already sold one to Calvin. I'll show you the other ones that's still available as soon as I get this crate started here. And I got to send a message. And like I said, I might have to go make a quick phone call. Okay. Let me put this back in here where it was. Wow, looks like Laura has some excellent stuff, Mark. This might be one of those crates where we sell everything in here. So, the Sex Pistols at $251. Pesto. That's what George Costanza was eating. Pesto, pesto. Why do I order pesto? All right. Wow, this is from 1989. So y'all know these are still in print. We have them sometimes, but this is actually a 1989 pressing. It's from the Batman 66 TV show soundtrack. There's the Barrett Customs iconic Batmobile on the front. I have 3 of those in my garage, in case you didn't know. I have an 89 Euro reissue here, EX edition, a $25 start. $25 start. Okay? Sex Pistols 251 with Rebecca. It goes back to Robert. Make sure I didn't miss any other comments. And I think we're good to go, right? Glenn just got out of the pool. So we have Batman at $25 start. Let's get started with the Lore Crate. So in case y'all didn't know, the Lore Crate sticker is hidden. It is now hidden inside of a record here, okay? And I have selected which one. I went right to one and I grabbed it and I said, this is perfect. And it's now inside of one of the album jackets. So it will be a mystery. It will be a mystery. First thing, we're going to get started. We got a final call on the Sex Pistols and Batman. Brent, I'm going to show a few records and I'll show you those Roger Maris. And then we have a couple more autograph items to put up too, okay? First thing we have is this. Pearl Jam Unplugged. A 2021 VG Plus $24.99. Pearl Jam Unplugged. VG Plus $24.99. Bond IVR EX $17.99. I think it's self-titled. St. Paul and the Broken Bones. Half the City. EX $22.99. Also, Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. We have EX $17.99. EX $17.99. Gin Blossoms, New Miserable Experience. And the Wigs in the Dark, Garage Rock, VG Plus $9.99. Okay, so the first new activity was Stephen Parton on Pearl Jam. Chris Knapp, you did get Soul Asylum for $35, yes. Stephen Parsons also on Gin Blossoms. Joseph Ellis on St. Paul and the Broken Bones. Ryan Eaton second on Pearl Jam. Sex Pistols has a new bid for $300. Kristen Barnett on GB. And GB was Gin Blossoms. So that means you were second on that one. Wigs. Jeremy Bryant on Wigs. Chris Knapp second on Wigs, second on Gin Blossoms, and Devin Reese third on Gin Blossoms. Now the Sex Pistols is at $351. Going twice, going 3 times. Again, we had a second burst of bids there. Final call on Batman for $25. Now, so we sold a Roger Maris signed lobby card earlier for $750. And we have 4 more still left. The one we sold brought $750. So this one's $750. Full letter. Signed. This one. Same thing. Also signed. I like that one. Also signed. And then this one I was at $950. I was at $950 because this is the actual title card from the movie. I really like this one. And these are original lobby cards from that movie. $9.50 on that one. The other three are $7.50 each. Okay? Calvin already got one for $7.50. The one he got for $7.50 looks very similar to this. It's just them posing like that, but it's not the actual title card. Okay? So those are that. That's that. Brent, just go ahead and say I'll take all 4 of them, or 5, or just give them all to me. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Sex Pistols. Rebecca gets that for $3.51. Batman does have a bid for $25. Bond IVR. This is EX $17.99. Leon Bridges Coming Home. VG condition $9.99. Pete Yorn Back and Forth. Pete Yorn is VG Plus $44.99. A 2009 USOG Pete Yorn. And we have Sam Cooke Encore. Sam Cooke is VG Plus $14.99. Wow. There's a good chance this is one of those lure crates are probably going to get obliterated. Don't forget, the lure crate sticker is hidden somewhere in here. It may still be in here. It may have already been grabbed. Who knows? The Black Crow Southern Harmony, a musical companion. VG Plus $19.99, a 2015. And Draw the Line David Gray, a 2009 USOG. VG Plus $74.99. $74.99. Kristen Barnett first on the Black Crows, then Stephen Parton. Natasha on BI for Bond IVR. Hope I'm finally saying that right, Craig. Craig Sweden always getting after me over Bond's name. And thanks for showing couch diving. Let you know. Thank you. Over here, Brian Hickson was third on the Black Crows. And Batman is sold for $25 to Travis Woods. Let's get some new auctions up. The next auction I have is X. This is Ain't Love Grand. A 1985 U.S. Carrollton OG Club in shrink, near mint, a top copy. X is a $25 start. X is a $25 start. All right, and let me take this off. What other thing did I have photographed? Let's see. We sold Ministry. We sold the other Ministry. We sold that. Oh, the Avenged Sevenfold. I still got the Avenged Sevenfold poster. And I can actually show this. Let me do a small item I can just put up here on the table. We're going to go ahead and do the John Sebastian autographed book. John Sebastian from The Lovin' Spoonful. Do You Believe in Magic? Daydream. Woodstock Performer. Best Wishes, John Sebastian. It's been JSC authenticated. AX73693. And actually, this is 692. Let me find 693. Is this 692? This is AX. Hold on one second. This is AX73693. I wonder if I got 693 in here. Uh-oh. Let me run this number right quick. What is J? What is AX73692? Clayton Moore. I bet I know where 693 is. It's probably right over here in this other stack then. Probably wherever this Clayton Moore autograph is because we just had that last night. It's probably the 693 card. I just showed some Clayton Moores last night. I bet it's right in here. 691. I'm getting close. I can't look for it right now. I'll be looking for an hour. But either way, it's good to go. And as always, we got stacks of cards over here. Ed's been helping me out and looking them up and matching them. We got so many JSA cards lying around in this store. But either way, it's just a $45 start. Very nice. And it's an actual song book, too. It's got guitar tablature and whichever else is in there. I can't read music, but I'm sure some of y'all can. That's a $45 start, okay? Now, we have X is at 25 with John Durden, going once, going twice. Back to this wonderful crate. Kings of Leon, Mechanical Bull. Kings of Leon, VG Plus, $19.99, Mechanical Bull. And we have Aziz Ansari, Intimate Moments for a Sensual Evening. That is a comedy album. VG $9.99. Kings of Leon is sold to Stephen Parton. Also, we have the Smashing Pumpkins, Pisces Iscariot. Smashing Pumpkins is EX condition, $32.99. Now, that was the last of the check condition records. X is a final call, just one bid for $25. No bid on the John Sebastian songbook, $45 start. And let's go ahead and put this up. Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. An 83 USOG sealed copy with hop sticker. OG sealed Stray Cats, a $20 start. Now, we have Clayton Moore as in Lone Ranger. Yeah, I just picked up about 2 or 3 of them right here. I've got this. It's $65 if you want it. AX7412. Yeah. Clayton Moore, the Lone Ranger. Signed photo. $65. Okay. Now, here's the non-check condition stuff. Control. Milo Green Control. $9.99. $9.99. We have Chris Cornell compilation. It's called Chris Cornell, $39.99. Alicia wants the Clayton Moore signed photo. That's sold to Alicia for $65. Thank you. And we have De La Soul, 3 Feet High and Rising, a 2 LP black vinyl, $27.99. Wow, X, a top copy and shrink, just one bid, sold to John Durden for $25. Over here, we got Michael Bohannon on CC for Chris Cornell. And we have Phil Collins, Serious Hits Live. Very nice, a 2 LP, Phil Collins, $29.99. Once again, we're dealing with a sealed Stray Cats here. Rant and Rave with the MTV hype sticker, looking for a $20 start. I'm going to go ahead and make John Sebastian a buy it now for $45. Now, the card I'm looking for, no big deal if you don't have it. Some people love to have them. We have it here, and we've been finding them for people, putting them in an envelope and putting them in the mail, okay? So if you have bought some JSA stuff, there's some I'm still looking for. There's some I'm still been looking for 6 months for people. So if you we got a spreadsheet. Here's some really recent ones here I'm still trying to find. But I have thousands of those JSA cards, and we're trying to match them up. I have names and people I'm trying to get them to. And every time we find a stack, we look them up and we write down on a sticky note what they are. It just takes a lot of time. But there's that. Travis Woods on Phil Collins. Stray Cats has a bid for $20 with Brent Robley. That's going once, going twice. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is Smashing Pumpkins, Zeitgeist. And this is unofficial. And this is a Smashing Pumpkins album. If you didn't know this, it's never been officially pressed to vinyl. This has never been officially pressed to vinyl, Zeitgeist. It's a white vinyl bootleg, a $55 start. $55 start on that. Alicia, if you're into cowboy stuff like Lone Ranger autographs, you probably, since you're new, you probably have no idea what we have here. We have one of the largest cowboy autograph, movie poster, photograph collections. It's got to be in this area, all from Fred Goodwin. Now, keep in mind, I've sold thousands of items over the last 5 years, but we still got thousands of cowboy-related items. Lone Ranger, Roy Rogers, Gene Autry, all that stuff. I have posters, autographs, comic books. You would not believe it. You would not believe it. The Beatles, #1 hits. 27 #1 hits. It has the booklets with it. $39.99. Also, we have this. This is My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall 2. This is on clear vinyl, $14.99. Back up at the top, last thing we have is Phil Collins. I remember Chad almost giving away those De La Souls. Yeah, oh my gosh. I don't order that anymore. It's a great, if you're into rap, it's a great and important album in that genre. However, if you hadn't been around very long, I don't order that anymore unless somebody for sure wants it. That is a cursed record here at Coletco. Stray Cats is at 23, Smashing Pumpkins 55. The Michael Monroe poster already sold. Michael Monroe poster already sold. Chad, sorry, did you pull the pumpkins from the crate? No, I didn't. You wanted the Smashing Pumpkins? Stephen Parton on Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Stephen Parton also got the Beatles. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Beatles #1 hits. Scott Markheim was second. And here we have Foo Fighters, $27.99. The color and the shape, $27.99. So, Brent, you were outbid on the sealed Stray Cats. It's now at $23. And Ryan Eaton, you tied Barnett on the Smashing Pumpkins white vinyl unofficial. Okay? So, that is at $55 there. Now, we also have Angels and Airwaves. We Don't Need to Whisper. We auctioned one of their albums last night. That is $34.99 for Angels and Airwaves. And Ryman, what do we have here? Oh, it's Garth Brooks. Triple Live, Ryman, Garth Brooks, $24.99. I don't know if I've ever seen that before, though. Ron Duffield on the Foo Fighters. That's sold to Ron Duffield. And we have Bully. This is Sugareg. And this is signed by Alicia Bonganaro with FlexiDisc, $29.99. I just butchered a lot of stuff, but y'all know me, I'll apologize in advance. We have Cats at $25. I keep wanting to say Sex Pistols. Smashing Pumpkin 60-65. And we have Ron Eaton picking up the Angels and Airwaves. And now I've got to swap out crates because my crate is really full. The next autographed item I think is really incredible because we had some James Stewart stuff that was... let me swap out my crates, though, first. This is now going up for bid. This is a really cool piece. This is a piece of art from James Stewart, as in the legendary Hollywood actor, as in It's a Wonderful Life. And I don't know a lot about Harvey, but he used to doodle these sometimes when he would sign. Well, evidently, what I remember asking Fred before he passed away, we got all this stuff from a man named Fred Goodwin, is he got to meet James Stewart several times, and he got him to draw some of these Harveys. And this was hanging in Fred's living room. It was right above his couch. Because I remember when I first went in there, first time I was in his house, I looked at that and I was like, wow, did James Stewart actually draw that too? So, and we've sold some pretty expensive James Stewart stuff. James Stewart stuff that is on It's a Wonderful Life is really expensive. That stuff is, especially original stuff. But this is pretty cool. So JSA has authenticated it, and it's in everything's in the hand of James Stewart. The doodle, the drawing, the signature, and the Harvey. And I don't know if y'all want this or not. It has a mat. That's the mat it was in. Fred had it framed. Of course, we had to bust it open to get the sticker on the item. But that's a $225 start. Beautiful signature. And he actually drew this. So we're talking about in the hand of James Stewart. I think this is a really incredible piece. $225 start. I'm going to lay this. I'm going to lay it off to the side. I have a photograph of it I can bring up on screen. That will be a lot easier. And then y'all can let me know if you want that mat or not when we ship it. But that's now up for bid, $225. Really cool piece. Okay, let me pull up the image of it. That way we don't have to bring it back and forth. I can just show it right up here. Let's go full screen with this. Where are you, James Stewart? There you are. Bailey Building and Loan. There we go. $225 on that. Very cool. All righty. Now back to our main camera view. Jennifer Schrader's in on Harvey at $225. What a sweet item. What a sweet item. I remember going to the mall like maybe 10 years ago and there was an art exhibit for like Paul McCartney, and there was like some of his art, and I think there was John Lennon stuff there, and I remember it was expensive stuff, but compared to today's prices, I remember my mom taking there because I was into the Beatles when I was a kid, and I remember her taking me to that. But compared to today's prices, some of that stuff is like a fortune now. So, okay. Now, let's go back up to the top. And we had the Stray Cats at $25. Smashing Pumpkins is at $60-65. We pulled Angels. And then Scott Markheim was getting the Garth Brooks Ramen. Okay? There's that. And we have the Heart has already sold. Harvey has a bid for $225. Heart bootleg is already sold. And then next was this is Bully Loser Edition, signed by lead vocalist Alicia something, $29.99. Okay. Now, who was he's out on Smashing Pumpkins and Stray Cats. And we have Jacob Dylan, Seeing Things. Jacob Dylan is sealed, a 2008 USOG, $54.99. Japanese. David, there might be 2 or 3 left. Duran Duran, Billy Joel, Honey Drippers, Deep Purple. That's it. That's it. That's why you're not seeing much Japanese. You've missed 2 full nights of Japanese. You wasn't here Monday, and I don't think you were here on yesterday. And I think you've missed a lot. You've missed your allotment, buddy. You've been watching on the wrong nights. Rebecca Howard on Bully. That's so to Rebecca Howard. Now, Natasha did ask about it. Natasha asked the Loser Edition. So, Natasha has dibs. She did ask about it, right? Yeah, what was the Loser Edition? So, and I just answered her question. So, yeah, Natasha has dibs on that, Rebecca. Sorry about that. But, yeah, she did ask about it a moment ago. Led Zeppelin House of the Holy is $22.99. A near mint pre-owned copy, $22. All right. The Smashing Pumpkins white vinyl unofficial, that is sold to Robert Barnett for $65. Also over here, we have Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. Rant and Rave with the Stray Cats. And Rick Hall got that for $25. A sealed copy of Hop Sticker. Wow, that seems like a great price. John McPatriot on Led Zeppelin. And we have a final call on Harvey. Harvey does have a bid for $225. Nice. Jennifer Schrader, we're about to sell it. Signed by James Stewart. The artwork by James Stewart, $225. If you want to bid, now's the time. Also, I have our next auctions. Let's try another Clash. And let's also try, let's see what's up with this Tenacious D. Laura's got it in the high-end tab, so it must be pretty pricey. Here we go. The Clash, Give 'em Enough Rope. The Clash is a 1980 U.S. Pitman, second label design, in shrink, VG Plus, a $20 start. And then Tenacious D. Tenacious D is the original, that's why. It's the 2001 OG. VG Plus EX, $50 start, a 2 LP. All right, moving right along with this lower crate. Queen, The Game, $24.99. Don't forget, the lower crate sticker was hidden in this crate. It might still be in here. It might still be in here. It might have already been grabbed. We're going to read through this crate, then I'll tell you again. Queen, Leon. Leon is on bone-colored vinyl, $17.99. Prince, The Hits, Volume 2, a Walmart exclusive on creamy, white-colored vinyl, $24.99. Robert Warner on Queen. So to Robert Warner. This looks like, I was about to say, it's the Rankin Tour. Wow, that was cool. It changes. It's a lenticular. I'm fascinated by lenticulars. It's the Rankin Tours, right? Yeah. The Rankin Tours, Help a Stranger. Third Man Vault Package, number 40. The LP only. It's missing the 7-inch. It does have a lenticular, $34.99. Clash does have a bid for $20. Tenacious D. All right, Jennifer Schrader, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and sell you Harvey for $225. Thank you on that. What a cool piece. That is sold for $225. Let's take that in here into the Operations Center. Thank you on that. And we also have this right here to put up. And I'm going to do that in just a second. And let's go back to the main camera here. And we have No Doubt Icon. That's essentially a No Doubt Gwen Stefani compilation. It's a yellow-white vinyl Walmart exclusive. Now, that's one of those that's truly a Walmart exclusive. That means, like, that's never been offered. There's a No Doubt singles collection, but that Icon thing is like a true Walmart exclusive. $24.99. Same way with Poison. Y'all remember Poison Greatest Hits? If you ever saw those for sale in Walmart, you should have grabbed them because those are truly a Walmart exclusive. We have Bruno Mars, Doo Wop, and Hooligans. Bruno Mars is $24.99. We're about to sell The Clash for $20, just only one bid. And we're about to sell Tenacious D for $50. Ben Harper, Welcome to the Cruel World. Ben Harper is $19.99. And we have Marcus Mumford, the debut album. This is $12.99. Lead singer from Mumford & Sons. Clear vinyl, $12.99. The Clash has a new bid for $21. Jennifer says you can keep the mat with it. Clash has a new bid for $25. Bruno Mars is sold to Danzig. And we also have Adele 30, clear vinyl, Walmart, $14.99. Tenacious D was a no bid. It's a 2001 OG, a $50 buy it now on Tenacious D. Okay? Let me pull up the next item over here I have an image of. And I think it's the Kid Rock drum head. Let me find that right quick. And there's one person who's bought about every signed Kid Rock item I think we've had. I don't know if she's watching. And this is a multi-signed item here. Let me grab the COA. This is a drum head. This is from Kevin Cave of Rock collection, which had a lot of signed Kid Rock albums. This is the same guy we got the Kid Rock robe from. But it's signed by Kid Rock, Kenny Olson, Jason Krause, Jimmy Trombley, Aaron Jolison, Paradamine, Beauregard. And I think a lot of that is... a lot of that was his original band lined up from that era, a lot of the members who played, and that's a $575 start. $575 on that. Kid Rock is up there on the top left, of course. Signed drum head. It's got 9 signatures on it, and it's $575. $575 on that. $575. STP MoFi sold out last night in the that sold out last night in the on-sale bins. Scentless Apprentice on BM. That was for Bruno Mars, right? If so, you were second. Scentless on Bruno Mars. Danzig got that one first. Stephen Parton wanted the. And that was for, he meant D. And that was for, what was that for, Stephen? N and D. Tenacious D. Okay. Tenacious D. That's sold to Stephen Parton. Scott Dwallow got Adele. And then Clash is at 28. Dennis Daly on No Doubt. Then Manny Ray. Clash 29, 30, 31. And we have Marcus Mumford, the debut album. Marcus Mumford is the lead singer from Mumford & Son. $12.99. Vladimir, if you don't want it, then Natasha does. Also, we have Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Sealed on silver vinyl. $29.99. And the Beastie Boys is a 2019, that's $19.99. Okay? Vladimir does want the Marcus Mumford. Natasha, you were second. Now, the Clash is at 31. Chris Knapp, you're out. Rebecca has it. Beastie Boys sold to Mark Stanley. Now, we're going to read through these again. I'm going to tell you after we read them a second time whether somebody got the lower crate sticker or if it's possibly still in here. We're going to go ahead and read through them one more time, though. Let's go ahead and put up another LP. The Clash looks awfully lonely back there. How about the Descendants? I do not want to grow up. Neither do I. That's why I became a collectibles dealer. I can remain a kid for the rest of my life. A U.S. reissue. Exact year is unknown, but the barcode matches reissues. So this is probably a pretty recent reissue, but you really don't know till you open it and run the matrix, but it looks and feels like it's a pretty new pressing. And I have a betting sense that it is. A $25 start on that. Michael Bohannon got the Ben Harper. Scott Markheim second on Beastie Boys. And Michael Bohannon wants Leon Bridges. All right. And that was right back here, Leon Bridges. All right. Let's read through these one more time. Pete Yorn, back and forth. Pete Yorn's a 2009 USOG 2LP VG Plus $44.99. Sam Cooke, Encore. Sam Cooke is VG Plus $14.99. Draw the Line, David Gray, a 2009 USOG VG Plus $74.99. The Clash was up to Chris Knapp. He hadn't set out, but Rebecca has it for $31. I got to sell it very soon. The Descendants has bids for $25 and $30. Aziz Ansari, this is a comedy album, VG $9.99. Control is an indie pop, $9.99 for Control. De La Soul, 3 Feet High and Rising's $27.99. My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall 2, clear vinyl $14.99. Jacob Dylan, Seeing Things, Seal, 2008 USOG, $54.99. Scentless Apprentice on Sam Cooke. Very nice. That's a tough original to find. Leon is on bone-colored vinyl. That's Leon Bridges. It's called Leon. $17.99. Prince, Greatest Hits Volume 2. $24.99. Little Red Corvette. Raspberry Beret. Controversy. Dirty Mind. Purple Rain's on here. $24.99. Natasha gets Control. Greg Herman gets Prince. And the Rancantors Third Man Vault Package. $34.99. And Johnny Cash at Folsom Prison. Silver colored vinyl. Sealed. $29.99. All right. Well, I lost Chris Knapp. This is sold for $31 to Rebecca Howitt. The Descendants is now at $30. Kristen Barnett, let me know if you want back in. And then Melanie Jennings on Aziz. That's sold to Melanie Jennings, okay? And if anybody wants Kid Rock, it's a $575 buy it now. Signed 9 signatures, mostly people that was in his band or associated with that tour from about that era. And that's $575 if anybody wants it. $575 on Kid Rock if anybody wants it, okay? It's available. Now, let's go ahead and put up another auction, the Plasmatics. The Plasmatics is a 1980 French OG, VG condition, a $20 start. An OG French copy, New Hope for the Wretched, $20 start on that, okay? Now, anybody want to make a claim before I reveal the Laura Crate sticker? Natasha's going to go ahead and get Leon. Natasha's going to go ahead and get Leon. What else do I have to sell? So we sold that. Got Kid Rock left. I got John Sebastian. I'm going to try tonight to dig out about another 5 or 10 really good autographed items. Maybe. Okay? Does Wendy have everything hanging out? Wendy? Wendy? Oh, Wendy O. Williams. Yeah, she's covered. She's covered. Folks, unbelievably, he did it again. Guess who got this one? Stephen Parton did it again. He did it again. He was the only claim for this record, too. Snoopy and his boombox. Snoopy and his boombox. Laura Crate sticker. He did it again. Sold to Stephen Parton. At this point, I still think he has ESP capabilities. Because I hid that random selection, about a 1 in 50 chance, and he still got it. He did increase his chances by claiming a lot. That's still pretty remarkable. So I still think, unless he just intentionally passed, he has got every sticker or guessed the correct record. The mathematical odds at this point is like, it would be like going to Vegas and winning every hand of blackjack for an hour straight. And then they would kick you out because they would definitely think you're cheating. He is on this, he has guessed every one and passed, and he knew it was on there, or he went ahead and claimed it. So that'd be like the equivalent of winning 100 straight blackjack hands. That is, the mathematical odds would be, I don't know, it would be a Google. It would be an incredible, the number would be like, the digits would be, there's probably some kind of fancy word for it. Okay, so the first thing was Michael Bohannon got the Rancantors. The Descendants is at 38 and then 32, but it was at 38 with Calvin. And Plasmatics has a bid for 20, okay? Plasmatics has one bid for $20. And that's a 1980 OG from France, VG condition. All right. Odds 1 in 50 times 50 factorial because he's done it 50 times. I need a true statistician. I mean, that's remarkable. Okay. And now, anybody else? If not, we got more new vinyl and pre-orders to pull. So let's do that. I'm going to put these over here with this Paul crate. Still some cool stuff left in there. And let's go ahead and see. We hadn't really knocked out some of these Sabbath albums yet, so let me go ahead and do that. And I got other great new titles that are still read through. And we've already filled up 3 crates tonight. Holy moly. All right, here we go. That was a crazy crate. The Descendants, no, the Descendants is a reissue. We just don't know what year. It's a sealed, I believe it's a modern reissue based on how nice it is, the materials. It feels like a more modern reissue, but it is sealed. And the high bid's $38. The high bid's $38 with Calvin Ward. If somebody else has bid higher, I don't see it. And then the Plasmatics New Hope for the Wretched is a 1980 French OG VG condition. And that just got a new bid for $30. That's a 1980 over here. All right, what autograph haven't I put up? Let me check my photos right quick. I think we've done most everything. Come on, cursor. There you go. At least the stuff I photographed. Well, I still got, the Avenged Sevenfold. I still got that. I still got a Avenged Sevenfold. So let me get the details for that. Let me make it full screen. And this is actually a pretty cool item. So it's not too big either. Some people like these small and medium-sized posters so they don't get too crazy. All right. So here we go. I'll pull that up in just a second. Do you ever have any blacklight posters? I probably have about 100 in stock right now. Vintage, original blacklight posters. Yep. We got a bunch of them. So, here, let's get started writing this. I've got 2 copies of something. It is Ethel Cain, Willoughby Tucker, I Will Always Love You. Is this something Laura ordered? Ethel Cain, I didn't order this. Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You. $39.99. I've got 2 of them. And I have 4 copies of Cinderella Night Songs. Cinderella Night Songs. We have a waiting list. Cinderella. Night Songs, Rick Hall and Jackie Beattie. Rick Hall and Jackie Beattie. 2 copies are sold. And I have 2 extra copies. 2 extra copies. The Descendants, I think we were done, right? $38, and that was with Calvin. The other bidders have went out. $38, and that is sold to Calvin Ward. And now the Plasmatics. Plasmatics is Chase Arnold's at $30, and that's a final call. Stanley Richmond wants a Cinderella. How many times he got in the sticker on his own side of the record? Every time. And then he knew what record was on. He passed the other times. That's why I said the mathematical possibilities is unexplainable. Even the ones he passed on, he knew it was on them. He was like, I know it's on that record, but I'm passing somebody so somebody else can have it. That's what's blowing my mind. I'm like, okay, he's in with Craig and they work for the CIA. These cameras that are in the store, they now have access to it. 2019, this is Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. 2019 U.S. Record Store Day. Limited to 3,000 with the Spider-Man Lenticular Eyes cover. Spider-Man, a $35 start. Plasmatics is sold for $30 to Chase Arnold. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is UK Squeeze. And UK Squeeze is a 78 USOG on limited edition translucent red vinyl, a $25 start. All right. Black Sabbath Volume 4. And I don't think this is all of them. There should be more tomorrow. But here we go. These are already all spoken for. My waiting list for Black Sabbath is this many people. I have 15 people on a waiting list. And here's the one I pulled out last night because I knew there was more on the way. 15 people on a waiting list. How many do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people. Smetzer, John Smetzer, Amanda Davis, Jeremy Todd, Mark Overton, Ryan Eaton, Amber Mathis, Terry Gearhart, Troy Overmeyer, Anthony Clark, and Justin Garrett. Okay? These are all sold. Those are all sold. Done. Next thing over here. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We have 5 people still on a waiting list, and there'll be more in tomorrow. Brad Waits, Jake Perganson, Matt Scheiker, Michael Snared, and Jamie McCord. That's the other 5 people, okay? Now, UK Squeeze was a final call for a $25 start, no bid. And we have the Spider-Man at a $35 start. If anybody else wants added to that Black Sabbath list, just let me know. Add Gerald Whitworth to that list. Add Buddy Cordova to that list. Add MT Matt to that list. Next is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer soundtrack. $36.99. I have 5 copies of it. I have 5 copies of this. Anybody that goes on the Black Sabbath waiting list will be added to the bottom of this list. Rudolph, with your nose so bright, why don't you go up front and get me a monster tonight? This is sold to John Durden, Brian Campbell, and Tim Graham. John Durden, Brian Campbell, and Tim Graham. There's 3 sold. I have 2 extras. I have 2 extra. It's about Christmas time, okay? A couple weeks, and you'll be putting out your trees. 2 more weeks, and you're putting out your trees, so you better start buying them now. Add Jan Gunther to the Black Sabbath waiting list. No problem. I've got 2 copies of It's a Beautiful Day. It's a Big Bad Beautiful Day. They've reissued this, $29.99. Original album in 1971. Yeah, 1971. Rudolph sold to Kelly Gavney. Rudolph, with your nose so bright, why don't you go up front and grab me some Oreos tonight? We have Rebecca Howitt getting UK Squeeze for $25. And Spider-Man is a $35 buy it now, Into the Spider-Verse. Does that have the Post Malone song on it? Sunflower. Let's see here. Which one is that on? Is that on this one? Yeah, Sunflower. Post Malone Sunflower's on there. That's a big one. That's a good one. That is available. Okay? And then Chris Knapp on Rudolph. That is sold to Chris Knapp. And then Spider-Man Details, Kristen claimed it. It's lenticular, record store day, $35. I'm assuming y'all want it. If so, thank you. How about some new auctions? How about some new auctions? What do I have over here? I got Rat. This is an 88 US Specialty OG. A $25 start. VG Plus Rat. Reach for the Sky. Reach for the Sky. Now we also got this to run. Avenged Sevenfold poster. What have I done with my notes from Paul? Oh no. What have I done with that thing? Well, how about this? I'll let you know right now, this is about to go up for bid. It's about to go up for bid as soon as I figure out what I've done with that sticky note with all the details on it, who signed it and everything. But just be prepared. It's about to go up for bid. Over here, we have 3 copies of We're the Meat Men and You Suck. And the Meat Men is $29.99. There should be a waiting list for this. Meat Men. And the waiting list for the Meat Men is, I don't know, I better find out. Meat Men. There's Charlie Marks. There it is. I misspelled it again. No wonder I couldn't find it. Charlie Marks, this is sold to you. I have 2 extra copies left for $29.99. All right. And then Offspring Smash is $29.99. Rad is a $25 start. An 88 US Specialty OG VG Plus condition. And let's go ahead and put up this auction. This is the Ramones. Halfway to Sanity. The Ramones is an 87 US Specialty OG. Original on her sleeve. with saw cut, still in shrink, EX condition, a $35 start on the Ramones, halfway to sanity. $35 start. It's in shrink. It does have a pretty bad saw mark, or a pretty big saw mark up there on the top. 35. Stanley Richmond wants on the Black Sabbath. I've got another record here we've had a waiting list for, Smash the 80s. That's a really cool compilation. And Scott Dwallow was on a waiting list. Thank you, Scott Dwallow, on Smash the 80s. That's $33.99. That's so to Scott Dwallow. And we have Master of Reality back in stock. Okay, so here we go with these. Black Sabbath Master of Reality. These are $29.99. The waiting list for Master of Reality is, these people are still left. That is Jake Perganson, Matt Scheicher, Jamie McCord, Ryan Mustaine, X-Wing 81, and Gerald Whitworth. That is these 6 people. Jake Perganson, Matt Scheicher, Jamie McCord, Ryan Mustaine, X-Wing 81, and Gerald Whitworth. That's what I have extras live to sell tonight. If you're not a waiting list person, there it is. Master of Reality. Gerald Whitworth, I've already got one pulled for you. My crate's full. I've got extra sweet leaves on hand. Does anybody want a sweet leaf? Run-da, run-da, da-da, run-da, run-da. All right now, run-da, run-da. Won't you listen? When I first met you. That's sweet leaf. I'll leave that up to the immortal voice of Ozzy. Okay, I'll let him take care of that. There it is. And then we got Anthony Clark on one, Razman on one. And MT Matt, you have not got one. No, you have not got one. I'll give you one right now. Okay, Kelly Gabney wants one. There's 2 left. So we have Rat, a final call for 27. Scott Markheim out. And Vladarchek's the only bidder on the Ramones. Now Mark Steele has Rat for 28. Where the heck have I done with that piece of paper that Paul brought me? He probably took a half hour helping me research all this. And what have I done? I've gone and laid it somewhere. And it was the last item. That's okay. I'll find it. It'll pop up in a second. I have a habit of laying stuff on top of crates, and then it'll slip in between records, like a piece of paper or a sticky note, and then we'll find it about a month later. I'll be like, oh, there's that waiting list that someone kept on trying to tell me they were on, and it slipped in between a crate of records. I've dropped my phone before in crates back here in between records, and I always keep my phone on silent, and I have lost my phone so many times down in a crate of records. And that's like a needle in a haystack back here. Can you imagine? Oh my gosh. I'm like, well, I'm never going to find this. Okay. The last person was Kelly Gabney. Jamie McCord. I thought I already called off your name. Jamie, I've already called off your name. You already got one. You've already got one. Before those names, there was a lot of people that already got one. John Smetzer, the record guy, Jeremy Todd, Jan Gunther, Amber Mathis, Terry Gearhart, Troy Overmeyer, Shannon Price, Justin Garrett, Brad Waits. A lot of people had already got one. This is the second go-around on these. Second go-around on these. All right. Anybody else on anything in here? So one more time. We had Ethel Kane, Willoughby Tucker, I'll Always Love You. That is $39.99. 2 copies there. Cinderella Night Songs is $39. It's a Beautiful Day is $29. We're the Meat Men and You Suck, $29 on that. Offspring Smash is $29, 2 copies. Smash the 80s is a 2 LP, $33.99. Master of Reality, Black Sabbath in stock for $29.99. Those are available. Let's go ahead and go through a Paul crate. So we still got a Paul crate, Lower crate, and 2 more crates of new vinyl. Jordan Underhill wants a Black Sabbath. That's so to Jordan Underhill. And Ramones is at 55. And Rat is at 35. Okay? And I'm going to move these right over here. If you decide to change your mind on something, then if you decide you've changed your mind, you're like, you know what, Chad, I am feeling a little bit frisky tonight. I have had 7 bottles of wine. So go ahead and give me everything left in that crate. I'm going to be like, dang, that's a lot of wine, but okay. You now have a lot of great vinyl on your way as long as you pay your bill. Okay. Here we go. So, da 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 da, Rhonda. Let me see what's over here. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just put this up, and golly, how did I do that? It's killing me. I usually put stuff like that in my pocket, where I've laid it over here, because I had it when I was reading off the ministry posters. Let me see what's over here. Let me see what I got over here. Did I put it in here? I bet I laid it over here. Let me look up the JSA code. Okay, that might tell me a lot. And give me 1 second, Stacy. Let's go through this Paul crate. Looks amazing. This is AX17691. Okay. All right, here we go. This helps me a lot. I mean, I remember the price, and luckily it's on their website. All right, that's going to help me a lot. Okay, so this is now up for bid. This is a Avenged Sevenfold signed poster. It's signed by M. Shadows, Zachy Vengeance, Johnny Christ, and Brooks Wackerman. Okay, 4 signatures, not personalized. It is JSA authenticated. It's a $125 start. $125 start. Avenged Sevenfold autograph poster, $125 start. JSA authenticated. Okay. That is now up for bid. 125 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, now what we're going to do is grab this crate here, and that's pretty much the information Paul had. I remember the starting price. Luckily, the JSA side, if you look up that card, it will tell you who signed it. Sometimes they just put signed by 4. This time they actually mention it because some of the bigger bands, they definitely label who signed it, which is very helpful. Sometimes you'll get these more obscure bands, and they know they're authentic, and they just don't take time to list them, especially for a basic certification. Now, if you request for a letter, it costs a lot more, and they will label it and photo match it and all that, but just a basic certification, sometimes, but luckily, if you look up that code, they name off everybody, so that's great. All right, Rebecca's in at 125. So the Smash 80s, this is more of the pop and new wave stuff, I would say, Stacy. So New Order, Duran Duran, Aha, Spandau Ballet, Simply Red, Bananarama, The Smiths, and more. Also, B-52s is on here. Talk Talk is on here. Shaka Khan, The Smiths, Joy Division, The Cars is on here. It's a lot of the pop and new wave stuff from the 80s. Pop rock, and the new wave. It's a 2 LP, $33.99. Not bad for a double LP compilation. Usually those compilations get expensive because of the licensing, so that one's not bad, I think, because it's a Euro import. All right, the Ramones is a final call to Jennifer Schrader for 57. Vlader checks out. Rats at 37, and Mark Steele's out. And thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. It is Wednesday night, and thank you for tuning in. We still got a lot. We got basically new stuff for the rest of the night. Avenged Sevenfold has a bid for 125, and that is with Rebecca, and we're about to sell it. She was definitely interested. I could tell because she was like, where's that paper at, Chad? I want a bid. But luckily, we found it. So thank you, and final call, and thank you, Stacy. All right, so here we go. New arrivals from Paul. I have a feeling this is going to be really good. Then I'm probably going to knock out back-to-back new vinyl crates, and then we have another lower crate after this. Somebody asked, what's my plan for tonight? After we go through new stuff, I'm going to try to show that last bit of new vinyl on sale and maybe do some cassettes. And when I'm done with cassettes, it depends on the time, but I don't know. That's going to be the plan. We still got a couple hours of new stuff, new vinyl on sale. The last stuff I didn't get to last night. And then I'm going to try to go through the rest of these cassettes over here. Buy it nows and auctions, perhaps. The Ramones is sold for $57. The details on the Rat is an 88 U.S. Specialty OG, original under sleeve VG Plus condition. Next thing I have is Kings of Leon Walls. Kings of Leon is a 2016 blue marbled $69.99. Blue marbled $69.99. Kings of Leon. Also, Jethro Tull thick as a brick. Jethro Tull thick as a brick. And this is the newspaper sleeve. No condition notes, $19.99. Rat has a new bid for $45. Josh Jones, you've been outbid. The next auction is going to go up right now. It's Pink Floyd, Animals. Animals is a 77 OG pressing with the original under sleeve. EX condition, a $35 start. Led Zeppelin 2, 180 gram remaster. Ramble On, $22.99. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. That's in shrink with the booklet and insert. $19.99. Some great titles so far. Jethro Tull with a newspaper. Remastered Led Zeppelin at a great price. Pearl Jam Rearview Mirror, essentially a greatest hits. And this is the colored vinyl. Black and white colored vinyl. So one disc is black. However, the second disc is white. Pearl Jam, $29.99. I believe that was a Walmart exclusive. M. Pierce on the Led Zeppelin 2. Pink Floyd has a bid for $35. Trent, that $45 bump on Rat did it. That sold to Trent Peasley for $45. Next is Donovan, and this is Donovan Frankenritter Revisited, and that is sealed, $99.99. Chris Stapleton Traveler, $24.99. Chris Stapleton Traveler. That's a 2 LP. Roxy, that is John Robb on Pearl Jam. Thank you on that. Let's add another auction. Let's get back to our Japanese bin. This is Duran Duran Carnival. Duran Duran Carnival is a $35 start. And this is available. $35 start. There's the insert and there's the cover and obi. And let's officially drop the hammer on the Advent Sevenfold. Thank you again, Rebecca. This is sold to you for $125. Whoever's tagging tonight, let's make sure we got all the right cards with these. This one should match up, yeah. All right, good. So I got it right here. Thank you, Rebecca. And that is sold to Rebecca. Very nice. Thank you on that. Awesome. City of Evil promotional poster autographed, $125. Have I actually put the Oasis guitar on screen yet? I guess I hadn't done that yet. I need to do that right quick. And I can't remember, boy, for such an expensive item, I should have done that a long time ago. But let me show this right quick. Let me click over here, get this off screen, and let me bring that up. I got a picture of the body. I got a picture of the body and the letter. That's the most important thing. And this is one of our best items we have right now in inventory, probably as far as autographs, next to Stevie Nicks. This is signed, and this is signed by Liam Gallagher, Noel Gallagher, Andy Bell, and Jim Archer. It's $3,750. It's a Gibson SG Epiphone. It is an Epiphone signed on the body. Now, one thing you got to know about signatures on instruments, probably the number one most premium is for signatures on an instrument. Next would be an album jacket or an actual relic, you know, like a on-stage item, like a guitar or a drum head, something actually played. I would say it's a guitar, instrument, and then an album. So very rare to see an on signature on the instrument. You'll see pick guards, and you'll see pick guards that are faked. Sometimes they take signatures, they cut them, they glue them to pick guards and laminate them to make it look like a pick guard. So probably one of the more expensive Oasis collectibles you can get here, a signed instrument. Beautiful signatures. It is $3,750. Nice. when you open it up in the case, it's like, wow. It's one of those things like, wow, this is beautiful. So yeah, that is available. 3750. John Robb, the John Robb, the Pearl Jam was near mint, black and white vinyl, $29.99. Duran Duran has one bid for $35, and so does Pink Floyd, $35. Signs of the Avenged Sevenfold. It was Avenged Sevenfold was. I'll go show it to you again. It was. We'll give a rough estimate. If you want me to measure it after the sale, I can to give you exact. Let's see. Maybe 18. Let's see. That's probably 18 by 10, maybe. 18 by 10. I'd say 18 by 10 based on album jacket length. Looks like almost an album jacket and a half long, and then a little short of an album jacket wide. Fun size. Now, some of these gigantic posters, a lot of people don't have room for anymore. All right, so where did we get to? Great stuff in here Paul has marked. Sweet Relief, a benefit for Victoria Williams. 2022 Record Store Day, that's $19.99. Taylor Swift, Taylor's version, $19.89. That is sealed for $34.99. Also, we have Ramones, End of the Century. The Ramones is sealed, $34.99, End of the Century. And the Descendants, Hypercaphium Spatinate. That's a 2016, I don't know if I said that right, Spazonate. Hypercaphium Spazonate. That's $19.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on the Ramones. George Jones on BSRAM. BSRAM, that was for the Ramones, and that means you were second. And The Who hits 50. This is a Who compilation from 2015, a double LP, $29.99. Wow, OG Pink Floyd, nice copy, sold to Lothel for $35. We have Duran Duran, just one bid, sold to Chris Bocci for $35. And Paul has always marked great stuff. Everybody here marks great stuff. And we've got this one, and we got a lower crate and two more crates of new vinyl. If you're just joining us tonight, Duran Duran is sold to Chris Bocci for $35. Charlie Marks got that Descendants, then Calvin, then Curtis Marachi. Over here is PM Dawn, Jesus Wept. Now, before I'm even asked, nothing by PM Dawn is in print. 2024 Record Store Day, purple vinyl, $24.99 on that. Y'all have got me highly motivated to dig out some more autographs tonight, so I'll try my best to do that. And other great miscellaneous stuff we can sell here. But first, here's Van Halen, and here's 10 years. Let's put these up right quick and see what's going on. First thing I have is this. Van Halen is a 1984 Pittman OG Columbia Clubhouse copy. Original on her sleeve, and Van Halen's going to go up for a $35 start. 10 years, How to Live as Ghost. 10 years is a 2017 Euro OG. It's a signed cover, 10 years, and that's going to go up for a $35 start. Next is PM Dawn, so to Donna Turner. Amanda Darby on Sweet Relief, and that was the benefit for Victoria Williams. Thank you, Amanda Darby. I got a couple Misfits items over here. I've actually had them for a while. I've just been meaning to price them, so let me go look these up right quick. And let's log in over here and find prices on some of this stuff. First thing I have is the Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly. This is the Record Store Day on orange vinyl. It's still sealed too. $29.99 for the Rolling Stones, and Adele 21. Adele 21 is $19.99. So auction number one is Van Halen 1984, an 84 Pittman OG club copy, original on her sleeve, $35 on that. And then 10 years, How to Live as Ghost. 10 years is a 2017 OG, also a signed cover, $35 start on that. No bids on those yet. Okay, Kelly Vlodarchek on Adele, and then P Free 31 Patrick. Boy, I can't remember your handle. You get the Who. Thank you. He's probably going to tell me in just a second. All right, is that what this is right here? Yeah, these are pretty cool for just $24. Are these $24? Yeah, these are pretty cool for $24.99. These are Jerry only, and they're bust. I don't know if y'all can see them too well. I don't know how the lighting is, but they're really high quality 5-inch little miniature bust of Jerry only from the Misfits. I've got 3 of them. They're $24.99. Phil Freeman, thank you. Yeah, I've got 3 of those. They're Jerry only miniature bust, $24.99. I've got 3 of them in stock. Rebecca Howlett wants one. Van Halen 35. And JetBlue, you were second on Adele. Also, I have my morning jacket live from RCA Studio A. This is a 2022 Record Store Day. $14.99 on that. And Robert Plant, the principle of moments. Robert Plant is sealed. I'm in the mood for a melody. Big log. This album's not in print. With hop sticker, just $24.99 for Robert Plant. Nice. With hop sticker. And Queen, News of the World. Nice. OG. We had a beautiful copy of this last night. Here's another one. Queen, $34.99. News of the World. Van Halen's an OG pressing. Yeah, 84 club copy. And it is a final call to you for $35. George Jones on Robert Plant. Stephen Parton on Queen. 10 Years is a buy it now for $35. 10 Years, How to Live as Ghost. $35 on that. Waiting list, a Taylor guitar autographed. Not a pick guard either. You want one on body, right? Yep, I'm on the lookout. Believe me, that's a tough find. And there's Oasis again. I've had this for a while. This came from that music executive. I mean, if anybody wants to, I know it's something you probably need to think about, but if anybody's remotely interested, we can work out a deal. It's a heck of an acquisition. Think of it as an investment. These guys are obviously huge. Y'all see the tour they're on right now and the ruckus it stirred up when they announced. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's Oasis. So think about it. Think about it. 10 Years is sold to Lothel for $35. Josh Jones is second. Still got 2 more Jerry only bust if anybody's interested. I'm curious what this box set is. Melody Gardot live in Europe. What does Paul have censored here? Oh gosh, she's naked. We have Melody Gardot. She came out on stage naked. This is a 2017 only time on vinyl. $79.99. And we have from the Music Picture, New Jack City. This is $29.99, a Record Store Day on silver vinyl. Ice-T, Keith Sweat, Christopher Williams, 2 live crew. That is $29.99. All right, and just one bit on Van Halen. That's sold to Chris Bocci for $35. Another nice pickup on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. How about Broken Bones? Broken Bones is a 1986 USOG. That's on the Combat Core label. That is a hardcore punk album. No condition notes. Bone Crusher by Broken Bones. A $35 start. And then I have an autographed album here from MC Chris. I left this on Laura's desk. I have so many signed items by MC Chris. We've sold a bunch of them. But once again, yeah, most of these have never sold on Discogs or not even for sale. And not only that, we had about a dozen of them that were signed that we got JSA authenticated. So MC Chris is a 2024 limited to 100 on orange and blue racing stripe vinyl. JSA certified cover. This variant has never sold on Discogs or PopSpsych. There is 0 comps in the world that we can find for this. It's never sold on eBay. It's never sold on Discogs. Y'all are going to determine right now what it's worth. There might have not ever been one resold before. Maybe the first 100 are in collections, and this is the first one has ever sold on market. A $55 start on MC Chris. That's up for bid, okay? Next is this. This is Stevie Wonder Original Musicarium. $29.99, a 1982 US promo, $29.99. Let's see what's going on over here. Okay, Broken Bones, $35.35. All right, over here, next, UFO, The Wild, The Willing, and The Innocent. $24.99 for UFO and shrink wrap. Gerald Whitworth on Stevie Wonder. Also over here, we have Rolling Stones, VG Condition, $14.99. New Jack City is still available. It is still available. Alice in Chains, nice. Facelift, a remaster 2LP, EX, $27.99. Facelift. Over here, we got Aerosmith Permanent Vacation. Aerosmith is an 87 US, VG Plus $24.99. And the Silver Showcase. The Silvers is in VG condition, $9.99. And Jack White Blunderbuss. Jack White's VG Plus $19.99. Chris, you have Rebecca has Broken Bones at $35. I'm about to sell it to her unless you want to bid again. Melissa Bailey on the new Jack City. Final call to get a bid on MC Chris. It's at $55. We have Jeremy Bryant on Glitter. Excuse me. Jeremy Bryant on Jack White. Jordan Underhill on AIC. And Gregory, you were second. I think that's the 2020. That's the hype stickers they were putting on them in 2020. And yeah, I think that's the 2020. But Jordan already claimed it first. Gregory was second. John Howard on JW. And JW was for that was Jack White. So that's already gone. Now Broken Bones 40. Rebecca immediately bid 41. You're back out. Tony. A 1990 US original. EX $36.99. And Garbage Cherry Lips remixes. A 2002 UK 12-inch, VG Plus $14.99. MC Chris can be bought for $55. Buy it now. Never sold anywhere before. $55 buy it now on that. Next auction is the 3 o'clock. The 3 o'clock is an 85 US Picnickville OG, VG Plus. A $10 start on that. Broken Bones 46. Broken Bones 50. Greg Herman on Garbage. That's sold to Greg Herman. Charlie Marks on Aerosmith. Sold John Howard on MC Chris at $55. Sold for $55. You got it? Thank you. Now some records are really starting to fly. Man, cool night. I mean, all new arrivals and Paul and Laura records from new collections. So many great options tonight. The City. This is actually an unofficial pressing. And I think that's Carole King, right? Yeah, that's Carole King. That's a rare album. A tough one to get an original of. $29.99. Yeah, Tony is original. EX $36.99. And The Wigs Mission Control. VG Plus, a 2008 US, $44.99. The 3 o'clock is an 85 US Picnickville, just a $10 start. And Travis, you got dibs on Tony. And he said sold, then Lonnie Jolly, then Alonzo Breezy Brensno Jr. What's unsold? Give me 1 second. Broken Bones is at 60. Rebecca, it goes back to you. And then we have King Crimson. Lark's Tongue and Aspic. Plays well. It does have some seam splitting on the cover. Sounds like Paul gave that a test play today. Paul test playing King Crimson records? No way. No way. We have Broken Bones at 61. Chris Knapp on the Wigs. That's so to Chris Knapp. And we have The Who Quadrophenia. MCA pressing. That's the second label. VG Plus $24.99. John McPatriot on King Crimson. And Kings of Leon. EX $44.99, a 2008 Euro import. You know you could use somebody like me. Okay. First no bid, our only autograph no bid tonight. Well, no, there's one more. John Sebastian songbook signed by John Sebastian from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, $45. A Japanese pressing of the History of Eric Clapton, no Obi, but nice, has humidity damage, $25. Duran Notorious is $35. And Billy Joel, the Nylon Curtain, is $35. Okay, that's going over here. John Howard, the MC Chris you bought was Race Wars. Race Wars, 2024 on orange and blue race and stripe vinyl. Never sold anywhere before. Never sold anywhere before. Mark Stanley put KL. Now, Mark, was that for King Crimson and you got auto-corrected, or was that for Kings of Leon? I bet it was for Kings of Leon. We'll make sure that goes to Mark Stanley. Broken Bone 67. Danzig next on Kings of Leon. Rebecca Barber third. Okay, and that's all of our no bids. Nobody also bid on 3 o'clock, so it can go up for a $10 buy now. I think I've got 2 or 3 other MC Chris albums that have never sold before, that are signed and we've had authenticated. We got those from somebody, and I just honestly don't remember what the deal was, why they had so many or how they acquired them. But Kings of Leon, okay, so he was first, and it was EX 44.99, and it was a 2008. I think that was the original year for that one. Kevin J. Reitz wants the Billy Joel. You got it? That had the Billy Joe comic book or Billy Joe superhero book too. Broken Bones is at 68. Chris Bryant, it goes back to you. And here is Rush. Fly by night, goodbye, my dear. Change my life today. And it's OG. A true OG first pressing. A 75 Terre Haute with the original under sleeve. It's VG Plus. A $25 start. Nice. Here it is. Fly by night away from here. Change my life again. Fly by night, goodbye, my dear. Changing every day. Change of a season. It's enough for a reason. I want to get away. Quiet and pensive. My thoughts apprehensive. The hours drift away. Leaving my homeland, playing a lone land, my life begins today. Wow. Whoa, that's a nice jacket too. Rush, $25 start. I like that breakdown part. Thoughts apprehensive. Rush. I'm hoping someday I'll get to see 2/3 of them. It won't be pure behind the drum set, but I'm hoping they'll find some kind of tribute. I think they want to do like a tribute tour. This is what I'm thinking. They're thinking. This is totally speculation. But I'm thinking, let's do a tribute tour, get some like amazing drummers, and do a tribute to Neil Peart tour. You know, and have different people play drums on different songs. They've waited 5 years. It's been 5 years, I think. Yeah, he died in 2020. All right, so there's that. And Broken Bones is at 78. Let's read through these one more time. And we've got Kings of Leon, Walls. That is $69.99. And this one is a 2016 blue marble vinyl. Thick as a brick is the original newspaper sleeve, $19.99. No condition notes. Rick Wakeman's in shrink with the insert and the booklet, $19.99. Donovan Revisited, 2010 sealed, $100, $99.99. Chris Stapleton has Tennessee whiskey and Parachute on it. Parachute, $24.99. That's about $20 below the new sealed price for that album. And it's near mint. So if you want a nice used one, you can save a lot of money picking that one up at $24.99. Taylor Swift Taylor's version, that's on yellow vinyl for $34.99. The Rolling Stones is sealed for $29.99. My Morning Jacket is $14.99, a 2022 Record Store Day. Melody Gardot live in Europe, $79.99. UFO is $24.99. That's in shrink. Stones Undercover, VG $14.99. The Silvers is VG $9.99. Stapleton is sold to Stephen Parton. We have The City with Carole King and Unofficial, VG Plus $29.99. And The Who, Love, Rain Over Me. Rain Over Me. Such a great album. The Real Me, boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Entwistle's bass line, amazing stuff there. Broken Bones is sold to Chris Bryant for $78. I went back to the doctor. I said, you help me. Know how you feel, son. It runs in the family. That's an amazing album, Quadrophenia. Rush is at 45. The Stones was a sealed Record Store Day reissue of Through the Past Darkly on orange vinyl for $29.99. Through the Past Darkly, orange vinyl, $29.99. Okay, and the next thing I have is a new auction. Let's do that right now. And this is going to be Switchfoot. Switchfoot, the beautiful letdown, our version. Switchfoot is a 2023 limited edition gold metallic vinyl with insert, a $25 start. Okay? Which My Morning Jacket is that? My Morning Jacket is live from RCA Studio A, Jim James Acoustic, black vinyl, 45 RPM, $14.99. Hammers up on Rush. Never mind, a new bid just came in for $47 with Josh MF Jones. All right. We're about to do back-to-back restocks and new arrival crates. Then this last lure crate, and then there's still another Paul crate to do. Wow. Holy moly. Already sold quite a bit of vinyl tonight, too. Doors Rhino Hi-Fi. The numbered edition, it doesn't look, that's pretty much canceled. That's pretty much not going to come in. So I think when I placed my order, I was told you might get one or two if you're super lucky. And she let me know you can't have any. I was too far down the list. So the door self-titled Rhino will not be coming in. How's Metal not looking? Laura, I don't know if she had to leave early tonight. She's probably going to be back. This week, she's kind of more early in the morning. Yeah, she hadn't sent me pictures. Oh, no, Paul sent them to me. Okay. Paul photographed them. I think Laura's going to work on them tomorrow. Let's see. Rat box set, Dokken box set, Motorhead, Van Halen box set, Judas Priest, Metallica Helping Hands. That's an official release. Crocus, Metallica and Justice for All, Def Leppard On Through the Night, Ozzy, Randy Rhoads Tribute, King Cobra, Dead Kennedys, Motley Crue, Accept, and I have Rainbow, Anvil, Keel, Poison, Metallica, G.G. Allen. We have Lita Ford, Accept, Dio, Mark Edwards, Code of Honor. And here is Iron Maiden, Dokken, Rat, Steeler, Slave Raider, Judas Priest, Ramones, Metallica, Def Leppard, Metallica, Rat, Sealed, We're the Meat Men, that looks original. Rat autographed with letter from JSA. It's signed by Blotzer, DeMartini, Piercy, and Crosby. Signed Rat, already authenticated. Wasp and Wasp. And Saxon, Deathlock, Judas Priest, Torch, Skid Row. And I've got 3 crates behind me of metal stuff, and there'll be a video tomorrow. I won't say any of those until the video tomorrow, but there's 3 crates over here. I pulled some stuff out last night. It's all metal, already researched, and stuff like, there's also stuff in there like Stryper, which is metal, I guess, Ace Frehley, Vinnie Vincent, Kiss albums. It'll be stuff I sell the first hour or two. Twisted Sister, Quiet Riot, all that 80s hair metal and stuff. We got all kinds of stuff like that. So there'll be a hot picture and then a video in the comments on the main page, because it won't let me post a video and photos. You can't do that on a business. On a business page, you can't post a video and photos. I don't know why. You can do it on a personal page or in the group. And in the group, I'll post the same pictures, and it'll be that. Signed Rat. I'm going to be honest. I didn't even know we had that. That came from the same guy, I think, the Metallica. I wonder if he's watching. Record guy, did that come from you? I think that came from the record guy, the same person we got the Metallica from, I believe. Paul just bought that. I don't know. They hadn't done any research. I just looked at all. I didn't even know we were going to run that tomorrow. I didn't know we even had it. I think he showed it to me. I've got some over here we're going to get authenticated in the next few days. Oh, yeah, and I got to go give this to Laura. I'll put this in the pictures too. Oh, yeah. We're running this tomorrow. Oh, my goodness. We're running this tomorrow. Don't forget about this. I got to put that in the picture. I'll probably make a whole post just for this like I did Leather Records, like I did for the Motley Crue. There'll be a whole post letting everybody know we're running this. Unbelievable. And then here's some stuff that we're going to have authenticated here pretty soon. Rat, Mick Mars, Rat. That's nothing. I don't know why that's here. Oh, that has 2 discs in it. I never did figure that out. So, but yeah, those are some other. But that Pantera is definitely going up tomorrow. So, yeah, honestly, Paul buys stuff, and I try to tell this people, like, I don't know what we have until we're selling it. And if I didn't order new vinyl, which I really need help, Laura's been helping me a little, and hopefully at some point I can have somebody do all this for me because we miss so many pre-orders. I forget to order stuff. I don't order enough. If I ever have somebody order new vinyl for me, I'll literally show up at these shows completely blind to what's about to happen. It will be very entertaining because I never know what we have or what we're about to sell until I'm showing it right now. It's like, whoa. That Pantera is real. It's near mint in shrink with merch insert, inner sleeve, and it is perfect. It may be one of the best copies in existence. It's definitely going to be an air horn, and if it gets close to 4 digits, I won't be surprised. So, I'm sorry for the distraction, but that was a great question about Metal Night because we are on the eve of it. And Jamie Butler, sorry about the doors. Jamie, if something changes on the doors, I'll let you know. But essentially, we didn't get any. John wants to know how much was the King Crimson he got. I think VG 14 or 19.99. It was VG 19.99. Rush is at 50, Switchfoot 25, Switchfoot 30, Rush 52, Rush 55, Rush 57, Rush 65, Rush 68, Rush 70, Rush 72, Rush 80, Switchfoot 32. Rush is at 80, Switchfoot's at 35. Mick needs authenticated. Those are direct from the website. Yeah, we still get some of these authenticated. That way everybody is confident. And also there are some website exclusives that are auto pen. Mick is live ink. I think that's real. But be careful. Jelly Roll did a signed deal and they're auto pen. Eminem has done auto pen before. So be careful some of these website sign deals. They're not always in hand, okay? So it's always good to maybe look it up in a forum or do some research. Sometimes they're not actually signed. So we go ahead and have a lot of those authenticated. But I think Jelly Roll did an auto pen here recently. And I think about 10 years ago, Eminem did an auto pen on a poster. That's why that poster we have, we went ahead and got a letter with it because he was doing auto pen. He was doing auto pen, and he's not really signing much anymore either. Okay, I got more Black Sabbath, Technical Ecstasy. So be careful. Website signed exclusives aren't always signed. So some of the big names we go ahead and have authenticated. But if you got one of those Jelly Rolls, I think I just heard those are auto pen. So be careful. They're basically running stuff through a machine because they don't want to take time to sign it. Here's the waiting list for Technical Ecstasy. I think that's 10 copies. I have 8 people on a waiting list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in stock, and I have 8 people on a waiting list. Freddie Milford, Justin Deckelman, Philip Holt, Todd Kilgore, Jeremy Todd, Scott Markheim, Sherry Darnell, and Kenny Cates. I have 1 extra Black Sabbath. Mick Mars are authentic. No doubt that's an authentic live signature, but we go ahead and get a card with it just so everybody's comfortable. I hate letting something. Y'all know how I am with stuff like that. I want to have all the bases covered. So, or if I don't, then I guarantee it. Even if it doesn't have a cert with it, I'll say. And if I don't guarantee it, then I'm not going to put it up for sale. It's over here in my tub of forgeries, fakes, secretarials, and auto pens, and everything else that I've been accumulating. I have a whole box full of bad stuff. So Oso gets a Black Sabbath, and let's start a waiting list. I think more are even on the way tomorrow. So Kelly Gabney, you'll be first on the waiting list. Thank you on that. Did he go out on Rush? He did. This is sold to Travis Woods for $80. OG Fly By Night. Beautiful. And then the last bid on Switchfoot. The last bid on Switchfoot was Stephen Reeves at $35, and Ryan went out. This is sold to Stephen Reeves for $35. And you came with a JSA. Yeah, some websites offer that. Some of those websites, they host. Let me look down in this. Some of these websites, they partner with JSA, so they provide. This one doesn't have one, though. You never know, too. It might have been signed in person. You know, somebody might have got it signed. Yeah, no sticker on this one. So, clear vinyl. It's clear vinyl. But, yeah, sometimes the label will partner with JSA, and they'll do a witness. They did it with a Stone Sour reissue with Corey Taylor. Beckett witnessed like 500, and that's a great thing to have, a witness. That means somebody was there literally in person, guaranteeing they were signing it. So, Paranoid. I think we have 2 people, and those will be in tomorrow. Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction. Bad Religion's just $24.99. I've got 2 in stock. The Crow soundtrack's $44.99. Amazing soundtrack, a 2 LP, 9 Inch Nails, STP, The Cure, Pantera, $44.99 for The Crow. And I have NXS Kick on clear vinyl, $33.99. Add Rebecca on a waiting list for Black Sabbath Paranoid. Laura Crate is after this one. Laura Crate's up here. It's been up here behind me, actually, since she left about 6 o'clock. But I'm going to do it after this crate. Coming up on deck, David Bowie, Diamond Dogs, a 74 U.S. reissue. It's not an OG because it would be an orange label. So this is the 74 press, though. So the year of the release, but not just the first label, not the first press. It's nice, though. EX plus Near Mint minus. A beautiful copy, $25 start. Kelly Vlodarchek on Bad Religion. We have Joy Fino on the Crow. I still got 1 Bad Religion, 1 Crow, and 1 NXS. I have Vixen, Rare Vintage by Vixen, 180 gram. I should be on red vinyl. Vixen's $29.99. And Chain of Strength. Chain of Strength is on colored vinyl. The one thing that still holds true, $39.99. I don't remember ordering that unless it's something I back ordered a long time ago. We also have Queen, Hot Space. Queen is a 1982 white label promo. White label promo. VG Plus, a $30 start on that. And then here's more Sabbaths, this time for Sabotage. These are all slowly coming in. There was post and then waiting list, and then they come in, then we take more waiting list. So it's been it's been a lot to keep up with. And let's look up Sabotage. I only need 1, Justin Garrett. So we got a bunch of these available. Justin Garrett was the last person, and I skipped him the other night. So Justin, you get a Sabotage, and that's how many extras I have on hand. You can claim those right now. Sabotage. Oso gets a Vixen, and NXS was $33. It's a gatefold on clear vinyl, Beast Smoker. And now my crate is full. Let's start a new crate. We have done 5 full crates tonight. I'm at a little bit slower pace, I can feel it, than last night. 1, due to fatigue, and 2, to mental exhaustion, which is also fatigue, I guess. But we've sold already a lot tonight, and we still got 2 more Paul and Laura crates to go through, and another crate of new vinyl. Wow. Deckelman wants a Sabotage. Darren Chrisman wants a Sabotage. David Bowie has a bid for $25. That's a final call. And final call on Queen. Beastie Boys is $36.99. Paul's Boutique. Beastie Boys is $36.99. That's a trifold jacket, 2LP. Hey, here we go. Paranoid, $29.99. Let me see who's on the list for this. These actually may be available. Let's see here. Black Sabbath. None. Yeah. So there was a post, and everybody in the post got one already. So these are available. So we know that Rebecca gets one, and now there's 2 left. Also, Bauhaus, the Bella Session. Bella Lugosi's Dead, the official reissue. Been selling a bunch of these. I hadn't ordered them in a while. Red and black vinyl, $33.99. And this is Electric Wizard, Black Magic, Rituals, and Perversions. And yes, she is nude. And it's on crystal meth colored vinyl. Crystal meth colored vinyl. If you need a Black Sabbath, they're available. Beastie Boys sold to Kristen Driscoll. James Allen, you get David Bowie. Nice for just $25. And wow, a white label promo of Queen can be picked up for $30. A promo copy. Let's put up another David Bowie. And let's go ahead and put up a Public Image Limited. So here's David Bowie. David Bowie is a 1976 OG Indianapolis with the original on her sleeve. EX condition, a $35 start. And Public Image Limited, Happy, ? It's an 87 US specialty, OG, in shrink, original on her sleeve, EX, a $25 start. $25 start. Next is a quick read through this crate again. There is another Paul's Boutique. There is. Chad, we sell the Mick Mars as is. No, I probably, we could very possibly be getting authentication done this weekend. And that won't take a letter. So actually, by next week, that thing might be ready to go. It's looking like we're about to get 200 autographs authenticated over the weekend. We'll probably get a bunch of stuff rejected too. Not everything's going to pass. I think most of what we filtered has pre-checked, but we got some cool stuff that we're going to have authenticated. And the reason I want to go ahead and do it now, we're about to buy even more. Paul's about to go on a bond trip to Texas, and I think some guys have a lot of autographs, but if we don't do the letter process right now, we've got some other high-end stuff. We won't get the letters back until the end of the year. So Scott Markheim wants a Beastie Boys. I better wait, but if you give me about another week, there's a good chance, or less than a week, we can have a card and it will be ready. It'll be ready to sell in less than a week, and it'll be certified. So you won't have to wait much longer. Did I get on a wait list for patient number 9? We'll make sure. Make sure Alonzo is on a wait list for patient number 9. Paul Brothers wants the Electric Wizard, Black Magic. Yeah, she's nude. Crystal, thank you, Ed, for covering her up. $39.99. David Bowie has another bid for $35. And here we go. Good Charlotte. I have a note to order those. I hadn't done that yet. I ordered a lot of stuff, but I didn't get through all my sticky notes. And it was about 11 a.m. this morning, and I had to go to sleep. And so I submitted my cart, closed my laptop, and went to sleep. And I didn't get finished ordering stuff. I'm going to continue that tonight. If you ask me tomorrow, I should be able to give you an update. Quick recap here. Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction, $24.99. The Crow soundtrack is $44.99. That's a 2LP. And then NXS Kick, $33. If I order them, no, they probably won't be till next week if they're in stock. It depends on where I order them. If I get them from the cheaper place, it'll definitely be Monday, if that's what you prefer. And maybe for like 50 cents more, they'll be in tomorrow or be in on Friday, maybe. We have Vixen for $29.99. Chain of Strength is $39. Sabotage is $29.99. Also, Paranoid is $29. Bauhaus is $33. And Black Magic, Rituals and Perversions by Electric Wizards, $39. I can get other variants, yeah. I posted that one so there wouldn't be any more confusion. and Stephen Parton on Bauhaus. But yeah, I try to spread those out. Plus, we're getting some Black Sabbath box sets, Technical Ecstasy and Sabotage. But I was not going to order them until they, I know they're in, until I post a pre-order. I didn't want to order 10 box sets, and they, we only sell, 3 or something. That would be bad. I do have one more crate of new vinyl, but we'll go ahead and do the Laura crate. And then there is another crate of new vinyl. So, but let's knock that out because I did tell somebody, and I know some people waiting on it. And I want to know, Jerry Stone, if you're still on, your Billy Joel River of Dreams is in. I don't know if you stuck this late with me or not. But, Jerry, your Billy Joel River of Dreams is in, just FYI. And that will be shown in the next crate. And that one's was hard to get. When they reissued all those albums last month, that one was out of stock. All right, I'm going to hide this Laura crate. Now, Stephen Parton has no idea where I'm going to hide this sticker, okay? But Laura does, because she left me a note. She left me a note on where to hide the sticker. She said, put it on this one. All right. You got it. Laura, we're going to do it. I'm going to put it, almost put it on the back. Let's put it inside the jacket like I have been. Right there. All right. Boom. I'm going to hide it so well that when I go to look for it later, I won't know where it is. You know? Here we go. It is hidden. Stephen already knows. ESPN. He is clicking. Hold on one second. I'm reading something over here. Billy Joe River Dreams is, I think it's 33. All right, so David Bowie is sold to James Allen for $35. Nobody bid on PIL, an 87 OG specialty. It can be bought for just $25, Public Image Limited. Our next auction is Vice Squad and Halloween. Vice Squad and Halloween. Dead Kennedys, not Halloween. It's Dead Kennedys. We got Vice Squad, Stand Strong, and Stand Strong, Stand Proud. An 82 UK OG punk album. Punk, near mint, super clean with the original inner sleeve. Vice Squad, a $25 start. And Dead Kennedys, Halloween. Wow. It's an 82 UK OG super clean, a $35 start. And PIL was sold to Rebecca for $25. Does Otis know? I didn't get to see Otis today. It's sad. I got here and I found out Addison had already got them. And, man, talking about dog therapy. That dog, it's just like, it's a great way to start my day when I run in and he just like runs up to the door and wants to be petted. And it's just like, nothing like petting a nice dog. Okay. Laura crate. Let's begin. The Black Keys, Attack and Release, $34.99 with promotional CD, $34.99. My Morning Jacket, live, 2015, a 3LP on white vinyl, $24.99. Rebecca First on Black Keys. Electric Wizard from the last crate. I gotcha. That is Electric Wizard presents Black Magic Rituals and Perversions. It's on crystal meth colored vinyl. And I guess it depends on what quality of meth you're getting. If you're getting Walter White, I guess that's kind of pretty blue looking. I guess if you're getting the cheap stuff, it's kind of clear and cloudy. This is Black Magic Rituals and Perversions, Electric Wizard, and it's a nude cover. Probably one of the reasons I've sold so many. $39.99. Chris Knapp on My Morning Jacket. Dead Kennedys is at $45 with Kelly. Did I miss a bid somewhere? Kelly, I think you've got it at $45, unless Rebecca's bid didn't come through on Restream. And Vice Squad, no bid, $25 start. And Ryan, if you want that, it's yours. If not, I'm going to give it to Charlie Marks. There's her bid of 46. Yeah, that didn't come through on Restream. Yeah. Okay. Digital Underground. This is $17.99. This is an EP release. That's what it's called. $17.99. Ryan Eaton on Electric Wizard, Black Magic. Let's go ahead and put Charlie Marks on a waiting list. Gregory Roberts on Digital Underground. $17.99. That's so to Gregory. Quick claim from Twitch. Jerry Lee Lewis at the Palomino Club. Record Store Day. Sealed. Hellfire colored vinyl. $29.99. The Dead Kennedys is a 12-inch single 2-track. Yeah. It's Halloween and Saturday Night Holocaust. It's an 82 UK near mint. And it is a final call to Rebecca for 46. AC/DC Fly on the Wall Gold Vinyl. Gold Vinyl sealed for $29.99. Autumn Betts also on a waiting list for Electric Wizard. Autumn Betts also on a wait list for Electric Wizard. Next, Jimi Hendrix Freedom. The Jimi Hendrix Experience live at Atlanta Pop Festival. Pressed at QRP. Colored vinyl, just $19.99. And Anywhere You Go, Kevin Griffin. It's an indie album, $14.99. Kevin Griffin. A Tribe Called Quest, Beats, Rhymes, and Life, $32.99. All right, Dead Kennedys is sold to Rebecca Howitt then for $46. And Vice Squad can be picked up for a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now on Vice Squad. Let's lay that right over here. I've got the Ramones, their self-titled album. The Ramones is a 2011 press, $29.99 for the Ramones. And Zach Bryan, American Heartbreak. That is a 3 LP. Zach Bryan is $29.99. And we have Ramones is sold to Stephen Parton. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is a compilation, Mutant Pop. And this features Gang of Four, The Human League, and more. It's a 1980 U.S. compilation. Mekons is on here, Scars, Flowers, $15 start. Okay? Now, we have Candlebox, The Long Goodbye, $24.99 for Candlebox, The Long Goodbye. And Donovan, Frank Ritter, Pass It Around. Only time ever on vinyl, $34.99. Stephen Parton on CB for Candlebox. Now, over here, I don't know if I've told y'all or not, we bought quite the collection of some sealed records. Mostly OGs, but some reissues. And we've almost sold out of all the advertised auctions. So I'm about to put up some sealed OG records, unadvertised, for auctions for probably the rest of tonight's new arrivals. And here's the first one. This is an original Grease soundtrack. It was in a cutout bin at some point. The shrink is a little loose there where they probably cut it. It does have the hype sticker, but it's never been opened. It's a $25 start. Josh Brown second on Candlebox. What's the compilation called? It is billed as Fast Product Mutant Pop, $78.79. Fast Product Mutant Pop. Grease is sealed, a $25 start. Alabama Shakes, Boys and Girls. Looks like it's on pink and blue vinyl. $19.99 for Alabama Shakes. Try Some of Mine, Little Richard. It's on pink vinyl. Little Richard is sealed, $19.99. I Forget Where We Were, Ben Howard. Ben Howard is $29.99, a folk acoustic album. Shakedown on Shakes, Shakedown on Alabama Shakes, and Jack White acoustic recordings. Jack White is a 2 LP, $27.99. Chad is really thirsty. Chad's going to go get a bottle of water. Man, what a busy night already again. I'm going to have to figure out how to clone myself. I'm serious. We're going to have to contact the people at Jurassic Park. I hadn't even shown that other new vinyl on sale. We might even have to have a part 3 tonight. Dang it. Sorry. What did I do? Okay, so I told y'all I'm going to need a clone soon. Zach Bryan, no condition notes guy, near mint, nice jacket, $29.99. I'm so sorry. $29.99. Okay. And then next was Autumn. If your AS was for Alabama Shakes, that means you were second. Boontar bid 15 on Mutant Pop. Final call on the sealed grease, one bid for 25. And Jack White was called Acoustic Recordings. It's a 2 LP, 1998 to 2016, $27.99. Okay, my bad. If I forgot something else, let me know. Guy Shard does want Zach Bryan. Charlie Musselwhite, Mississippi Sun. Charlie Musselwhite is sealed on blue vinyl for $24.99, and Jeremy Bryant does want Jack White. Awesome. Nice. I got to post a pre-order for this new deluxe edition. However, this is the Walmart exclusive with a replica backstage pass or ticket. It's in shrink. $24.99 for a nice pre-owned physical graffiti. Not bad whatsoever. And they're about to come out with a new 3 LP, and the new EP is up for pre-order in the group. Just FYI. Also over here we have Tyler Childers, and this is the Walmart exclusive on Red Smoke. Oh man, nice. Live on Red Barn Radio. Charleston girl, Arkin Room. You don't know, I do. Okay, I'm getting out of my Tyler Childers mode, and I will sell this right here for $15 to Boontar, and let's sell Scott Dwallow the sealed grease for $25. Thank you, Scott Dwallow. All right, let's find some other auctions. Tyler's just $19.99 on Walmart exclusive Red Smoke vinyl. Nice. That will be up for pre-order, yes. It's $69, $64. It's not cheap. Wow, Foo Fighters, the Seattle cover variant. So $32.99. This one's called Sonic Highways, and they did cover variants for different cities across the United States. And this one's for Seattle. $32.99. This is sold to Steven. B Smoker, if you don't want Tyler, I'm going to sell it to Paul Brothers. We'll leave it in here until we hear for sure. And then John Mayer, live in Los Angeles, a music on vinyl. The shrink is a little loose and torn, but it's a 4 LP box for $49.99. John Mayer, $49.99. Paul, you're going to get Tyler Childers. Nice. Follow you to Virgie. Oh, man. Back before these calloused. What a voice. We have Andrew Duhon, False River, $14.99. That Mayer was pretty expensive new. It's a 4 LP music on vinyl. Those 4 LPs for music on vinyl are usually close to $100 sometimes. Van Halen, another Walmart exclusive sealed. It also comes with a replica backstage pass, $24.99. Here's another sealed record. This is a sealed original pressing of 38 Special Wild Eyed Southern Boys, a retail copy, not a club, with no saw marks or punch holes, with hype sticker. $25 start. Wild Eyed Southern Boys. Shakedown gets to John Mayer. We will try our best to protect that shrink wrap. That's tough. I will sell it to Shakedown. Josh Brown on BH. And he meant VH for Van Halen. And this is a sealed reissue. But it is the Talking Heads. It is more songs about buildings and food. Black vinyl reissue. A $15 start. There's the SKU on the front. Made in Germany. Probably a pretty recent reissue. $15 start on that. Tired Pony. The Ghost of the Mountain. Tired Pony is $34.99. That's alternative indie rock. Tired Pony, $34.99. The Beastie Boys, To the Five Boroughs. That's on blue vinyl, which is a 2019 edition. $59.99. Beastie Boys, To the Five Boroughs. The Dead Weather, Whorehound. The Dead Weather is a 2 LP with etched D-side. $24.99 for The Dead Weather. $24.99. And we have Tribute to John Anderson. This is actually really good. I kept it when we got them in originally because there's a really good cover of Tyler Childers doing Shoot Low Sheriff. Is that what it's called? Yeah, Shoot Low Sheriff. And John Prine's on here and Eric Church. Really cool cover, tribute album there to John Anderson. Sturgill Simpson, $17.99. Walmart exclusive colored vinyl. That's pretty cool. Jeremy Bryant on Dead Weather. Scott Smith second, then Chris Kirkley. Matthew Sebastian was fourth. Next is St. Paul and the Broken Bones, Angels in Science Fiction. That is on colored vinyl, $22.99 on that. And we have Rock Bye Baby, lullaby renditions of Pearl Jam. That is Pearl Jam music set to lullabies when you want to go to sleep. So instead of even flow, it's more like even flow. Kelly Vladorchik on Rock, and that was for the lullabies. So 38 Special has one bid for $25 of Angela Ledbetter, and that's a final call. One bid with hop sticker. You can be my fantasy girl. And then Talking Heads does not have a bid. Also, Garbage. This is a 20th anniversary limited edition, a 2015 US, $59.99 for Garbage. $59.99 for Garbage. And we have Bush Razor Blade Suitcase. Bush is $29.99. That's a 2 LP on pink vinyl. 2 LP on pink vinyl. And Drake Scorpion. Drake is $19.99 for Scorpion. Nice. The lullabies are instrumental. That's true. I was just joking about them singing. I had no idea they were instrumental, but either way. Empty Matt on G for Garbage, and Stephen Parton on Bush, and then Josh Brown. Okay, let's read through these again. The Laura Crate sticker may still be in here. The Laura Crate sticker might have been grabbed. I'm going to read through these one more time, thoroughly, without interruption, and then I will let you know if it's still remaining or if it's been claimed. First thing, Angela Ledbetter. I feel like that was a great price for a sealed original 38 special of Hop sticker. That sold you for $25. And then Talking Heads did not get a bid. It can be picked up for $15. A sealed copy. Sealed copy of that. Drake was, we'll make that the first recap record. $19.99. Those are, his stuff is expensive new. You know, usually like the wholesale on most of his stuff is like $30, $34, $37 for some of them. That's like the dealer price. Eric Van Leuven on Talking Heads for $15. That sold Eric Van Leuven for $15, sealed. Chris Knapp was second. Also, we have Jerry Lee Lewis at the Palomino Club, sealed for $29.99. Limited edition Hellfire colored vinyl, 2 LP, $29.99. Donna does get Drake. A rockin' guitar or piano pumping live Jerry Lee Lewis there on Hellfire colored vinyl. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. AC/DC, Fly on the Wall, sealed on Go Vinyl for $29.99. Sealed Go Vinyl, $29.99. Jimi Hendrix, Freedom, live at the Atlanta Pop Festival, colored vinyl, $19.99. Kevin Griffin, Anywhere You Go, $14.99. Kevin Griffin. Also, A Tribe Called Quest, Bears, Beats, Rhymes and Life, $32.99. A 2 LP and Shrink. Donovan Frank Ritter, Pass It Around, $34.99 for Donovan. Try Some of Mine, Little Richard, sealed for $19.99 on pink vinyl. A Brunswick Record Store Day exclusive. Lothel on the Jimi Hendrix, thank you. I Forget Where We Were, Ben Howard, a folk acoustic album, $29.99. Charlie Musselwhite, Mississippi Sun, on blue vinyl, sealed, $24.99. Andrew Duhon, False River, $14.99. Tired Pony, an alternate indie rock album, $34.99. Beastie Boys, blue vinyl, $59.99 to the Five Boroughs. The tribute to John, or did somebody claim this? No, nobody claimed this. $17.99, the country tribute to John Anderson. I guess it would be country because he's country. Although you could have a rock tribute to John Anderson. A metal version of Seminole Wind. St. Paul and the Broken Bones, orange greenish vinyl, $22.99. And Empty Matt wants to put back Garbage. 2015 U.S. reissue, 20th anniversary limited edition, $59.99. The Laura Crate sticker remains unclaimed. The Laura Crate sticker remains unclaimed. It's still in there. The Laura Crate sticker remains unclaimed. Stephen Parton is human. Garbage is sold to Stephen Parton. Ryan Ennals on John Anderson. Shall we read through them again? I don't know what to do. Okay. Oh boy. The Laura Crate sticker has been claimed. It took that fast. I have no words, folks. With that being said, I'm going up front to grab a Monster energy drink. We're going to need it after that. I'm going to have a Monster Energy drink after that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. At this point, things are starting to get pretty bizarre around here. I don't know if y'all follow the simulation theory, but someone's doing all this and they're having a lot of fun. It could be unbelievably mathematical odds still. Fate, destiny. That was one of the more bizarre things I've ever seen happen here. That was crazy. With that, I'm gonna put my monster upside down. We're gonna have to. Anybody ever watch Stranger Things? Oh my gosh, we need to start playing that music. Garbage was $59.99. It's sold though. That's the one that had the sticker on it though. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Man, thank you to whoever sent these to the store. It's my newest addiction. These may have taken over crab chips. Oh my gosh. Yeah, these are incredible. They're hot, but not painfully. Steven, you claim as much as you want to. There's no buying limits here. Wow. Holy moly. This show's about to go to a different. We're about to do something crazy. Where's my motorcycle at? I'm about to line up 100 Pablo Cruz albums and attempt to jump them with my motorcycle out in the parking lot. I'm going to get a big ramp and we're going to line up 100 Pablo Cruz albums and I'm going to try to jump them and stick the landing. Whew, I feel a lot better now. That Demas steak, me wipe my hands off on my shirt. Okay? And then here's the lower crate sticker. What a nice treat. Kermit the Frog and his trusty banjo. I do not have a motorcycle. But I don't have a motorcycle, but I do have a 100 Pablo Cruz albums or more. We got to get another one signed and run it for a charity auction again. Okay. So, sorry for the delay. I think we're good to go. All right, so let's go straight into, if you need a price on things, St. Paul, Beastie Boys, Tired Pony, Andrew Duhon, Charlie Musselwhite, Ben Howard, Little Richard, Donovan, and that was Donovan Frank Ritter, Tribe Called Quest, Kevin Griffin, AC/DC, and Jerry Lee Lewis. I got one more. New vinyl crate to tag quickly, and then we got another Paul crate. And the Paul crate has a lot of vintage OG stuff and some new pressings too. So it's going to be another fun Paul crate. So we still got 2 more crates of new arrivals to do. I'm going to attempt to put up some other auctions. And I've got a few more miscellaneous items that I have not shown, like new stuff that needs to be tagged as well. And I need to dig over here in my auction crates and see what we can come up with. Beastie Boys is $59.99. It's a 2019 blue vinyl. 2019 blue vinyl. Okay. We'll start here with Queens of the Stone Age, rated R. I'm going to need to pull up my waiting list for these again. Queens of the Stone Age, rated R. The waiting list was Brett Bledsoe. I got 2 extra copies if anybody wants one. Brett Bledsoe on Queens of the Stone Age, $36.99. I've got 2 extra copies. That's rated R. The Best of REM, 2 copies are available. Their greatest hits, 1988 to 2003. That's a double LP, $44.99. NWA, Straight Outta Compton. Straight Outta Compton is $36.99. And the waiting list for Straight Outta Compton, NWA, was Brandon Jones. Thank you, Brandon Jones. This is so to you. Straight Outta Compton, $36.99. I've got 2 more of those. I've got 1 Anthrax and Public Enemy. And there's 1 person on a waiting list. And that goes to Tony Riddle. And this is the live album with Anthrax and Public Enemy. It's on green vinyl. If anybody else wants one of those, let me know. Sealed OGs, that's going to be the next auctions. Yep. I have Tina Turner and I have Private Dancing. Excuse me. Tina Turner, Private Dancer, and Dirty Dancing, or Private Dirty Dancing. Whoa. That could be a thing too. Private Dirty Dancing. We have Dirty Dancing, a sealed original pressing, $25 start. And Tina Turner, a sealed original pressing, Sears price tag hop sticker. That's also a $25 start. AC/DC from the last craze. That was Fly on the Wall. It was sealed for $29.99. Gold vinyl. Sealed for $29.99. Gold vinyl. I have Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged for just $24.99. STP Unplugged, $24.99. And the waiting list for this is... Janet Gray. Janet Gray, I have several extras if anybody else wants one. $24.99. Romelu C wants one. And I've got 4 more. This is an unofficial. Here is another Queens of the Stone Age. This is Like Clockwork. It's a double LP, $44.99. More Queens. And this was a special request for Mr. Hendry Smink. Anouk, Together Alone. And this is with the hit single Nobody's Wife. It was a music on vinyl pressing, $38.99. This is sold to Hendry. If anybody else wants one, we can order it for you. That's Anouk, A-N-O-U-K. All right. 3 copies of Stevie Ray Vaughan, Reading Festival 83 plus Manchester Live 88. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, The waiting list for Stevie was James Goggin, and that means I'm going to have 2 extra copies. I'm going to have 2 extra copies then. We got JetBlue 004 on an STP. That means there's 3 left. Thank you on that. We've got 2 copies of Clash London Calling remastered, 180 gram, $39.99. And then we have, thank you, Hendry. Glad you're still watching. Dirty Dancing's at 25 of Angela. We're about to sell it. And Tina Turner, I'm looking for a $25 start. Another one, please. So you want 2 STPs, right? So 2 for JetBlue. Okay, now there's 2 left. And then here is that very popular Metallica live Market Square Heroes show. Ed you'll be surprised. Well, him and Laura have access to 3 large databases we use to order vinyl. So if you're ever looking for something, just send them. Or if you catch Laura here live during a show, you can ask her too. She's back there kind of ordering stuff as well. She leaves the notes, I think, for Ed. So when they come in, they get tagged. Metallica Market Square. So we need a volume 2 and 1 for Kevin Reitz. Kevin Reitz, you get a volume 1 and 2. And that means I should have several sets. No, just 2 total. Were you the one on the waiting list? Hold on a second. Oh, you're Janet Gray on the waiting list. Okay. You're Janet Gray on the waiting list. So that means I need to put 1 back. Sorry, you are Janet Gray. Okay, so I got you 2 now. All right, gotcha. So we got a volume 1 and a volume 2 here for Kevin J. Reitz. And then Kenny Roll, I'm going to give you a volume 1 and a volume 2. And now I've got 1 set left. And if I can fit this in here, I can. I'm going to go grab a new crate. Excellent. Let's put that right here. And now let's grab a new empty crate. Whoops. And there's 1 extra set. And this was, here's the Billy Joel River of Dreams. Yeah, so this album came out in 1993. That's why I think it sold out and it back ordered. I never did get my original shipment. A tough OG record to get. And I guess you can only other get it in his box set. And so now here's the first solo reissue it's had in a while. River of Dreams. I know Jerry Stone needs 1. There's 1 for Jerry Stone, and I've got 4 extra copies if anybody wants 1. And then here is a Queens of Stone Age we haven't had in a while. Era Vulgaris. $36.99. All right, the Sealed Dirty Dancing original is sold to Angela Ledbetter for $25. And now Tina Turner is a bot now for $25 if anybody wants that. What's love got to do with it? All right. I'm going to put Tina right over here. Let's see what else I have. That was our last crate of new vinyl for the night. And let's read through those one more time. We have a Queens of Stone Age Rated R for $36. The Best of REM, a double LP for $44. NWA Straight Outta Compton's $36. Stone Temple Pilots is $24. I've got 3 left. Like Clockwork's $44. Stevie Ray Vaughan Reading Festival is $34. The Clash London Calling remastered 2 LP 180 gram $39. Metallica Volume 1 and Volume 2 Market Square $44.99 each. Billy Joel The River of Dreams is $33. And Queens of Stone Age Era Vulgaris is $36. Autumn put BI for something. She might have meant BJ for Billy Joel. We'll find out. What else do I have over here we can sell? Here's a Japanese pressing of the Honey Drippers, Robert Plant, Jimmy Page. When we rock, we rock. Or excuse me, that's the Deep Purple over here. Sorry, this is the Honey Drippers Volume 1. The Honey Drippers Volume 1 is near mint minus and pristine with shrink wrap, OB, and it should have an insert. $35 start on the Honey Drippers, okay? And then Autumn, let me know what BI was for. Billy Joel over there. Songs for the Deaf. That's the only one I didn't order because I've ordered it about 3 weeks in a row and we keep selling out. And sometimes I'm like, well, we've sold 3 in a row. I better not order another one. And now you're asking about it. But if you want to go on a waiting list, I can have it. They're always in stock. Well, typically. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Wow, do those come out next Friday, John? Yeah, if they come out next Friday, I need to get on the horn then about pre-orders. But yeah, Autumn doesn't want Billy Joe. I had a feeling. I just wanted to make sure. That's so Autumn. Wow, those are creeping up on me. Man, yeah, I gotta work on pre-orders. I gotta take a day off from ordering and just post pre-orders. Because about the time it takes me to order all this stuff, if I take 2 or 3 hours and just post like 30 pre-orders, get the photos, match the descriptions, we could have a big day just on the group, just posting pre-orders. So yeah, it looks like I'm behind. All right, show's over. I got to get to work. Just kidding. Few more things to go through, and then we'll do a few shenanigans here later tonight. Honey Drippers, $35 start. And I think I have Avenged Sevenfold already posted. The colored vinyl, that's posted. Yeah, that's posted. I just purged everything today. I went through the last month of post, which took forever, and made sure I had everything ordered. Every once in a while, I'll miss an order. I'm like, oh no, I didn't order that one. Or they're posted, everybody's like, Chad, is such and such coming in? And I'm like, what? And then, sure enough, I forget to order it. But I've purged everything, so. I know Van Halen's are coming next week. We're getting 100 of those. That's a big one. And we've already sold about 80 or 90 of them, so I probably need to go ahead and order more. All right. Sealed with hop stickers. I have, with a hop sticker, I got a Moody Blues album with a hop sticker I can run. I have a 12-inch single from Brian Setzer with a hop sticker I can run. I have a Greg Ken band with a hop sticker I can run. I just ran that. That's a Sunday, so that's a new pressing. I have a Jefferson Starship with a hop sticker I can run. That's in this crate. I don't know where they took the other ones that have better titles, even better titles. Here's the Moody Blues. This is a sealed original with hop sticker, Long Distance Voyager, a $25 start. 15th. And yeah, Chevelle is in my cart. Yeah, Chevelle comes out next week. We're getting all of them too. We're getting all of them that I ordered. All right, new crate from Paul. New arrivals that Mr. Paul marked today. New arrivals that Mr. Paul marked today. One second, I need to send a message. I don't have any 45s. I have cassettes, though. That's going to be some stuff I tried. Just got to make sure a few people, at least a few people interested, is watching. If you usually have at least 2 or 3, we can find enough for everybody. 1 second, please. The letters. I'm typing a message. Hold on a second. All right. Here we go. Sorry. And a magic show where a guy pulls sticker does have that. That'd be like a... Okay, lower crate sticker up here. What do we have here? Let's go through these. Sorry. The phone call that I didn't make earlier, I'm now texting. So, the Alpha Band, $9.99. Let's see what goodies Paul has pulled out of the back inventory. So, when I say somebody's marking a crate, behind this wall, the store kind of wraps around, and we have our shipping department. Paul and Laura kind of work over here, and then John kind of works all on this side. And there's about 100,000 albums that wrap around me and all through our store, except for the shipping department, unless it's the sold records that are about to be shipped. So they come in every day, and they basically pick out what they're going to price. We try to mark everything because we've always been surprised. We never know what's going to sell. But they go usually for the best stuff they can find first, and we go from there. We have Backstreet Crawler. This is also $9.99. Michael Bacon, bringing it back home, or bringing it home. He's bringing home the bacon. Michael Bacon, $9.99. This is road music. That's one of those truck driving compilations from back in the day. It's stuff like Red Savine and Dave Dudley, classic country stuff, $14.99. And Hate Crew. This is called Silent Rage. Hate Crew's a 1988 Belgium import. That's a punk album. A punk album, $19.99. And Def Leppard, yeah. Def Leppard's a 2LP, $24.99. So Sealed Moody Blues with hop sticker, $25. And Honey Drippers is $35. Japanese and Shrink and Obi, okay? There's that. Let me... let's see, I've already showed the Jerry Only figures, yeah? Let me see what's in this tub of cassettes. I might start mixing in a few Buy It Now cassettes for $6.99. Let's see if this is the ones I want to get to. Either these or this tub. Actually, you know what? There might be... Somebody said 45. No, I don't. I got VHS. All right. Here's this. Here's you. Here's me. Here's Bill. Here's you. This is what I'm looking for. All right. Aha. All right. This is everything that was left in that crate I've been pulling. I feel like I've been pulling stuff out of here forever, but we need to just get to the bottom of everything that's left in here. Hate Crew. Hate Crew is so to Rebecca. You got it. I got you down for Hate Crew. And over here, we have Pink Floyd, The Dark Side of the Moon. Pink Floyd is sealed, and that's the 2016 remaster. That is $34.99. Also, we have the Ramones, live, or Triple J, live at the Wireless. This is sealed $34.99. 2021 Record Store Day numbered. Record Store Day numbered. This is $34.99. We have the Descendants, Milo Goes to College. The Descendants is sealed, a reissue $39.99, and Weather Report Sport and Life. Weather Report is sealed $19.99, a 1985 US. And over here is Ahmad Jamal Digital Works LP. Ahmad Jamal is a test pressing. How cool is that? Ahmad Jamal Digital Works, that's a test pressing from Specialty Records, $34.99. Cosmo Kramer on Does, but that was for the Descendants. There's a pre-order up for this. Okay, this has been out of print for a while. Milo Goes to College. A silver vinyl indie exclusive is up for pre-order in Whole Lotta Records. If anybody's interested in that, I can share the link. The Ramones is so to George Jones. Thank you, George. And we have Foghat, Girls to Chat and Boys to Bounce. $14.99. That's a gold stamp promo. George Delisle on the Ahmad Jamal test pressing. Thank you, George Delisle. Here's a few cassettes. Alan Parsons' Eye in the Sky, Alan Parsons' Vulture Culture, Alan Parsons' Ammonia Avenue, Alan Parsons' Stereo Tommy, and then we have Air Supply Hearts in Motion, Air Supply Greatest Hits, Dokken Under Lock and Key, Cher Love Hurts, and the Jackson 5 I'll Be There. And I think that's like a hits comp. Also in here, the Lumineers, nice. $24.99 for the Lumineers. Paul Simon, self-titled, $19.99. Me and Julio. We have Jefferson Airplane, Flight Log. That's a 2LP, $24.99. And What If Mozart wrote Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas? The Hampton String Quartet. That's pretty cool looking. $9.99. What If Mozart wrote Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas? Nice. Yes, close to the edge. A UK import reissue. Nice. Ooh, that's a spanking copy, kind of like that stuff we got into last night. Yes, it's $19.99. Another Ramones, a Rhino remaster. That's sealed for $29.99. And The Descendants, Everything Sucks. The Descendants is a 2017 deluxe with a bonus 7-inch, $34.99. The Young Rascals is a 66 US mono, VG $9.99. So 4 different Alan Parsons, 2 Air Supplies, a Doc and a Cher and a Jackson 5. Those are all $6.99. And I've got another Japanese pressing to run, and that's a great Deep Purple compilation here. And that's called When We Rock, We Rock, and When We Roll, We Roll. And that's a Japanese pressing, near mint minus. Beautiful $35 start. George Jones picking up another Ramones. Thank you, George. That's so to you. There's the Young Rascals again. Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. Frank Zappa's in VG condition, $24.99. Frank Zappa, Hot Rats, $24.99. VG $24.99. And King Crimson in the Court of a Crimson King, 74 Richmond, VG condition, $24.99. King Crimson. Also, we have Bob Dylan, a quad press, VG Plus, $24.99. Billy Joel, 52nd Street, that's VG $9.99. And we have Nitro, Return to Nitropolis. Nitro is a 79 disco funk album, VG condition, $9.99. And Charlie Feathers, that rockabilly cat. Charlie Feathers is a 79 US EX, $27.99. EX, $27.99. Let's grab a few more cassettes over here. These are all $6.99. I've got Hooked on Classics. Also, I have Don Williams' Greatest Hits. Don Williams' The Best Of. Donna Summer, Live and More. And Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Those are all $6.99 on those. We have Steve Miller Band, I Want to Fly Like an Eagle. VG Plus, $14.99. Thanks, everybody, for sending dots. I think a lot of people have fell asleep on me. Test 1, 2. Is this thing on? Let me smack my microphone. Is everybody still with me? Everybody awake? Test 1, 2. Also, we have the Temptations. Do the Temptations. The Temptations is EX condition, $12.99. Also, Jimmy Hughes, Why Not Tonight? Jimmy Hughes is EX, $27.99. A 67 mono. 67 mono. Paul Simon, still crazy after all these years. EX, $16.99 on Paul Simon. Roberta Flack, Chapter 2. Roberta Flack is in Shrink. That's EX, $12.99. George Duke, Follow the Rainbow. George Duke is in VG condition, $9.99 on that. We have the Doobie Brothers, Taking It to the Streets. The Doobie Brothers is VG $9.99. Rick Perrine, The Rascals, was a 66 mono, VG cover and VG vinyl, $9.99 in mono. That is good loving. Nice. We have Freedom Express. Freedom Express is a 1975 U.S. private press hard rock, country rock. It has a few really solid tracks, is the note from Paul. It's one of those deep cut but pretty solid albums. VG Plus, $59.99. Rami Lucy on GD, and that was for George Duke. That's so to Rami Lucy. The Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, that's VG $9.99. The Deep Purple is a buy it now for $35. Let's make that a buy it now for $35. Also, we have Balance. Balance is in VG condition, $9.99. And Bachman Turner Overdrive 2. BTO is VG Plus, $11.99. Illicit Beach Band. Illicit Beach Band. That's EX condition, $12.99 on that. Also, Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. It is an OG. It's a VG copy with VG cover, or maybe even VG minus. Quite a bit of cover wear. $24.99 on that. The Roberta Flack album was called Chapter 2. Roberta Flack Chapter 2. That's EX edition, $12.99. And Rick Perrine says he is sold on the Rascals. Thank you, Rick Perrine. That is sold to you. We have the Descendants that's still left in here. Greg Gallier is Everything Sucks, $34.99. No condition notes, a deluxe edition. Deluxe editions. Brian F. on BTO. That's sold to Brian F. and Brian Colsar on the Doobie Brothers. And that was right here. That's sold to Brian Colsar. Also, we have Man, Welsh Connection. Man is VG Plus, $14.99. The Beach Boys Surfs Up with insert. It does have the lyric insert with it. VG Plus does have some cover wear. Bobby Bear sings Lullabies, Legends, and Lies. Bobby Bear, 2LP RCA, EX $12.99. The Robert Cray Band, Don't Be Afraid of the Dark, EX $12.99 on that. Genesis, Selling England by the Pound with insert. It does have some cover wear. VG Plus, $16.99. Going back to Indiana, the Jackson 5 original TV soundtrack, that's EX $17.99. Roberta Flack is sold here to Donna. 30 for Deep Purple, sold to Matt Parsons. Thank you, Lothel. That is sold to you. Also, Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds, a 72 Jacksonville, VG, $19.99. Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds. Nazareth, that's their self-titled debut. It's still in shrink. EX condition, $22.99 for Nazareth. John Mayall, Blues Breakers, VG Plus, $29.99. Neil Young Harvest is VG Plus, $21.99. It does have a lyric insert with it. And we have Man, M-A-N. Man is a 72 US. It has a pop-up map gatefold jacket, $19.99. And Romelu on the Jackson 5. That's so to Romelu C. Okay, before I recap that bin, what I'm going to do, I've got to step away for 1 second, and I've actually got to make a phone call. So before I do that, I'm going to lay these out here. I need everybody to do me one favor. I need everybody to let me know where you're watching from. I'll be back in this probably take 2 minutes, maybe 3. Let me do that, and while I'm up front, I'm going to grab a bottle of water too, okay? So give me 1 second. Brian, I'll put back Doobie Brothers. Y'all let me know where you're watching from. Let me know something in the chat too, like, hey, my next concert is Paul McCartney. And I'll be back in 3 minutes, okay? Quick timeout. Please let me know where you're watching from. I've got, we're going to do Miscellaneous later. We're going to do Miscellaneous later. We're going to do some more cassettes, maybe posters. We're about to find out. Okay, that took a lot longer than I thought, but I'm back. The good thing is I think we're gonna have some. We're gonna get some autographs authenticated soon. And sorry for the delay. Make sure I did hit send on that. Okay, I did. Okay. All right, so the last thing was Brian Colsar needed to put back the Doobie Brothers. Still got 174 people watching. Glad y'all hung around with me. Brian Colsar, I'll put that back, no problem. We got viewers in Washington, Clinton, Tennessee, also in Washington. We got viewers in Florida and Seattle. Pink Floyd Obscured by Clouds is sold to Stephen Parton. It was $19.99. Guy Shard says, I'm watching from Chad's house. Nice collection of vinyl, Legos, etc. That if you're watching my house, there will be a lot of vinyl and a lot of Legos there. That's true. Virginia Rush tribute concert. Why not? Wow, that's cool. Their name's Why Not. New Jersey, 9 Inch Nails, Michigan, Chicago, Kansas City Ice Cube, Whitney Morgan. We sold two. That we actually had 2 signed ministry posters, 245, 245. Playing your Rush pinball. Yep. All right. So here we go. I think that crate is worthy of just a title read-through, especially some of those at the end. I know I've been sporadic tonight with pauses and stuff here the last few minutes, but I'm going to try to knock out some discount stuff for y'all. And in all honesty, I really could end early. And every time I say this, we end up going at least another hour. But in all honesty, I really could use some time to end early tonight for 2 reasons. One, to work on a lot of the stuff we've been talking about, pre-orders and ordering. And also get ready for a big Thursday night metal night, which requires photographs, videos. And I don't need to be here again till 9 a.m. in the morning. That's kind of why I'm like half asleep right now. So, but let's do as much as we can. Let's read through these titles. And I'm going to take a drink of this monster. And I'm going to show you the no bids. And let's try to get some stuff sold. I'm gonna try to sort my auction bins over here and see what I've got laying around. Maybe we can get some deals done on some stuff. But wow, like I said, 170 people still watching. That's pretty amazing. So first thing I'm gonna do is show y'all tonight's no bids. Let's get some of these sold. Honey Drippers, Japanese pressing, $35 or best offer. Sealed Moody Blues, original with hop sticker, $25. Tina Turner, sealed original with hop sticker, $25. This was in a bin earlier, so it's sticker price. It's sealed AC/DC gold vinyl. That's $29.99 if anybody wants it. $29.99. One of the few tagged auctions of the night, a punk record from 1982. That's a UK copy of Vice Squad. It's only $25. Stand Strong and Stand Proud. A white label promo of Queen, an 82 US white label promo. That was $30. That was $30. And then the 3 o'clock. The 3 o'clock is an 85 US Picnickville OG. It was $10. Rebecca wants Vice Squad for $25 and Queen for $30. And the 3 o'clock was one of the few things left. VG Plus, $10. Moody Blues, $15. John, let's do it for $18. Okay, one of the few autographs tonight that didn't sell. Autographed by John Sebastian, JSA authenticated, $45. John Sebastian from the Lovin' Spoonful, Woodstock performer. $45 on that, or best offer. And then Japanese, The History of Eric Clapton. No Obi, that's $25. And Duran Duran Notorious is $35. Duran Duran Notorious is $35. That's a Japanese pressing with Obi. $35 on that. So Clapton 25, Duran Duran. John Kaiser gets the sealed Moody Blues for 18. Tina Turner was 25 OBO. 3 o'clock is $10. Honey Dripper's 35, and then the John Sebastian autograph book. Okay. Vice just got sold to Rebecca for 25. Yep. So what else do I have over here? There's the Pantera. We're going to be selling this tomorrow during prime time. This is a big one. Pantera. Beautiful OG copy and shrink. It's probably going to be an instant air horn, so be tuned in for whenever that pops up. Also, let me clear out some stuff over here. Here's Ed's note from today. I got to reply to her. Christopher Yoakum offered 18 for Tina. Sold for 18. Christopher Yoakum. That's sold to you for $18. Thank you. Let's put that right over here. All right. And then we have... let's scan this and see what it pulls up. This is, I'll do it for $6.99. It's actually a CD. It's a Jimi Hendrix, Best of Jimi Hendrix. It's a CD with an 8x8 booklet. It's sealed, $6.99. Bob Cobb gets the Maestro gets Duran Duran for $30. Here was a record that didn't get paid for. It was a canceled invoice. It's only $6.99, and guess who it is? Keith Whitley, Miami, Miami. Keith Whitley is $6.99. Canceled invoice. Somebody didn't pay for that. That's unfortunate. Only thing they bought. $6.99. Rebecca got the 3 o'clock for $8. Nice. Wow, that just leaves the Honey Drippers and Clapton now. And, of course, the John Sebastian. There's that. Let me put Ed's note right over here. Hendrix is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $6.99. There's Keith Whitley. Here is a toy that didn't get paid for. It's a 2003 Mezco Jersey Devil. That's from when I was doing the sell up front. From the Cripzuli series. I don't know what that is, but it was something that didn't get paid for. Jersey Devil figure. That's an auction item for tomorrow. I have D.D. King handwritten lyrics to Brooklyn Babe and Down in the Sewer. This was from a Julian's auction. I got to get this photographed and advertised, but it's a... Is that actually... These look like copies. What is this? Interesting. All right, I don't know what that stuff is, but we'll set it aside. It looks like something that was in a Julian's auction at some point, which, you know, Julian's is high-end auction house. I'll do further research on that. I know I have a T-shirt over here that was owned by Bill Wyman. Here was a no bid from the other night. It was only $5. It's a quad pressing of Mike Bloomfield, Al Cooper, Stephen Steele's Super Session for just $5. Surely we can get a claim on that. Keith Whitley was $6.99. Clapton is sold for $28. Clapton is sold for $18. Excuse me, $18. The Paul Brothers. Yeah, I'll read through the cassettes again, and I'll do some more. I got a couple things here we can auction. Give me a second. Okay, here was a bundle. Yeah, I remember these, and we tried selling them together. And dang, I just found some pretty cool stuff over here. All right. So these were sealed. It was 10 records for $70. Clay Moore gets Keith Whitley for $6.99. We'll break these up because the last time I tried them, everybody was like, I want this one or I want that one. So 10 sealed records in here. Now we're going to break them up and say they're $6.99 each. Memphis Session, Rick Nelson. Bebe Blue, Cover Girls, that's sealed. Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits, these are all $6.99. Jack Green, Humanesque. The Best of Clarence Carter, Strokin'. Rhythm and Blues Greatest Hits. Quarter Flash, these are all sealed originals. Steve Warner, Loretta Lynn Home, and Donna Summer, 4 Seasons of Love. Those are all $6.99 each. Chad Smith gets Super Session for $5. All these are sealed for $6.99 each. And then maybe after we pick a few out, we'll bundle what's left. Clarence Carter is sold to Stephen Parton for $6.99. Rebecca on Bebe Blue, however you say that. And then here's these cassettes for $6.99. Culture Club, Color by Numbers, Donna Summer Live and More, Volume 2. The Best of Don Williams Greatest Hits, Hooked on Classics. Those are all $6.99. Also $6.99 was Dokken, Under Lock and Key, Share, Love Hurts, The Jackson 5, I'll Be There, Air Supply, Hearts in Motion, and Air Supply Greatest Hits. And then these 4 here are $6.99 each. Alan Parsons, Alan Parsons, Alan Parsons, and Alan Parsons. Okay, first is Christopher Yoakum wants the Jack Green for $6.99. That was sealed. Alonzo on Ale, Loretta Lynn, and he was wanting me to break that one up the last time. That's sold to Alonzo. Phantom Canuck on 4 Seasons of Love, Donna Summer. That's sold to Phantom Canuck, and Jackie was second. So that leaves Steve Warner, Quarter Flash, Rhythm and Blues Greatest Hits with Lloyd Price, The Impressions, the Dale Vikings, and Bay City Rollers Greatest Hits. It's sealed. It does have a cut corner, $6.99, and then Rick Nelson, Memphis Sessions. Paul Brothers wants the Hooked on Classics cassette. That is right back here. That's sold to Paul for $6.99. All right. We'll make sure everybody's picked what they wanted out of there. What else is in my crate over here? Well, I've got 2, 3, 4 auctions here. We can run one tonight at least. Here's some. I don't know if I've shown these or not. Let's see. I'll do this. Some of these might be. Here's another wave of sealed, but these are more. These have never been shown before either. So let's do that. Robin Glenn wants the Steve Warner. That was sealed for $6.99. Budget sealed records here. Kevin, let me know if you want BCR before I possibly bundle those last. Here's some more. Moon Martin is sealed. I'll do it for $10. Sealed Moon Martin, Escape from Domination. $10 on that. We're basically showing new arrivals right now. This is stuff that's never been shown before, except those, but they're being shown tonight for the first time. Rick Nelson is sold to Phantom Canuck. Rhythm and Blues Greatest Hits is sold to Steve Biddlecombe for $6.99. And that leaves Bay City Rollers and Quarter Flash. Moon Martin is $10. This is a sealed club copy of the Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. $25. Sealed Greatest Hits, an original club copy, $25. Moon Martin was $10. He's passing on Bay City Rollers, so it's still available. This is Spencer Davis and Traffic, $10. Here we go around the Mulberry Bush soundtrack. It's sealed. There is a tear in the shrink, and it's a cutout. $10 on that. Spencer Davis and Traffic. This is also $10. You know what? I'll do this for $6.99. Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits Volume 3. Tony Bennett's Greatest Hits Volume 3, sealed. Cutout record, $6.99. Moon Martin is sold to Christopher Yoakum for $10. That's sold to Christopher Yoakum for $10. And Elvis This is a sealed Worldwide 50 Gold Award Hits Volume 1. Sealed. Mono, $25. Should be a 3 LP. $25 on Elvis. Never been opened. $25. That's a sealed box. Tony Bennett, $6.99. $10 on the Spencer Davis Traffic. And Eagles Greatest Hits Volume 2. Sealed club. $25 on that. Okay. What else do I got over here? I have a Masters mug. That's one of the few Masters items we didn't sell the other night. $35 on that. Brand new, kind of pop art design. Kind of an Andy Warhol inspired Masters mug. That is $35 if anybody wants that. Steve Biddlecombe on RP. And RP was for, did you mean EP? He might have been EP, but we'll find out. He might have been EP for Elvis Presley. What else do I have over here? I have a note from Ed. I have another note from Ed. These are old notes. I don't need these anymore. He says, ignore that last comment. I can do that. I can do that. I've still got Ghost air fresheners. Let's see what I have here. Ghost air that's the Misfits. $7.99. Let me just get this box out of my way, but there's those. I'll show some more in just a second. They do smell good. What actually do I have here? There's some waiting lists for Ozzy. Those are long gone. Ghost. AC/DC. Just one. Grateful Dead and Misfits. $7.99. $7.99 on those. That's the 4 I have right now. Ghost, AC/DC, Grateful Dead, and Misfits. Okay. Eagles is $25, now $18 to Dale Sanders. Let's sell that to Bart Knoxville for $18. Thank you. And then over here I should have a tub of new miscellaneous stuff, including some restocks of some stuff we have waiting list for. Here they are. Aha. Aha. Not the band. At least not yet. Still got to go through this Paul, or at least read through this Paul crate a second time. Let me see what the first thing I have in here is. First thing I have in here is Motorhead, Megadeth, Motorhead, Megadeth, okay? And I think we have I think we have waiting lists for these. So let me look up Megadeth first. Megadeth. Jackie Reynolds was on a waiting list. Jackie Reynolds on a waiting list for Megadeth. And so these are $7.99. I have 3 left. We have Motorhead. Motorhead is sold to Buddy Cordova. Buddy Cordova, you is on a waiting list for Motorhead. That's sold to him for $7.99. We have Patty on AC/DC. That's sold to Patty for $7.99. And then Patty also wants a Megadeth. And that leaves Megadeth and Motorhead there. Okay, and then there's waiting list for these. $11.99. Labyrinth, David Bowie Labyrinth playing cards, and Star Wars playing cards. And the Star Wars playing cards and Labyrinth was Rebecca Howitt. Rebecca, you got a deck of Labyrinth playing cards and Star Wars, $11.99 each. And I have one deck. These are really cool. They look like Kenner figures on the back. It looks like the Kenner figures, the original Star Wars line, and then David Bowie Labyrinth scenes from the movie. All right, so those are sold to Rebecca. And I have one deck each still left. Patty also wants a Motorhead air freshener. And we have an offer on Bay City Rollers for $5. I guess. I was about to bundle all these anyway, so And then can you show Elvis again? I can. This is Elvis, a Worldwide 50 Gold Award Hits Volume 1. This is 30, what did I say? Well, how much did I say? $25? I'll do it for $25, sealed, yeah. All right, sell this to John Griffin for $5. I'm going to start opening these things up. I say that every time, then I end up selling them for cheaper than what I did. Nick Bargeron wants a deck of Star Wars and a deck of Labyrinth. Those are sold to Nick Bargeron. And thank you, John Griffin. So that leaves these 3, and then Elvis. We'll make sure he has made up his mind on that. And what else do we have? What else do we have? What else do we have? Thank you, John. What else is over here? Okay. Here's a stack of 45s. Let's see what's in here. I think this is some stuff I picked and choosed out of Fred Goodwin's collection. Yeah, it is. Let me go through these. Might be some no payments in here too. All right, so Elvis. This is sold to Jim Ciascio for $25. All right, so this is a Beatles 65 Starline. This is Do You Want to Know a Secret? And Thank You Girl. It looks beat, but plays great. And I don't know if I've ever run that before, but it's $45. That's on that green Starline label. Do You Want to Know a Secret? And Thank You Girl. $45 on that. Lady Madonna and The Inner Light. That's a 68 promo. VG plays well aside from repeating clicks on side B. Of course, that's another pretty rare Beatles single. Not super rare, but scarce. That's Lady Madonna, Inner Light. That's $35. So those are both pretty low grade, though. Kid Flash, Hot Like Fire. I'll say $6.99. It's a promo. Kid Flash, $6.99. Club Nouveau, $5. That was going to be the starting bid, a 1988 promo. Club Nouveau. That needs to be auctioned. That's a Led Zeppelin boot, $45. Let's see here. Sounds in Space, demonstration of RCA Victor Living Stereo. Sounds in Space, very low grade, $5. We got Liz Anderson, autographed, RCA Victor, $5. Roy Rogers and Dale Evans, Thank You God. This is a children's record on yellow vinyl. We'll do that for $10. Really nice picture. What is this, 1950? That's pretty dang early. $10 on that. Vladarchek on the Space for $5. That's sold to Vladarchek for $5. Sammy Smith in a picture sleeve here. I thought that was pretty nice. $6.99. I'll show you what these are in just a second. Stone Country, Ballad of Bonnie and Clyde, a promo, $6.99. Dean Martin, Memories of Made of This, 50s EP, beautiful. Dean Martin, $6.99. The Stanley Brothers on the King label, $6.99. Michael Brandon, Papa Was a Fiddlin' Man. Look at that label. Pollyanna Records. $6.99 on that. The Osborne Brothers, Ruby, Are You Mad? Ruby. $6.99 on the Osborne Brothers. Ronnie Prophet, The Phantom of the Opera. That's pretty cool. It's got the Ryman Auditorium in the back. $6.99 on Ronnie Prophet. Kenny Rogers, The Christmas Song, $6.99. Guy Shard on the Dean Martin for $6.99. Charlie Pride, Dallas Cowboys. And I think that's a pretty good record. I'll still say $6.99. Charlie Pride, Dallas Cowboys. Whoa. Walt Disney's The Liberty Tree. Johnny Tremaine. That's also $10. Okay. That's all stuff from Fred's collection. Now, these are all Dolly Partons. I got Dolly Parton, a promo from 1989, Yellow River. I've got Dolly. This is Light of a Clear Blue Morning, another promo. Here's Dolly, God Won't Get You. That's another promo. Another God Won't Get You promo. Kenny Rogers, The Greatest Gets of Them All with Dolly. And then these are earlier singles. That's her first label, Monument. I've Lived My Life, Something Fishy, and I've Lived My Life. So those are the same record. Now, Dolly has some records on this label that are almost like 60s girl rock, or, you know, like it sounds like the Shangri-Las, or she had some also like rock music that's on this label. They're very, very cool records. We had one time I think I sold for like $320. It almost sounds psychedelia. You've got to go find it. It's an amazing song. It's Dolly, and it's when she was country, but maybe trying to also experiment. Very cool. So I'm going to sell all these together. Dolly, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. $35. That's $5. 35. I want to sell those as a lot. Clay Moore was second. Nick Bargeron gets the Dallas Cowboys for $6.99. $7 for 35. Those are all very clean, and most of them are promos. And then that left Kenny Rogers, the Ronnie Prophet, the Osborne Brothers, the Michael Brandon, the Stanley Brothers, Stone Country, Sammy Smith, the Liz Anderson, Club Nouveau, Kid Flash, the Beatles, and then the 2 Disney records. Okay? And then all the Dollies, $5 a piece essentially, $35 for those. That cleared out a big section of that crate. What else is over here? Is this priced? That's not priced. Is this not priced? Oh, this was about to be in a discount bin. Of course, I could not make it $19.99. It's too nice. So I was just going to show it again and take an offer on it. This is a 1975 second label, but super clean copy of Miles Davis's Bitches Brew. Beautiful vinyl. Paul graded it super clean, near mint minus. $49.99. $49.99 for Bitches Brew. And this Alabama is something I'll probably auction. It's one of their earlier ones. I don't have it tagged. It looks like it's been cleaned, but I'll just stick it over here for another day, another time. These are damaged, and I think Tim Graham, I don't know if you're watching, somebody was on a waiting list for these, and they're damaged. I don't know if you want a damaged copy for cheap, or, yeah, Tim Graham. These are supposed to be, I think, like $34.99. They've got damaged covers. They're Star Trek TV soundtracks, if anybody wants one, for $19.99. But they're damaged, and I forgot to send them back. So, actually, let me leave those stickers on there. But, yeah, $19.99. Those are damaged corners. $19.99. I'm going to put those down in there. And then, Paul, I was trying to sell all these dollies together. So there's 7 there for $35 if you want them. The Dolly and Kenny. Or is that a claim for all of them? Or was you trying to just buy that one? So damaged Star Treks, just $19.99. Let's put this over here. A couple more old Ed notes I can trash. Let's see what else. This is fun. I'm double dipping. I'm having going through a lot of miscellaneous, but also I'm cleaning up my table over here. This is an old picture disc. I think y'all remember the other night we sold a huge lot of these. The Whiffin' Proof song, Vogue picture record. These are like from the 40s. If that phone ever rings and it's you, look at that one. We'll say this is $10. Vogue picture record. Early picture disc there. I think that plays at a 78 RPM. Pretty cool. And then, so Paul does want all the Dolly stuff. Nice, sell him that bundle for $35. I'm going to put it right on top of the Charlie Pride Dallas Cowboys deal. Let's get that in a cardboard backer. If I can find one. Our cardboard backer over here. There we go. I'll use this one. Jolene at a 33. I have actually heard that. I hadn't done it myself, but I saw somebody post a video. Kind of demonic sounded, right? What is this? 50 Classics Marlboro Country. This is just some kind of old catalog from Marlboro, and then soda cans, old and new. I bet this is actually a pretty good item. It's an old price guide of soda cans. Kind of like a checkbook or a price guide. And I bet some of these in here are pretty rare now. Yeah, the Kenny was in with the Dolly. It was a Kenny Rogers Dolly Parton song. Kenny Rogers Dolly Parton song. So yeah, you got all of those. Okay. Eric Van Leuven wants the Vogue picture disc. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $10. Thank you. Thank you, Paul Brother. Sorry for any confusion. Let's see. What do I have here? Antonio Carlos Jobim tied. It's beautiful vinyl. It's a mono press from Portugal. Where is this from? It's definitely a foreign label. $10. $10 on that. Antonio Carlos Jobim. Right behind that, I have a sealed T-Bones, Sippin' and Chippin'. I'll do that for $10. Sealed original. And Connie Francis, Connie and Clyde, hit songs of the 30s. Connie Francis sealed, also $10. So Antonio Carlos Jobim, the T-Bones, those are all $10 records. All $10 records there. At some point, somebody asked if I wanted to sell these. They're empty jackets. These were shipped from our distributors, and they did not put vinyl. And I'll do them for $5 a piece. I think that's what somebody offered me one night, just for the empty sealed jackets. Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward, and Godsmack Faceless. $5 each. They're just empty sealed jackets from our distributors. Connie Francis is sold to Rebecca for $10. That's sold to Rebecca. And here's a couple signed jackets. Y'all have seen these before, though. Yep. This is signed by Christina Aguilera. That is $275. It is JSA authenticated. And then this is the Alcatraz from the Grover Jackson Guitar Collection. This is somebody over on YouTube they bought, and we never did hear back from them. Me Too. That was their handle. So that was $75. It's signed by Graham Bonnet, Danny Johnson, Gary Shea, Jimmy Waldo, and Juan Uvina. And that's the only time that's been pressed to vinyl. It's signed, and it is $75. And then Christina Aguilera is $275. Now, there's no disc in the jacket. It's just a cover. But that is signed by Christina Aguilera. $275 on that one. Alcatraz is $75. Godsmack is sold to Stephen Parton for $5. Josh Brown, you were second. And Guy Shard, you were second on the Bonnie and Clyde. I've had some people ask for Connie Francis. And I've told John to dig out some Mac Davis and Ronnie Millsap. And he's like, are you sure? I was like, I am not joking. I am not joking. Okay, I'm almost done cleaning out this bin. We have Laserdisc. I'm keeping those, though. I wonder if Michael Rudolph is watching. Here's a Laserdisc. Rooster Cogburn. A Laserdisc. $10. John Wayne, Katharine Hepburn. That's a Laserdisc. $10 on that. And then is this more signed stuff? Here's one signed record. I'm now entertaining offers. It's signed by Eddie Rabbit. To Dale, My Best Eddie Rabbit. It's $35. This was in the bin the other night. Jimi Hendrix Plays, Curtis Knight Sings. It was $49.99 or best offer. And then same thing for, it might have even been in a half off bin, the Metros. And I just didn't know what to do. I couldn't put them in a discount crate. The Metros was a mono pressing, $99.99. But I'm just trying to figure out what to do with those. Either Discogs or put them up for a low start auction one night. Eddie Rabbit's JSC authenticated. I'm going to put those over here then. There's some sleeves. Here's some tour books. Let's see what we got going on here. All right. We got an Eric Clapton tour book from the Cradle. We'll say $10. Eric Clapton tour book from the Cradle. 1991 Elvis calendar. $5. Rolling Stones calendar, Rolling Stones calendar, and Rolling Stones calendar. 3 Rolling Stones calendars from what? 2004, 1999, and 2007. We'll say $8 for those 3 Stones calendars. George Scher wants the Eric Clapton tour book from the Cradle. That's sold to George Scher for $10. What was the autographed record? We've had several. I've had Eddie Rabbit. I've had Christina Aguilera. I've had Alcatraz. I've had a couple tonight that didn't sell as well. All right, let me put this Clapton in a bag. All right, that's sold to George Scher. We need to put Elvis in a sleeve for Regina for $5. And then I'm going to go ahead and sleeve these 3 Stones together for Paul Stevens for $8. Guy was 2nd, and Regina was 3rd. All righty. Done. I feel like my table's getting overloaded here. We'll clean it up in just a second. We might want to put some of these in boards and bags too, whoever's watching. That will be very helpful. All right, let me clear some of this off. Okay, so the first thing I've got to do, what else is over here? I got 3 Beatles Second State Butcher covers. Y'all seen those a bunch. Here's a pricey jazz album I'm entertaining offers on. The Real McCoy, McCoy Tyner with Joe Henderson, Ron Carter, Elvin Jones. Blue Note 4264. It's VG Plus, $199.99, a 67 mono. Buy it now or best offer. McCoy Tyner, $200 or best offer. I don't know why this is over here, but last night they were on sale, so I'll show it again. The Cars, Rhino, $34.99. All analog. Those have been $39, and they should be $39, but I don't know why that's over here in this bin. Maybe an extra they pulled out one night. These have actually went up significantly since the last time I showed it because of Brian Wilson's passing, but I still have it if anybody wants one. This is the Beach Boys Pet Sounds. It's autographed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. And let me confirm the price, and it's going to be the same price it was even before Brian Wilson's passing, but let me confirm this right quick. I think it's $15.75. I think that's what I've been asking for that. If you want a significant item, if you want something really cool, I think that's amazing. A Pet Sound signed by 4 of the Beach Boys. And that was the lineup. The Depeche Mode's an empty jacket for $5, yeah. Let me see if I can find a comp. I had a friend who had just sold one, and it was signed by everybody, and I think he sold it the day after Brian Wilson died for $8,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he had one additional signature. Yeah, they've went up. So I'll let me check. Where's that little card at? Oh, here it is. Here's my cost in this thing. Yeah, I'm gonna say $1,750. I don't think you can get one right now for under $2,500. $1,750. It is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. The actual record is a 50th anniversary mono press. It's a 50th anniversary. There's the hop. It's a brand new jacket. It's a 50th anniversary mono. So still a great one to have. Of course, the values in that, and that. You get one more extra signature on here, which you can't anymore. The other people are passed away. Brian's on here. The others that would be possible are passed away, or the other that would be possible. So this is as best as this is ever going to get. And you add one more signature, though, you're talking about another $4,000 probably. So, yeah, $1,750. I think that's what I've been pricing it. $1,575, I think, was for that. No, that wasn't for the Almond Brothers because we sold it for more whenever we had that. But think about it, okay? Hiram gets the Depeche Mode for $5, the empty jacket. And let me get some of this more stuff cleaned off. So we have, all right, so there's Pantera for tomorrow, Kiss for tomorrow or another day. I got to research these lyrics. Kiss auction, Aussie auction, Alabama. I still got that Metros and Jimi Hendrix if anybody wants to make an offer. I doubt anybody wants to buy a Butcher cover tonight, but I've got 3 of them. Here's another autographed album, Tom Rush. Tom Rush is signed, $35. That's a buy it now. $35, JSA authenticated. I'm going to put it over here with the signed Beach Boys, the signed Eddie Rabbitt, the Alcatraz, and Christina Aguilera. The McCoy Tyner is $200 their best offer. I'm waiting for like Gregory or, I'm waiting for like Grog or David Hoy or Donna to make an offer on that. I figured it would happen by now. You're missing out on the cars. After tonight, that's going to be $39.99 again. So last chance at $34. If Michael Rudolph is on, he would have bought this immediately. Sealed, laser disc. Rooster Cogburn, $10. The T-Bones, $10. Sealed. Antonio Jobim, $10. And let's move these books. Does anybody want the soda can book and the Marlboro book for $10? Both for $10. And then here's all these 45s. We've been through those. Except for the 2 Beatles on the bottom. I can bundle what's left there for $25. All those for $25, except for the 2 Beatles. Those are $35 and $45. Those were supposed to be starting bids, too. And then sealed. Here we go around the mirror. That's Spencer Davis, Steve Winwood, and Traffic. Tony Bennett, sealed, and Quarter Flash. Those were 7, 7, and 10. I'm going to put all this over here. Probably a lot of this I just need a sleeve and sticker and put it out in the bins. Just trying to get buy now prices on it right now. We've already been through that stuff. Guy Shard on Tom Rush. Guy Shard on the Tom Rush seal sign for $35. Thank you. When I saw Guy Shard pop up, I thought that was going to say Beach Boys with an offer. Thank you, Guy. And then we have, okay, here's a couple other old auctions that didn't sell from a while back. Robert Pollard from A Compound Eye, an original 2006. He was in Guided by Voices. We were asking $55. Some of them have sold for as much as $200. Robert Pollard and Marbles. Marbles is a 2006 US. Only time ever pressed a vinyl. Some of these had sold for as much as $113. $45 on Marbles. That's a couple old no bids. Those have been over there for a while. Ron Burns on SD. And SD was for Spencer Davis. The sealed around the merry-go. Here we go around the mulberry bush. That one, Ron. If so, I'll put it in a new sleeve. That's sold to you for $10. I got a lot more stuff over here to go through. Hope this is okay that I'm doing this. We're still being able to show some stuff. And don't get to do this kind of stuff too often. Robert is, the last time we had it up was a $55 start no bid. So buy it now or best offer. And then this record here, I should have sold it to Grog a long time ago. I don't have my note either. It was a prog record that was pretty pricey called Sanctuary. And I've lost my sticky note now. I was within like $5 of selling it to somebody like twice. It's called Sanctuary. And I don't remember. If somebody wants me to double check or if somebody wants to throw it out. I think I was like it's like around a $50 record, I think. Discount new vinyl. I'm going to grab that because we got to go through it. I got to make a video basically for it in the morning anyway. So it's got to come back here regardless. There's McCoy Tyner. Donna said she don't want to lowball me. That's okay. You won't hurt my feelings. But I'm probably going to say no thanks. Here we go. I'm glad you're watching, Chris Knapp. Here's a few things. I think I had this set aside for you. Isle of Man 65. Do you need this one? Because I know you've bought most of them. We got it stickered for $19.99. We got it stickered for $19.99. I also don't know why this is laying over here. Head East, flat as a pancake. VG $12.99. Don't ask me. And then Thunderclap Newman. Hollywood Dream. That's $24.99. Don't know why that's laying over here. And I don't know why this is laying over here. It's a brand new sealed Catonia. Nightmares as extensions of the Wake and State on yellow vinyl. That's $33.99. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. MT for $125. What did I have at $125? MT for $125. That was McCoy Tyner. Sold to David Hoy for $125. Sold to David Hoy for $125. Done. It's gone. Robert Pollard sold to Chris Knapp for $40. It's gone. Sold to Chris Knapp for $40. Rebecca got Head East. Never been any reason for you to think about me going down for the last time. That's sold to Rebecca for $12.99. Rebecca also gets Marbles for $40. That's sold to Rebecca for $40. Still got the new sealed Catonia there. Isle of Man, Sanctuary, and what else is over here? A pack of sleeves that I need. Inner sleeves that I need. 2 laser discs that I'm keeping. So I've got this. I think I'm about to buy a picture. What I'm going to do with my Bond autographs, because it's nearly impossible to get signed James Bond album jackets. There's a signed laser disc on eBay by Pierce Brosnan, but I don't like that. He signed it in black, like right in here. You can barely even see it. And then there's one that's in blue, but he drew like a big peace sign and he dated it. I don't like it when they date them. I'm like, I'd like to know that he signed it back in 1995. But what I'm going to do is I've been buying signed Bond photos, and I'm going to frame a soundtrack and the photo. That's about the best I can do right now with my Bond autographs. So that's the closest thing to a Pierce Brosnan soundtrack you can get. None of them were made on vinyl. I said that the other night. So I've bought a Pierce Brosnan photo. I've got a signed Roger Moore. I've got a signed Timothy Dalton. A signed Sean Connery, which cost me the most. It broke the bank, but I finally got one. Have I showed it to y'all? It's pretty cool. So I'm going to frame that with a Dr. No soundtrack. I'm going to frame this with Pierce. I'm going to frame Her Majesty's Secret Service with George Lazenby. And I hadn't bought Daniel Craig yet because I hadn't found the right photo. I want one from Casino Royale. And those actually demand quite a bit more money, a Casino Royale photo. So I'm trying to get one from Casino Royale, like at the poker table. That's my favorite. Man, I'd love a signed photo from the poker table. But there's that. Somebody asked to see Miles Davis again. Paul Stevens. Paul, I hadn't ignored you. Paul Stevens Bitches Brew. It is a 75 pressing. Super clean, near mint, $49.99. $49.99. Okay. And then we have what aisle 65 was that? That was Isle of Man 65. Sound Stories LP 5575. Okay. We sold marbles. Jay offered on Miles, but somebody asked before you. Generators plugged up and Sanctuary for 30. Sanctuary was this record back here. Sold to Farmer Redman for $30. All right. You got that. And here is one of my next favorite movies of all time. It's also a laser disc. I'm trying to figure out what to do with this. It's kind of hard to get one. You can't get anything soundtrack signed by. There's no really soundtracks of this. So it's a great soundtrack though. I mean, John Williams does the music, so it's great stuff. But I got a small poster signed by Oliver Stone, but I'm still looking for a really cool JFK movie collectible out there. I found signed stuff, but I'd love something signed by Costner, Stone, and of course Newman plays in the movie. Really hard to find JFK collectibles. Not something a lot of people's looking for. So a lot of autograph people don't go hunting a lot of, JFK signed stuff. It's a pretty big movie, but Happy Halloween Puzzles. Happy Halloween Puzzles, $19.99. We'll make sure Paul Stevens doesn't want to make an offer first on Miles Davis. Happy Halloween Puzzles. Metallica 6 Feet Down Under. We have some Metallica stuff going up for auction tomorrow, but not that. I'm also getting together some CDs and other autographed albums that's not going to be worthy to have certified. I'm probably going to show those next week, so they're going to be pretty cheap signed items. All right, let's see what we got over here in this box. All right, I have something wrapped in bubble wrap. It's a Eric Clapton Michelob. This Night Belongs to Michelob, 1987 Eric Clapton poster. Rolled with pinholes, $25. Eric Clapton poster, $25. Okay. There is 2 unsold auctions. An autographed John Sebastian book, $45, and a Honey Drippers for $35. I don't know what these are. These are those Zeppelin. What did I do with that other one? These are those Zeppelin boots. Let me put those right there. And then something else. Halloween puzzle. Trick or Treat Studios. Okay. This was Rush, a 5 CD box set, volume 3, which is Subdivisions, Hold Your Fire, Power Windows, Grace Under Pressure, and Show of Hands, and Signals. Did I do that wrong? Signals, Grace, Power, Hold Your Fire, and Show of Hands. Last time I was asking $39.99 for that, or Best Offer. There's volume 3. That was part of a 3-box series, I think. $39.99 on that, or Best Offer. Here is a drum set. Charlie Watts, one of the drum sets. Charlie Watts from the Rolling Stones. That's one from the Axe Haven. $59.99 on that. Axe Haven Charlie Watts drum set. I have that for $59.99. Now, y'all remember the other night we had that huge non-paid order, and that guy had bought a lot of... he had bought a lot of... Hard Rock Cafe buttons. I've got those. Travis gets Rush for $35. So Miles Davis is in this order. $40 is my price. I just got an offer. If Paul Stevens wants it, it's his. If he passes, it goes to Jay Castillo. If Jay Castillo passes, it goes to Chris Knapp. Right now, he has the high offer for $40. Let's see here. Def Leppard tonight, and She's Too Tough, $6.99. The Doors, Get Up and Dance, and Tree Trunk, $6.99. The Everly Brothers, I'm Not Angry, Crying in the Rain, $6.99. The Everly Brothers, Temptation, $6.99. Pat Boone, Bernadine, Love Letters in the Sand, that's from a movie. Pat Boone, $6.99. Johnny Tilliston, Another You, and Talk Back to Trembling Lips, $6.99. Hermit's Dandy. Mr. Big, To Be With You, and Green Tinted 60s Mind. Kicks, Don't Close Your Eyes and Get It While It's Hot. Nino Tempo and April Stevens, I've Been Carrying a Torch for You So Long That I Burned My Great Big Hole in My Heart. What a title. And then Deep Purple. David Bowie, Dead Man Walking, and Little Wonder. That's from 1997. $6.99 on Bowie. And Queen, We Are the Champions, and We Will Rock You. Yep, $6.99. Okay. I had a feeling a Bowie claim was going to pop up, and there it is. You can count on Bowie selling. Rebecca on Bowie. Let's go ahead and sell Miles Davis to Chris Knapp for $40. I got to hear back from Jay Castillo, but I think he's passing, or he's already left the chat. Rebecca got the Bowie for $6.99. Kenny Stanley got Kicks for $6.99. Boontar was next on Bowie. All right. Let's see what else I have over here. I got to kind of clean up right quick, but what could I possibly have in here? Probably something really good. Ooh. Probably stuff for auction. This is usually where I stash my metal 45s for Thursday warm-up auctions. Yep. Iron Maiden. Kiss. Ooh, Pink Floyd. That's just a soul record. Johnny Little from 1967. Yeah, that's some of that soul stuff Paul marked one night that we was going to try before we put it on Discogs. Boy, that's an empty sleeve, but that's a tough one. Look at that. It's empty, but that's a tough one. Ooh, look at this. Whoa. And what do we have here? Guns N' Roses. Whoa. And then Hard Day's Night. Marty Gold and his orchestra. Box is not for sale. However, the next time we do a sale up front, Denise, I've got about 100 platter packs up front. I like that one. It's very secure, and I keep high-end stuff I'm going to auction in right next to me. Not selling that. Unless you want to give me $300 for it. I'll take $300 for it. All right, what do we have here? I think somebody was trying to buy that from me one night. House of Pain, $6.99. Boom shakalaka boom. House of Pain, $6.99. Okay, before we get crazy into these buttons, let me figure out what's going on here. That goes in a Walmart exclusive. That's a Led Zeppelin Backstage Pass replica backstage Walmart exclusive. Yeah, before we get crazy in these buttons, gosh, where do I come up with all this stuff at? This stuff's been sitting over here beside me for weeks, too. I'm like, one night we're going to go through all this. But I think that's a pretty good item. Iron Maiden, we're going to auction that tomorrow, also. I've got some pretty dang good stuff for Metal Night. Make sure you tuned in. You're tuned in all night. Okay? All right, we'll go through those. We'll go through those, but that's not the ones I'm talking about. The ones I'm talking about are over here somewhere else. What is this thing here? Some kind of old order form. Before we go through these buttons, I gotta kind of have to clear the crate, clear the table. So I'm making room to put a lot of this stuff back over here. So before I do that, let me move some stuff away. This is part of a X-Wing or a Star Wars toy. Yeah, because look, there's Darth Vader. I knew that looked familiar. That's a piece of I guess a TIE fighter, or there's an old lore crate sticker. I keep those in case I need to entice an auction. In case I need to. There's 2 more things over here I see. I can sell this because I know I have it. I'll do it for $9.99. It's called The Essential Bond, The Authorized Guide to the World. I probably have 100 different books like this. When I used to get these as a kid, I'd be so fascinated. I'd be like, wow. Because it'd show all the pictures of the gadgets and stuff like that, his cars and Q. The Essential Guide to Bond. Look at that. Look at that. Man. Ooh, look at that. That's the stuff I'm looking for. Vintage original toys unopened. Tough stuff to find. They're surely eating. $9.99, the Essential Bond. And then here's a toy that I actually think we have a waiting list on, and I've never got to them. So let's open one of these up. And yeah, it's Ghost. And I think there's a waiting list. These are $59.99. Who's on a waiting list? GOST. The waiting list for this is Classy Lonnie Metal. I wonder if he still wants one. I haven't heard. That's a long time ago. I haven't said Classy Lonnie Metal in a long time. Let me see even when he had the last time he had an invoice. Classy Lonnie Metal. We probably don't need to bill him for this, but if anybody wants one. Oh, well, never mind. Yeah. Actually, the last couple were canceled. So, never mind. That's why. So, yeah, Ghost is $59.99. And it is Papa Murtis IV. Very nice. Those are those reaction Super 7s. I've got 2 for $59.99. Brand new. I'll try to show those again tomorrow during Metal Night. All right, let's move the sold stuff off. I don't have the other 2. Well, Travis, that's from this most recent collection. So there is actually a chance I do have the other 2 Rush. I'll keep you in mind, okay? Let me take the sold stuff in here so I can clear off the table. And there's this. I'm going to take all that sold stuff in here. On a busy night with lots of cool stuff. We started earlier tonight with autographs and tchotchkes. And we have more autographs and tchotchkes to possibly show. And including buttons. And we might even do some more vinyl. So don't go anywhere. Okay. And I need to keep these Aussie air freshener waiting list because I think I have like 100 back ordered. I think I've got 100 Aussie air fresheners back ordered. I was like, man, if they ever make more of those and they come into stock, we'll be tagging air fresheners like it's the end of the world because everybody's trying to find something with Aussie's name on it right now. I'm going to finish this monster off. All right, I also need some operating room, so let me try my best to move some of this out of the way. And I'll show you what didn't sell. And the Essential Bond, $9.99. If anybody wants this club sheet or club thing, whatever this is, $5. Let me check on Ace. This might be actually a pretty good button. That's, I think, a vintage original Ace Frehley button. I'll have to check price on that. I didn't look this up, but if anybody wants a price, I can scan it. PGA Tour. I actually bought this at Augusta National. I bought this inside of the gift shop at Augusta, not inside there. If you're inside there, then you're probably getting arrested because you have trespassed. That's the clubhouse. Unless you're playing or you're a member or somebody very rich and important. You're not getting anywhere near this building, okay? You're either playing or you're a billionaire or you're getting arrested. That's the Masters Clubhouse. Right there's about where I sit when I go. I sit right in there behind number 12 tee box. I was sitting about right in there for about 2 days straight, just watching and enjoying the beautiful scenery. But I don't know why I bought that. I just grabbed it. When you're in that pro shop, you're just grabbing stuff. I'll take this. Give me 2 hats, 10 hats. Give me 3 shirts, 10 shirts, 10, boom, boom. I'm just, next thing you spent $10,000 on merch. We've went through all those 45s. How about we bundle these? Let's send these to a new home. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 45s I read through earlier. $20. $2 a piece. $20. $20. I don't know what to do with Darth Vader. We'll put him somewhere for right now. So Chris Knapp didn't need Isle of Man. I'm going to put him back in there. I've already tried to bundle these 45s, no takers. I'm going to put my Beatles 45s over here, wherever I've done with that other Zeppelin boot. Let me try to find that. We'll try those a night during prime time. At lower starts, they'll sell. Okay, I'll just leave them in there for right now. All right. Dustin Hodges on the bundle. There's that. $20, Dustin Hodges. There you go, Dangerfield. That's right. Yeah, give me 3 of those and 5 of these. 2 of those. What did he say about that shirt? He said something about that shirt, and then the judge was wearing it. Megadeth air freshener, Motorhead air freshener, $7.99 each. Eric Clapton poster, $25. I better put all this stuff away so I know I've shown it. Soda cans, book, Marlboro, $10. Rock tapestries. I used to get those cheap, and then after COVID, they jacked the price about 300%. And I was like, well, I'm not going to order them. That same way with those turntable mats. Those turntable mats, I used to could sell them for like $11 and make pretty good money. Now the wholesale cost on them are like $15. Like they cost me $15. And I'm like, golly, I can't sell those. I mean, how can I charge even $20 for a turntable mat? Sounds excessive to me. Antonio Carlos Joe Beam, $10. That was $10. The laser disc was $10. Tony Bennett, $7. Quarter flash, $7. Unless somebody wants a random bundle here with a laser disc and 3 records. Okay. We can leave the cassettes back there. We've already shown those. We can leave the Masters mug back there. We've shown those. We'll keep Laura's sticker. Replica Led Zeppelin backstage pass. $5. That goes with a Walmart exclusive if you need it. The House of Pain cassette for $5. Catonia's new and sealed, $33.99. I got the Charlie Watts drum set for $59.99. I still got that. And the Happy Halloween puzzles for $19.99. I need to take those up front with this other stuff, so let me put them right here. I'm about to just carry all this stuff. All this stuff's going out in the store for sale if no one buys it tonight. There's the rest of the air fresheners. I'll put those over here with the Jerry Only figures. These are 2 better looking singles. I don't remember what they were though. Nat Turner Rebellion. And this was marked $100. Firmerus Brondersnatch. I think that's a bootleg though. I think it's a bootleg. Like, I think it's like Led Zeppelin or the Grateful Dead or something. Frumious Bondersnatch. Hearts to Cry. Misty Cloudy. And Cherish. Yeah, I think Misty Mountain. I think that's live Led Zeppelin. I think that's another Led Zeppelin. And I had another one I've lost since I've been doing this. I think that's a Led Zeppelin bootleg single. Paul Stevens gets the Zeppelin for $5. And then the Jersey Devil figure was $15. If I can figure out a price, I'll sell it to you. But I was going to try to run those for auction when I had the other one, but I don't know what's done. And I'm going to leave these two auctions over here. John Sebastian and the Honey Drippers. Wow. We went through a lot of stuff there the last hour. I still got 2 damaged Star Trek records for just $19.99. These would have been $35. They have damaged corners. Those are just $19.99. I'm going to put them right over there of other new vinyl. Frame wrist, Brundisage, the side grip for Walnut Creek. Okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe. I was thinking it was a Zeppelin bootleg where they used one of those weird names. But I promise, I just had an orange label Zeppelin bootleg, and I don't know what's happened to it. It's probably fell down in between a record somewhere. Frumious Bonder Snotch. All right. Okay, well, there's this that is like $1,000. This looks like an unofficial just by looking at it, yeah. So there's the original. Last sold for $804. Last sold for $1,373. I bet it's the unofficial here. Is it this? Yeah. Okay, so it's the unofficial. There's 4 for sale. 1 for 130, 1 for 114. The 114's in Denmark. Actual sold 68, 114, 106, and 46. 75 VG plus. Actual US dollars 46.75, and then VG for 22. This is it's dusty, but it's pretty much near mint. I will sell this. Man, I think it needs to be $49.99. I'll do it for $49.99. $49.99. It's missing the cover. It is. That's true. It is missing the cover. Did those other ones? Okay, so the one listed is missing the cover, and it looks like the other one listed is missing the cover. What about the sold ones? Generic cover. That one had a cover. That one had a cover. That one had a cover. That one have a cut. That one had a cover. That one didn't have a cover. That one had a cover. Yeah. I'll say $49.99, or you throw me an offer out. Even for the bootleg, that's a price. That's crazy. They're selling that. You said you put lead with the Beatles. Okay. And then let's look up Nat Turner Rebellion. Let's see. Nat Turner Rebellion. And this is $14.22. Okay, it's not too expensive. It is nice. It's VG plus. It's got some scuffs on it. VG $12.99 sold. VG plus $33. That was overseas. G plus $4.50. G plus $4.95. Near mint $46. Near mint $40. VG $17. I will price this. They start at the cheapest one that's not completely destroyed is $50. I will price this at $19.99. It's not too bad whatsoever. It might go VG on side 2 or side A. Yeah. It needs to go VG for sure. It's got some scuffs. We'll say $19.99 on that. Okay, well, let's sell this to Robert Warner for $30. This has probably been laying next to me for 3 months. Let's sell it to Robert for $35. All right, and let's see if I can find that Zeppelin boot. I have no idea. It's got to be slipped down in between one of these LPs. Pantera, Kiss, Lyrics, Kiss, Ozzy. This is stuff for tomorrow. Alabama, Metros, Hendrix. Beatles. There it is. Nope, that's the 2 Beatles singles. It's still MIA. Aha, I found it. Okay. This is from Dale's. He wrote Stairway and Whole Lot of Love. Turtle Records, 102. Let's see here. Turtle Records, 102. I think it's Zeppelin. No, let's do Zeppelin. Is there any kind of other markings? Just says turtle and the dead wax. Zeppelin turtle. 02. I think it's part of an album. Cult of the Basement? No. Is that Zeppelin? No, it's not. It probably went with a boot album. Put Your Lead in Your Pencil. The Prophecies of Nostradamus. I think it went down inside of an album. You know what I mean? I think it was like a bonus. Some of those old bootlegs, they put bonus 45s. Let me just wait on that one. Unless somebody wants to start it right now at $10, because I think it's part of a bootleg. I'll put it up for a quick auction at $12.11. It's evidently Stairway to Heaven and Whole Lot of Love. Otherwise, I'll wait till tomorrow. Nat Turner Rebellion, $19.99. All right, let me put those over here. I'm going to put those with the other Beatles singles. A couple better singles there. Now what? I'm going to take this stack of stuff up front, I think. Is that it? Yeah. Well, here's a book. This is Swingin' Chicks of the 60s. $9.99. Swingin' Chicks of the 60s. Okay. Buttons are on deck. That's why I'm cleared off the table. Paul Nordstrom said he would bid 10 on Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $10, going once, going twice. Let me stack this stack of stuff that didn't sell. This is all now eligible to be put out in the store for sale. So let me go put this up front out in the store. I'm going to lay it on the counter. I'm going to mark this stuff, and maybe somebody will walk in the store and buy it. That will help us out a lot. Otherwise, it's going to lay around back here in the back, and nobody can see it if they're in the store shopping. You can't sell it if it's not out for sale. Can't sell it if they can't see it. So I try to cram everything I can up front after I've shown it here a couple times. After I've shown it here 2 or 3 times, I'm like, all right, it's going out front. And here are those first buttons, okay? So these are the ones I didn't get paid for, and then I'll show the rest of them. Now I've got a lot more room, it feels like. And a tiptoe through Coletco. That's coming soon. That's why I'm stocking as much stuff as I can up there. I've been taking stuff up there. We're kind of packing it in. And then, I don't know, maybe about a month or 2. I don't want to do it too late, but also, like, I don't want to do it and then not have one for Christmas, because we'll have a great Christmas sale. And then one of the only other autographs we photographed tonight that didn't sell was this Kid Rock drum head, $575. That's one of the few items tonight that was autographed that did not sell. And I still have that. And the Roger Maris, the autographed Roger Maris stuff. Okay, let's see what we got here. They've already got these bagged. These are $6.99. We got Pittsburgh, Hard Rock Cafe Pittsburgh, $6.99. Hard Rock Cafe, we're going to go through these first. I don't have many of them. Pittsburgh, I have Dallas. These are all $6.99. Dallas, $6.99 on Dallas. Louisville with the Kentucky Derby on it, $6.99. Stephen Parton wants Hard Rock Dallas. That's sold to Stephen for $6.99. We'll put that right there. Rebecca wants Hard Rock Louisville for $6.99. That's sold to Rebecca. This is Pittsburgh again. Pittsburgh again. Led Zeppelin's at $25 with Shane Devers. Paul Nordstrom, you're out. And Robert says he's done. So I think it's a stop to Paul Nordstrom. Paris. That's cool. Paris. Key West. Mark Stanley's back in on Led Zeppelin at 26, or he's in on Led Zeppelin. Key West with the Parrot. Boy, that first night I showed these, how many did we sell? Like 120? Once again, we're still selling Dale's Pittsburgh stuff. San Antonio. San Antonio. And I went back, I shouldn't have, but I went back on eBay and looked some up after that night. I was like, dang it. Some of these were like $34.99, $49.99. Rebecca gets Key West. Patty gets Paris. Patty Anderson-Williams on Paris. And, ooh, that's cool. Indianapolis with the race car guitar. Indianapolis, $6.99. They're all $6.99. Flag on Paris. Steven was first on Paris. My bad. Steven was first on Paris. He's right. He's first on Paris. Rebecca first on Key West. Patty second on Paris. Zeppelin has a new bid for $30. Michael Fairchild on San Antonio. Michael Fairchild first on San Antonio. And Zeppelin's at $30 and he's out. Rebecca first on Indy. Patty second on Indy. Okay, so that leaves us with somebody got y'all got something against Pittsburgh? That's the only two that didn't sell. The only two that didn't sell is Pittsburgh. Okay, now these other ones, I don't think I either A, have never gone through them, or they were left behind. But I think I found more later that night when I was going through more shelves. So the only two that didn't sell there were Pittsburgh. And let me go ahead and put those in a stack so that I don't get too confusing for them. There's those. Golly, yeah, that night we first went through these, we sold a ton of stuff. Okay, and let's see what we got in here. Pittsburgh again. Of course, this guy was from Pittsburgh. Yeah, see, that was $14 when it was new. You know, I went to a Hard Rock Cafe in Vegas, and I didn't even pay attention to the gift shop. I was too excited to get back to the blackjack table. $6.99 on Pittsburgh. We went for breakfast, though. Salt Lake City. Pittsburgh, Salt Lake City. That's cool. San Francisco. There's the Golden Gate Bridge. San Francisco. St. Thomas. Led Zeppelin is officially sold to Shane Devers for $30. Thank you, Shane. That's sold you for $30. We got... okay, let me put these in a crate. Let me do that. All right, so we got Stephen first on San Fran, then Rebecca, and then Michael Fairchild on Salt Lake, and Rebecca got St. Thomas. Okay, and then Danny was next on San Francisco. Then Patty. Atlantic City. Orlando. These are all $6.99. Wow, that's cool. Pittsburgh, and the football literally moves on the pin. It looks like it's kicking into the goalpost. Pittsburgh with a 71 on the helmet. And San Juan and Cozumel, Mexico. We got Orlando sold to Rebecca for $6.99. Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh, and Hollywood. Cozumel, Orlando, and Atlanta. I think I've ate at that one too, but it's been a long... I was a kid, I'm pretty sure. Aquarium? Why was I in Atlanta? No, that's Chattanooga. Is there one in Chattanooga? Rebecca first on Washington. That was right here. Stephen was second. And Rebecca first on Hollywood. And Patty was second. Here's a random piece to a blacklight poster. I think I know where that goes to. That's why I've hung on to it. I know where the rest of the poster is. Edinburgh. Edinburgh with the bagpipes there. Maui. Denver. Very cool. Denver. And we got Pittsburgh. We got Pittsburgh. That's got the old pirate on it. All right. Next comment is, may I please have the autographed Kid Rock drumhead. We have ourselves a Guy Shard 1221 AM air horn on the Kid Rock JSA drumhead. You got it. You got it. Let's pull it up on screen, actually, so everybody knows. That way I don't even have to show it on camera. We'll pull it up and show it here on screen. Awesome item. We're talking about this right here, folks. And I don't think I have much left signed by Kid Rock from that collection. I think I have a CD, and then somewhere I've got a pick guard. It's on a guitar, but it's a signed pick guard. That's somewhere in this building. I just don't know where. But thank you, Guy Shard. That's so to him. Appreciate that. And let's bring out the air horn for Guy. Here it is. I had it laying right over here on top of these puzzles. Here's the actual item. I'm going to go ahead and set this in the Operations Center. Thank you. And you might want to let your cats know that the air horn is about to strike. You say, kitty cats, you might not come back. Thank you, Guy. Always coming through with some big purchases. We've had a lot of big purchases tonight. We sold the ministry poster. We sold another ministry poster. We sold the Michael Monroe poster. We sold the autographed Roger Maris, and I still got more. We sold the signed Avenged Sevenfold, the signed James Stewart, now the signed Kid Rock, and now it's time for the air horn. Thank you, Guy, as always. I got his robe. No, I've got his robe. Y'all want to see it? I got a Kid Rock robe. Hey, Guy might want to buy that. Some of my sleeves just fell off. That air horn was so loud. Boy, that's a loud one. Somebody just smelled me two more. I'm assuming that was Massey or Vladarchek. Okay, so I still got to pull Edinburgh for Rebecca. Edinburgh for Rebecca. I hadn't done that one yet, have I? I haven't. And then Patty was next. Okay? So let's put that right in there. Here we have Hollywood that looks like a clapper. That's pretty cool. Hollywood again. Salt Lake City looks like it's frozen. That's pretty cool. I think I say that's pretty cool after all of them because I think these are pretty cool. I think I kept the Nashville one. Yeah, I kept the Nashville one. Dubai. Cancun. And New Orleans. Or some people say New Orleans. New Orleans. Salt Lake City is sold to Michael Fairchild. Thank you on that. Hollywood. Hollywood. NOLA is sold to Stephen Parton. I'm going to try to dig out some more autographs for tonight or for tomorrow. It's going to be busy with Metal Night, but man, I got a lot. Especially, it looks like we're about to have a couple hundred more authenticated over the weekend. So, man, and we already got like a couple thousand that I've never gone through since they've been tagged. La Jolla, Lake Tahoe. That's where Michael Clorione retired to in part 2. Philadelphia. I live and breathe. Nassau, Bahamas. Orlando. San Francisco on a double neck. Jamaica. That's cool. Miami with the Marlin there. Athens. And I don't think that's Georgia. I think that's the Athens. And San Diego. Rebecca on San Francisco. Where did I come in New Orleans? You were second. Stephen put NOLA, and then you were second, Danny. All right, and then Rebecca on San Francisco. That was for the double neck, right? Yep. Even comes with a hologram COA. That's sold to Rebecca. Now, Patty put LT, and that was for... LT was for... What was LT? LT. Jamaica. Lake Tahoe? Lake Tahoe. That was for Patty. Rebecca got Jamaica. Then Danny asked on New Orleans. Stephen Parton on Athens. Rebecca second on Athens. Danny was second on San Francisco. Patty second on Athens. And Boontar is about to pass a Hard Rock in northern Indiana. Are they open? You need to go in and get a cheeseburger and say, look at my friend Chad over here. Look what he's doing. He's selling y'all's merch. Boontar, you need to go live and we'll patch in your feed and we'll sell on commission. Rebecca got Miami. La Jolla. Montreal. Empty. Oh yeah, I remember these. These are cool. Pittsburgh, they're kind of like pinup girls. She's like a welder. That's pretty cool. Some of those were pretty pricey that I looked up. Another La Jolla. Another Hollywood. And Cancun with a flying V. And We might find that wrapper here in a second. This air horn over here is hissing. It's hissing. Bahrain. Bahrain. The Cayman Islands. That's where George was going to go on vacation, but he went to the psychic and she told him not to go. And then Kramer ended up hanging out with all the nude models. Cancun. Did I pull that one already? I have not pulled Cancun, right? I haven't. That was the Flying V. That is sold to Rebecca. All right, there's only a few left. Here is Hollywood with like a car hop kind of deal. La Jolla. La Jolla. Hard Rock Cafe Sky Dome. That's like a pinback. Pittsburgh 2002. Pittsburgh. This one opens up somehow. There we go. Wow. Nice. That's supposed to be like the case, right? Pittsburgh 2002. Philadelphia. Cool double neck there. And Tokyo. Nice. Tokyo. God, me, how many Hard Rock cafes are there? Panama. The country. Rebecca on Tokyo. Stephen was second. Cancun and Toronto. Here's a little small one. Who is this? That is not Hard Rock Cafe. That just says Cozumel, Mexico. That's nothing to do with Hard Rock Cafe. Kona. Toronto sold to Michael Fairchild third on Tokyo. Stephen first on Toronto. Patty was second either on Tokyo or Toronto. Maui and San Diego. That one's pretty cool. San Diego. No Hard Rock in Lebanon. There's one in Nashville. And then I've got some generic stuff here. I've got 2 buttons and 2 flags if anybody wants those for $6.99. 2 buttons and 2 flags. You might can use that to help decorate your display. Those are just generic buttons and flags. There's one in Nashville at the bottom of Broadway. I don't think I've ever been to that one. Everybody's like, Chad, they got some cool merchandise in there. I was like, yeah, but it's not for sale. Every time I've went to one, I'm like, is this stuff for sale? Can I buy this guitar here? And they're like, no, that was used by Eric Clapton. And I'm like, I know that. Is it for sale? And they're probably like, get out of here, guy. You're crazy. Okay. Now, I'm not going to read through those again. But if anybody wants everything that's left, I would bundle them at $5 a piece. If you want what's left, if you want a bundle at $5 a piece, I can count them and we can sell them. Oh my gosh. Let me stretch right quick. Holy moly. If anybody's interested in that, we can do some counting. And thanks everybody for participating in that. And then of course I had those 2 no bids I've already showed. Pittsburgh. We didn't sell one Pittsburgh. We must got some anti-Pittsburghers in here watching. All right, I'm going to put all these back over here then, starting with these. And then these. I'm probably just going to put them out in one of our showcases up front and make a little sign, and people will probably want to come dig through them. Probably put them up by the counter. That'll be the best place. Those have been over here next to me since the last time we did a read-through. Since the last time the last time I walked through the store, remember, what was that been, 4 months ago? Those have been over here next to me on my auction table. So, man, it looks so nice and neat now over here. It looks like It looks so nice and organized over here after all that. Okay, what else should we do before I start saying the first wave of goodbyes? Even though it's still early, so it's not goodbye time yet, but what kind of requests do we have? More stuff like this? What else did I promise earlier? I'm sure I've made some sort of promise somebody's waiting on that I'm going to have to either disappoint them on or back by my word. So we'll see what happens. Let's see here. Nobody on the swinging chicks of the 60s. Let's see. We have requests for cassettes. New vinyl up front. That's true. It's actually everything in our racks. I wish I could walk up there with my phone. I'm going to have to crate it up and bring it back here. Bits and Things, Beatles Blue Album, half off, and more stuff like this. Okay. Let's see what I can do to please everybody. Or as Gold Member said on Austin Powers, I can see that there's no pleasing you. Smoking a pancake, a bong and a blitz, a pipe and a flapjack. Well, Mr. Powers, I can see that there's no pleasing you. I have a fake autographed Tom Brady helmet. What else is in here? I don't know how much more bits and pieces I have. That's all full of coins. These are full of toys or collectibles and stuff like that. Maybe I should go grab that vinyl up front. Or Steven's going to be angry at me. That's stuff I don't need to go through right now. Okay, let's find something for the next half hour at least. At least. What's in these tubs? This has a NoFX promo cassette. Oh, God. Don't tell you know who. Oh, my gosh. That's going to stir up half of the Pacific Northwest. I don't even know where he lives. I don't even know where you know who lives. Well, somebody's already asked before him. All right, let me see what I left over here. All right, we had Chad. Do you have a wait list for the Revenge Alice Cooper when you can get them? Yeah, I'll put down your name. Right now, we don't know when those are coming in. You have unopened packs of King Diamond cards. The loose ones, I bought 10 cards, 3 different images. Let's see here. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about classic metal cards. Oh, man. Let me think about that. Where are those? They're in a tub. Let me think, Danny. So there's probably in this store these HDX black tubs like you can buy at Lowe's or Home Depot with yellow lids. There's probably 500 in this building. They're all full of random stuff. You can open one. It could be full of cassettes or CDs, toys or collectibles. And somewhere I think I have a couple sealed factory boxes of those cards. I don't have any Tommy LaDorsa. Let me, let's see here. Okay, let me get my bearings. Let me get woke up to here. Okay, let's do, I want to go through one of these tubs. And, yeah, whenever they come in, I'll remind that Jerry wants 2, and he wants 1 for him and 1 for Guy Shard. He wants to pay for Guy Shards. Yeah, I can do that, no problem. Let me see what's laying. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me step up front and grab some of that stuff first. Steven, I probably can do, let me pick what dates, and I'm sure this is going to pique other people's interest because it's going to be on sale. And some of this stuff isn't too new. Let's see, May and June, these are eligible for discounts. Let me grab the stuff of older stickers. May, that will clear off a lot of it. This June stuff, yeah, we got March, May, June, April, June, May. A lot of this stuff right in here. And then this stuff here is pretty recent. I probably can fill up a whole crate almost, though. It's like I'm picking fruit off of a tree. Yep. Anything June and May definitely needs to be discounted. That's actually pre-owned from a collection. June. Okay, that's July. That needs to stay up here. July. July. All right, that's all July. So is all that. That's August. That's really recent. What's over here on the other side? We got June. We can discount these. And that's June. And that's June. This is June. 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 That's June. There's June. That's all June. This is all June. June. All this here. Even this. That's all June. Yep, we're going to have probably at least a whole crate, maybe two, of on-sale new vinyl. That's June. This June. That's June. All these are June. That's July. That's July. That's June. June. All these are June. That's June. And my crate's almost full. So let me pause there. And that's about it. Can I get these? That's all July. That's almost it. Surely I can get this last thing. Yep. All right. That should be it. So the rest of this would fill up another crate, but it's all new stuff. So, I mean, it's like stuff that's come in the last week. This will probably be one of the last crates of vinyl we go through. And then we'll go through, I'll try to show as much misc as I can. Okay. Here's me, here's you. I don't have these sorted, so I'll probably sort them on the fly. But this is all on sale new vinyl. And this is the only stuff we didn't get to last night. There's some pretty good stuff in here. So the first thing, and some stuff we did have yesterday, and I knew when we sold it, I was like, somewhere around here is another copy. I just don't know where. Here's that prime example. Are they signed? What is this right here? Yeah, those are signed. Okay. All right, so this was the other night, or last night, 20% off. So here is Rush, 20% off, $39.99. Their debut album, 180. When you open this box, the album jacket's in here with the original red font that how it's released in Canada. And it's 20% off, which makes it $39. Steven says he wants it. This here is $10 off, $34.99 Temple the Dog. $34.99 Temple the Dog, last copy that I have, especially at that price. Lil Wayne, we'll do this for $10 off. The Carter 6, that's his newest album, $29.99. Steven would be buying Temple the Dog, but he already got one already. Fiona Apple, we'll do this for $12 off, $24.99 for Fiona Apple, Win the Pawn. $24.99 for Fiona Apple. This is Under Oath, the place after this one. This was $33, I'll do it for $24. It's on ruby red vinyl, $24.99 on that one. Taylor Swift, wow, just $24.99. Guy Shard might buy another one at that price, $24.99. Josh Brown on Temple the Dog, that's only $34.99. Sell that to Josh Brown. We have a Perfect Circle emotive. Let's do that one for $10 off. That's $34.99. And yeah, as y'all know, we rarely discount new vinyl, like never. So I told everybody tonight when I say goodnight, the switch is flipped off on all of our old new vinyl. There'll be one more chance if I show this in the group in the morning, and then that will be pretty much it, okay? And Jerry Rock says he does not need on that waiting list for Alice Cooper. Okay, no problem. All right, there's that. Next is Grateful Dead. Let's do this. This was 33. I'll mark these down to 24. This is on light blue vinyl. Grateful Dead, $24.99. Miley Cyrus, Something Beautiful. That is $24.99. That is her newest album, $24.99. Guy Shard wants the Grateful, or excuse me, Steven wants Grateful Dead. Guy Shard does not need a Alice Cooper. Yeah, he does not need a Alice Cooper. Brian called next on Grateful Dead. We have Prong. We'll do this. It was 38. We'll do Prong. Music on vinyl. Prove You Wrong for $29.99. $29.99 for Prong. Slaughter. This will be... you know what? Instead, I've had this for a while. These always somehow recycle. I've had that since July of last year, not this year. Instead of a percentage, we'll go ahead and do it for 34. It was 54, and that's well below wholesale. Slaughter 34. That was my only. Yeah, that was my only Temple the Dog. We have Ministry. The Land of Rape and Honey. That was music on vinyl 38. I'll do Ministry for 29. Ministry's 29. PJ Harvey's the cheapest new LP I have. Instead of $14.99, we're going to do PJ Harvey for $9.99. To Bring You My Love, just $9.99 on PJ Harvey. Radiohead. Now, this was something I think that came from a collection. Radiohead and Kid A Amnesia. So we had just Radiohead last night. That was 44. This is the Kid A Amnesia. So let's do this for 20% off. That would make it $43.99. It was 54. That was $54.99. Okay, so that's on sale. And then Brian Call on Ministry for $29. Chad, Jerry Rock wants an Alice Cooper, but he doesn't need an additional one for Guy. Yes, that's what we got down. I don't even know if I can even get those. They've been back ordered. I've checked on it almost every day. We've got 18 on pre-order, but they never did ship when they're supposed to come out. So great price on this. MoFi Heart Dreamboat Annie at 20% off makes this $47.99. That's a fairly new release, and it's a great album and great sounding record. That is now $47.99. Rich Group gets PJ Harvey for $9.99. Reverly 69 on Heart, and that is $47.99. That is 20% off the MoFi price. That's sold to Reverly 69. And then Madonna, we'll do that $10 off. $34.99 for Madonna. That's a double LP, $34.99. That's the Immaculate Collection, which is a compilation, essentially a greatest hits. Goodfellas soundtrack. We'll do this for $24.99. It was $29. The Goodfellas soundtrack, that's $24. Moby at $10 off. Moby is $29.99. Moby Play. That's a 2 LP. $29.99 for Moby. I'm going to put that back here with the other $29.99 stuff. And Madonna is sold to Reverly 69 for $34.99. And Goodfellas is sold to Stephen Parton for $24.99. I pulled the wrong record for Brian. Brian called, wanted Ministry. I pulled Prong, didn't I? I did. Nice catch. I pulled Prong instead of Ministry. I got that fixed. Thank you. And then Danny on GF. That was for Goodfellas. That was my only copy. All right, let's do Iron Maiden. Instead of 33, I'll do this one for 24. Wow. And I'm probably going to go right back and order more of them. So, $24.99 for Power Slave. That's the only chance on that one. Screw. This is Texas Industrial Metal. It was 38. I'm going to go ahead and mark that one down to 24. Screw dusted. $24.99 on that. That's my only copy. All right. And then we have Iron Maiden sold to Buddy Cordova. Michael Fairchild was second. And Rebecca gets Screw for $24.99. My crate's almost full, but I'll go ahead and show Lamb of God. We'll do $10 off, which will make it $29. New American Gospel, clear black white with golden splatter. That's $29. And Static X for just $24.99. Project Regeneration Volume 2. All right, that might be on colored vinyl. Let me swap out crates right quick. There's that. And let's try to knock out another one tonight. Or at least get one started. Let me close my laptop. I don't think I need that again for a while. All right, and then Hiram's going to get the Lamb of God at $29. Thank you, Hiram. Eagles, the long run, is $33. Let's do that for $24. All right, $24.99 on that. Fiona Apple info. That was Win the Pawn. New and sealed. Has 2023 on the back. It was 36. It is $24.99. I need to move my monitor over here. Now that I'm done. Hold on a second. Let me click over here. We can exit that. I think I'm done showing photos tonight. There we go. I actually have not really been able to see what's on the screen all night until like right now. I've had my monitors flip-flopped because I had to bring images up on the screen. So I need to have Jake flip-flop that. I need this left monitor, Jake, to be what's on the screen for the button, and my right monitor, my monitor, so I can see what y'all are seeing. I'm just now seeing what y'all can see on the screen. I kind of have a general idea. I've peeked at it a couple times, and I kind of know what the cutoff is, like right in there and where, right in here. Yeah, I kind of know what y'all can see. Soundgarden, just $24.99. Soundgarden, just $24.99, Louder Than Love. There's Madonna, Like a Prayer for $24.99. And Nickelback for $24.99. Look at this photograph. Rich Group wants Fiona Apple for $24.99. We got Beck Odelay for $24. And Slipknot, they're self-titled for $24. Yellow vinyl. Coulter Wall, we'll do $5 off on that one. Songs of the Plains on red vinyl. Coulter Wall is $24.99. Josh Brown on Soundgarden for $24.99. Johnny Cash, nice, American Recordings. Let's knock $10 off. I've got two of them, $34.99. $34.99. Cash, $10 off, $34. That's the double LP Rick Rubin thing. Rick Rubin series. Beck, Odelay it probably will show up as a 2016. It's new and sealed for $24.99. Adam Minardi wants one. That's volume 4. Yeah. The Man Comes Around. That has his cover of Hurt and Personal Jesus on it. Volcano, Bloody Vengeance. It was $39. We won't do $29. I'll go ahead and knock these down for $24. We've had these for almost 2 months now. I had 2 copies and I've never sold one. It's evidently some kind of thrash metal because that's what I ordered. Yeah, it's an older 1986 thrash metal album. $24.99 on those. Stephen Parton wants Cash for $34.99. The Rivers of Neil, The Work, yellow and blue vinyl. Let's do that for $24.99. So those were $36. That's now $12 off. Blink 182. This is already at a discounted price from on our on sale distributor, but I'll go ahead and knock it down to $29. Blink-182, the Mark, Tom, and Travis show. Sean Druin wants River of Neil, so that's 24. Rick Perrine on the Eagles, the long run. In the city. We'll do this all the way down to 1999. Written in Their Soul, the hits, the Stack songwriter demos on orange vinyl, 1999 on that. Reveille on Beck for 24. That was our last copy. Bullet Boys, I have several of these. $10 off. 10 Cent Billionaire. 350 on silver vinyl. $24.99. Whoops. There we go. Steven needs to put back cash. He already has it. That's only a $10 billion restocking fee. No problem for Stephen Parton, though. Adam Bernardi wants the Soul Songwriter demos for $19.99. And we have $10 off on Guns N' Roses' Greatest Hits. That's pretty crazy. But this has been around since June 18th. I probably have even ordered more since then, but that's just a victim of an old sticker. $34.99. We do this just like we do bread. And I'm talking about the bread you eat. I look at the date and I discount it. If it's been around too long, I keep discounting it again. Sean Druin on Bullet Boys for $24.99. I was working on sorting all that as I was going, so it would be easier, and I kind of stopped doing that because stuff was selling faster. So that's 24. That's 24. These are 34. Let's put those back there. So Coulter, well, that's what happened. We hit a bunch of $24.99 stuff. Yeah, that's it. All right, so here's what's $24.99. Bullet Boys, Volcano, Bloody Vengeance, which was originally a 1986 thrash album, purple vinyl. Coulter Wall, Slipknot, Nickelback, Madonna, Static X, Miley Cyrus, Taylor Swift, Under Oath. Those are all $24.99. The $29.99 stuff was Prong, Moby, Blink-182, Lil Wayne, and then we had, $34.99. Slaughter was $20 off. Guns N' Roses, Johnny Cash, A Perfect Circle. And then we did Radiohead at 20% off, which made that $43.99. Brian Call wants a Bullet Boys. Now there's 3 left. Nickelback is All the Right Reasons. And this is some of the last new vinyl that we never did get around to last night, and it took me all night tonight to get to it. Justin Garrett wants to Blink-182 for $29. Why dun song, carry me home. Why dun carry me. Da 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 da. Volcano sounds like Venom meets early Sepultura. Yeah, I remember this popped up on a thrash metal playlist on Apple Music. That's sometimes how I kind of get ideas on what to order instead of ordering the same stuff over and over. You know, there's stuff like, there's like thrash metal essentials, and then there's thrash metal deep cuts. And, you know, that's, I'm going to keep all these maybe tomorrow, but these hadn't been shown any other time until right now. And, yeah, this is actually, they're selling on Discogs for about $32. So, yeah, let me wait till tomorrow. I'm going to keep them those prices because along with tonight's new stuff that came in, which I'm going to try to read through one more time before I discount these even further. I've got these marked at probably my cost or below it, so I try not to do any less than that, unless they just don't sell. You know, if we've tried them a few times, and the second wave of Purge, if they're still available, then they go even cheaper. This is the first, kind of the first wave of price cut on this. Steven got T Swift. Hattori Hanzo's going to get the Radiohead for $43. Sean Druin says he'll take a Volcano. There's one left. in case Danny changes his mind. And Michael, I'm going to leave Guns N' Roses at 34. It was 44. And these are never too cheap. The Madonna Immaculate Collection sold. The Madonna that's left in here is Like a Prayer. This is the 2020 US. Yeah, I better keep this at 34. But if y'all change your mind, they're there. Boy, we're wiped out. I mean, not counting the new stuff that came in tonight. There's everything new vinyl is now in 3 crates. 3 crates. That's crazy for our store, what we sell every week. And right now, all of our new inventory can fit into 3 crates. I get it in, I sell it. We don't really stock too much. I just try to sell as much as possible, as fast as possible. And if it's laying around, it's gone. The only unsold Japanese was Honey Drippers. 35 or best offer. Oh boy. Okay, so quickly over here, I've got some stuff that came in today. Quickly. Black Sabbath Paranoid for $29. Black Sabbath Sabotage for $29. Chain of Strength, the one thing that still holds true, $39. Vixen, Rare Vintage Vixen, $29.99. NXS Kick, Clear Vinyl, $33. The Crow soundtrack, $44. And Bad Religion, Stranger Than Fiction is $24. And then that's all new stuff for tonight. Black Sabbath, Chain of Strength, Vixen, NXS Crow, and Bad Religion, in case you missed those. And over here, we got these, some other new stuff. We probably can find one quick half off. Probably do one quick half off crate to wrap up the night. I've got Iron Maiden live in New York, 1982, yellow vinyl, $29. Metallica live in Seattle's $38. Rage Against the Machine is $29. Evil Empire. Twin Peaks is green vinyl, $33. Mad Season's $39. That's Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Screaming Trees. Doechii, Alligator Bites Never Heal, $36. Rush, Roll the Bones was $33. Def Leppard, Hysteria, $44. Hendrix, Are You Experienced, $24. Ethel Cain was $39. Cinderella Night Songs was $39. It's a Beautiful Day, $29. Were the Meat Men's, $29. Offspring was $29. Smash the 80s was $33. And Master of Reality, $29. Audio Slave info. Audio Slave info. No Audio Slave in here. We had an Audio Slave last night for auction. Did I say Audio Slave? Black Sabbath, Smash the 80s, Offspring, Meat Men, Beautiful Day, Cinderella, Ethel Cain, Hendrix, Def Leppard, Roll the Bones, Doechii, and Rage. Rage Against the Machine is new and sealed. Evil Empire, Rally Round the Family. That has Bulls on Parade, $29.99. Rage Against the Machine. First thing comes to my head. I think I say that every time I show the album. Metallica Live and then Iron Maiden. Okay. I can almost fit that last crate in this one. That would be great if so. Be absolute fantastic if I can. Chad's on a wait list for Black 7. Not sure which pull yet. I was hoping to get 1 of 5 of the Aussies posted. Hendrix is on black vinyl. Yeah. Justin, I can actually tell you, well, probably what you've got, because I have kept up without deleting anything. I have kept up with who got what, so it wouldn't be any confusion. I've actually not deleted them names. I usually delete the names as they come in. And what I've been doing is I've been keeping track of it. That way we don't have it disappear or somebody, didn't think that they got something, etc. Let me move these. Okay, I'm gonna have to go pick out a vintage crate to wrap up the night with. I think there was one more crate of new vinyl here. There was. I mean, the stuff Paul and Laura marked that was still left over was pretty insane too. We have Queens of Stone Age Rated X for 36. Excuse me. Best of REM is a 2LP Gatefold 44. Straight Outta Compton was 36. Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged, that was 24. Queens of Stone Age Clockwork was 44. Stevie Ray Vaughan Reading Festival 83 and Manchester 88 was 34. The Clash Running London Calling was 39. The Metallica Live Unofficial Volume 1 and Volume 2, $44.99 each. Billy Joel The River of Dreams was 33. And Queens of Stone Age Era Vulgaris was 36. STP sold to Reverly, STP sold to Justin Garrett. All right, amazing. Fantastic. The 6 a.m. video will be this crate, the crate you just seen, and then the new vinyl that was on sale that you just seen before those 2 crates. The 9 a.m. video will be a true vintage discount crate. I've got to make one tonight. And then the 12 o'clock video will probably be all the Paul and Laura stuff left over. And we might sell more out of that video than the other 2 combined. Who knows? We will find out, though. So let's do this. Once again, I said I was going to stop early. I kind of needed to. And I was on a wait list for New York Live. Yes, let me make sure. That should have been earlier tonight. I will tell you. And then Justin, I can tell you, Justin, on the Black Sabbath. So first, Iron Maiden. We have Greg Beddinger, you got one. Justin Garrett. Let me just search your name. You're on a very old waiting list for Mac Miller Balloonerism. I don't even think I can get that indie anymore. You're on a waiting list for Five Finger Death Punch Wrong Side of Heaven Volume 2. That was like from 6 months ago. Okay, you have been tagged a Black Sabbath self-titled. You were tagged a Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. You were tagged for a Sabotage. You have been tagged for a Master of Reality, and you've been tagged for a Volume 4. You've also are still on a waiting list for Ozzy Black Rain. You're the last person. You're still on a waiting list for Ozzy Black Rain. You're the next person in line for Ozzy Ordinary Man. And where did that just jump to? You're first in line for Blizzard. You're first in line for Diary. And you're first in line for Bark. So whenever we started the new waiting list, your name got put first because I think you said you wanted all 5. But I know more Blizzards are on the way. There's a good chance you'll get Blizzard this week, but the other ones are still no word for Diary, Bark, Black, or Ordinary Man. So I'll probably just take you off this Mac Miller. That's a long time ago. And that Five Finger Death Punch, their catalog is weird right now, because they just started re-recording their stuff. I don't know what's going to happen. It's kind of like a Taylor Swift thing where they're re-recording their music. So those old Five Finger Death Punch albums, I don't know if they're ever going to like repress those again or what they're going to do. So, but if that comes in, it's yours. And I don't remember Mac Miller. I think that was a white vinyl indie exclusive, and I think they went out of print or they stopped the pressing of them. You know, same thing. So. All right, we're going to do 1 half off crate, and at this point I'm getting kind of delusional. I'm so exhausted. I've probably slept for about 3 hours since yesterday when we did a complete showdown. So let me find a great crate. We're going to do some half off titles. We're going to fill up this final 8th crate tonight. That's amazing, though. 8 crates again sold tonight. Wow, I'm speechless. I'm without speech. And we're probably just going to stop there. Maybe Friday and Saturday night, I'll get into these tubs with all this other miscellaneous stuff. Because I know y'all are going to be watching. That'd be the best night to do that stuff. Especially if we can start closer to 11. And that means we can be done with it by like 1 or 2. That'd be best. Let's find a great vintage crate to do half off. And here's one right here. And if what doesn't sell will be great material for the crate in the morning. But this stuff looks pretty dang sweet right here. A lot of great vintage, classic rock type stuff. We're about to do it half off, no more, no less. Maybe even bundle what doesn't sell. Tapes in the background, yes. Guitar picks, they're right here next to me. The Alcatraz album is still available, Jerry. I would love to sell it to you. The tapes, yeah, we got started on those, but they didn't sell too well, so I stopped. I'll start showing something, and if they don't start selling right away, I stop showing them. So if I start showing cassettes and it's like boom, 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 I'll show them all night. But sometimes I'll show them, it may just not be the best titles, and then they just don't sell. And I stop showing them until the next time. So we got Alan Parsons Project, Stereo Tommy. We got Alan Parsons Project, Eye in the Sky. We got Alan Parsons Project, Vulture Culture. We got Dockin' Under Lock and Key. We got Share Love Hurts. Jackson 5, I'll Be There. Air Supply, Hearts in Motion. Air Supply, Greatest Hits. Those are all $6.99. I've got another Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Donna Summer, Don Williams, and Don Williams. That's the best of and greatest hits. Or actually, greatest hits and best of volume 2. 50 for the signed Alcatraz. I will do the signed Alcatraz for, let's do a $5 bump and it's yours. I feel like I've shown this thing 100 times. And I know you'll pay. Well, I did sell it once and then I didn't get payment. So I know you'll pay for it. And this was for, this is from Grover Jackson of Jackson Guitars collection. So, $55 on that. Last sold for $75. All right, half off, no more, no less. Let's get started. First thing in here is the following. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply. VG Plus, $7.50. CBS Records does have an old retail sticker, $7.50 on Slade. Jerry gets the signed Alcatraz for $55. Thank you, Jerry Rock. So do you for $55. Excellent. Next is Iron Butterfly, Inagata DeVita, VG5. Yeah, metal cassettes. This collection I'm digging these out of, I've sold most of those. But there's a few stray ones still left. And if you tune in, you'll probably see cassettes almost every night. Almost every night till we get all these sold. Ron Burns on Slade, thank you. Ron strikes first. How about this? EX Boston, Third Stage with Amanda. Original on her sleeve, $16.50. Greg Beddinger on Iron Butterfly. Guy Shard says he wants to pay for that autographed record that Jerry Rock just bought. Guy wants to pay for Gary. Adam Bernardi gets Boston. Adam Bernardi gets Boston. Everything in here might sell. We might have to get on a hot streak and do another one. Jethro Tull, Songs from the Woods. Songs from the Wood, EX, $9. What a nice gesture. Everybody's trying to pay for each other's records. Always cool to see. Let Me Bring You Songs from the Wood. I love flutes. The Best of the Monkees, Then and Now. VG Plus, $9. A Little Bit Me, A Little Bit You. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And then I saw her face. Joe Cocker, a classic live album, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. VG for $10. Delta Lady. The Band. His backing band's great. Jim Keltner on drums. I was talking about him the other night. The Grease Band. I guess that's what they were still called there. We have Boontar on M for the Monkees. So to Boontar. Are you on the road right now, Boontar? The Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night. Frankenstein. Yellow Epic label. $9. Edgar Winter Group. VG Plus. Foghouse, Slow Ride. Take it easy. It's on here. $9 for Fool for the City. $9. Supertramp, Give a Little Bit. Give a little bit of something, something. That's on here. VG, $5. Uriah Heep, The Magician's Birthday. Love the artwork. Roger Dean, VG, $5. Sweet Lorraine. Is that the one with the wicked keyboards? It's like a screaming type sound. Supertramp is sold to Stephen Parton. Rebecca on Uriah Heep. Jay Neutra was second. Hiram third. Tres Hombres. Boy, if you're hungry, don't look at the gatefold. Don't look at the gatefold if you're hungry. Look at that spread. Give me a fork and give me about 10 minutes. Maybe less than that. I'll pass on the beer, though. Give me a Diet Coke. Sold to Stephen Parton. Did I even tell a price? $12.50. Half off of $24.99. VG Plus condition. LaGrange, I was about to say LaGrange is on there. Yep. Trying to at least name something off every one of these albums, but I know I can't do it for everything. Brownsville Station, yeah. VG Smoking in the Boys Room, $5. VG Christopher Yoakum on Foghat. I couldn't do that on every record. I probably could for a lot, though, in here. April Wine, The Nature of the Beast. April Wine, VG Plus, $7.50. $7.50. 1980. It's late 70s, early 80s. 81. Sold to Buddy Cordova. Okay. Hall & Oates, Ecstatic. EX, $9. EX, $9. This one, I never did really pay attention to the cover one day until I really looked at it, you know? And then I realized what was happening here. It's a boombox wrapped in a plastic bag. $9. Queen, A Day at the Races. EX, $16.50. Somebody to Love. Good old-fashioned lover boy. I like the song on here, White Man. $16.50 on Queen. Sold to Stephen Parton. Ada Bernardi on Hall & Oates. Jamie Butler next on Queen. Alonzo third. I Shot the Sheriff. 461 Ocean Boulevard. VG Plus, $12.50. VG Plus, $12.50 on Clapton. A classic album. Slade, Nobody's Fools. Slade is $5. 1976. Slade. VG. Oh, man. I know this one forwards and backwards and sideways. In Search of the Lost Chord. $9 EX condition. Voices in the Sky. The Actor. The Curtain Rises Upon the Scene. Legend of a Mind. Timothy Leary's Dead. $9 on Moody Blues. Get ready for an experience. Gatefold Jacket, Durham Records. Classic album. Dreamboat Annie. One of the great transitions in music. The transition from Soul to the Sea into Dreamboat Annie. It'll blow you away. VG Plus, $10. Slade is sold to Ron Burns. Moody. EX, $9. Gatefold Jacket. It does have some writing on the cover. That is the first label. Stephen Parton on Heart. Sold to Stephen Parton. The Pretenders. I've got Brass in Pocket. VG Plus, $7.50. VG Plus, $7.50. Brass in Pocket. Reverly Does Want the Moody Blues. Legion Leaf. Somebody on this album also played on a Led Zeppelin album. Her name, Sandy Deany. VG condition, $8.50. First time I ever heard this record, John was playing stuff in the back. really loud over some Sansui speakers we had just bought. And this song was playing right here, Maddie Groves. And I was like, what wondrous sound is coming from the speakers? Whose voice is that? And I knew I liked it, and I knew I'd heard her voice before. And he said, that is Fairport Convention. That's Sandy Denny. And of course, I knew that name. I was like, Sandy Denny, the same person who's doing the backing vocals to A Battle of Evermore, the Battle of Evermore from Led Zeppelin 4. She's the really high-pitched female voice doing, oh, pick up the plow and hoe, ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. That's Sandy's Denny. I can't hit those notes. Ron Burns got that. Reverly was second. That's so to Ron Burns. Man, what a song. The Battle of Evermore. Whoa. VG Plus, $12.50. Neil Young, Everybody Knows This Is Nowhere. That's a great song. It also has Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl in the Sand. What a great guitar. Soul to Dale Sanders. Well, this is self-explanatory. Queen's Greatest Hits, $16 and half off of $32.99. I mean, I don't even have to tell anything. It's self-explanatory. Some of the greatest music ever written. Queen's Greatest Hits. The cover looks kind of beat, maybe VG, but the vinyl's not bad at all. EX, so does Stephen Parton. Hall & Oates, Big Bam Boom. No condition notes. No condition notes, $10. Big Bam Boom has the original inner sleeve, $10. Wow, the vinyl on this is spectacular. It's real and it's spectacular. A couple big singles off of that one. Dance on Your Knees, Possession, Obsession. Stevie Wonder Characters, no condition notes. I think we're into the EX Plus or better stuff now. Goat Faux Jacket, that's the classic Motown label. Stevie Wonder, $12.50. Greg Ken Band, pretty sure this is a promo copy. It is. Gold stamp promo, and the label's actually promo with the big song Jeopardy. Greg Ken Band, original inner sleeve, a white label promo on the Berkeley, I think it's Berkeley or Berkeley label. Greg Ken Band. He recently passed away this year or last year. I remember when he passed away and I forgot about that song. Big hit, Jeopardy. Wow. Jethro Tull's debut album, Gatefold Jacket, $12.50. It's not an OG, I can tell you that by the label. That's an earlier press, though. Dharma for One, I like that one. A Song for Jeffrey. Love that one. Song for Jeffrey. And what's the other one on here? Song for Jeffrey's well, I can't make the flute sound. It's already sold anyway. That's sold to Reverly, $69. Donna Summer, Once Upon a Time. Donna Summer is $7.50. It's a 2 LP, no condition notes for Donna. On the Casablanca label, $7.50. Brahm Cow Ski, $10. Polydor Records, 1980, 79. 1979. I was about to say 80, 81. I was a little late. Head East, Get Yourself Up. Head East is $10. No condition notes. Brian Eno and David Byrne. This is a 3-track promo single from My Life in the Bush of Ghost. It's an 81 promo, now $17.50. 3-track promo marked release from David Byrne, Brian Eno. The Rockettes live at the Ritz. There's some rockabilly for you. Gold stamp promo, $10 on that. Phantom Canuck on Donna. That's sold to Phantom Canuck. We have Heart Magazine for $12.50. Heart Magazine, nice and clean, $12.50. Arnold Adams, you were next on Donna Summer. There's a rare, not really a rare, but a variant of this jacket. It has something to do with Heartless. I think they cussed or sweared in one of their songs and then they redone it. Is that right? Something happened and they had to do a different cut. Remixed. That might be it right there. Remixed March 6, 1978. When the label found out or something. I think it's in the song Heartless. Maybe they said bastard or something. I don't know. They had to redo something though. But I think there is a true original mix of that album that's a variant. Greg Ken Band continued. A white label promo, $10. Where's Derek Clark at when I need him? He should know. And then we have Live Cream, $17.50. Atco CTH original pressing. Nice. $17.50 for that one. Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Original die cut cover. Man, that's a great song. The Low Spark of High Heel Boys. Many a Mile to Freedom. Rainmaker. Great Steve Winwood Traffic songs there. $10 on that. Alarm, Strength. Alarm is $12.50. Gamma 1. Gamma is $10. Electra Records, Super Clean. Gamma, $10. The Doobie Brothers with Michael McDonald, One Step Closer. Original on her sleeve, $7.50. Gold stamp promo on the back. Great Stones comp, Made in the Shade, $17.50. Original on her sleeve. No condition notes. The Rolling Stones. Brown Sugar, Tumbling Dice, Happy, Dance Little Sister, Wild Horses, Angie. BITCH. It's Only Rock and Roll. Do 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 Do, Heartbreaker, and Rip This Joint. Brown Sugar. Nice. King Crimson Beat. Hop Sticker Gold Stamp Promo, $18.50. Original on her sleeve. Neil and Jack and Me. If you want to hear a cool song, go sample Neil and Jack and Me. Heartbeat's good too. That's so good. Adrian Ballou, Robert Flip, Tony Levin on bass, Bill Bruford on drums. Wow, what a lineup. That's 80s King Crimson. Great stuff. Who was just recently on tour, and they had Danny Carey of Tool on drums with them. The Alice Cooper Show, now half off at $15. The Alice Cooper Show. Heartbreaker, that's a compilation, $5. Looks like late 50s, early 60s pop and rock. The Chambers Brothers, Love, Peace, and Happiness. That is $15. It's on this UK Direction label, Clean. Ron Burns on King Crimson. Adam Minardi was second. Jefferson Starship Spitfire, $7.50. And the Doobie Brothers, Living on the Fault Line. More Doobies. Clean, $7.50. They sold a lot of albums. Oh my gosh, the Doobie Brothers. Gamma is sold to Hiram Aponte. Now, that was my only King Crimson, but if anybody decides you want a new copy, I usually try to stock any King Crimsons. OGs pop up. I used to never see them, and it's just the volume we buy records at now. So, the volume we buy records at on a yearly basis, a lot of medium rare stuff is now, I view it much more common in my eyes than I used to. I mean, I used to view King Crimson albums as rare. I never would see them. We never would get them in collections. I used to view Frank Zappa and Mothers of Invention as semi-rare. we buy so many record collections now, they're almost common. And then some things are beyond common. There's some stuff we have so many of, we can't put out enough copies in a day probably. So, but they sell. But it's stuff that sells. That's why we keep putting it out. But yeah, a lot of medium rare stuff is now common in my eyes. But if you're out just on a daily basis, you know, probably going to small other independent record stores, you're probably not going to see much of that stuff in bins like King Crimson. Usually it gets grabbed up, and if a small record store is just buying a couple collections here and there, it's going to be the same way like we used to, and you're just never going to see them. They're kind of medium rare, I guess is the way to put it. Stones is sold to Stephen Parton, and price and condition of Joe Cocker. That was the Mad Dogs and Englishmen. It was in VG condition. It's a double LP. Now sometimes the jacket folds out, and no, this one doesn't. Sometimes the jacket folds out and expands. It's still a really cool gatefold, but this one doesn't expand. It's $10. Cry Me a River. He's doing Feeling All Right. Give Peace a Chance. She Came In Through the Bathroom Window. And the Starship. You Sure Can. Jefferson Starship Spitfire is $7.50. You know what else is also like medium rare? Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin albums. And Grateful Dead. There's just some of these artists, it's just like the demand is so high, and a lot of people hadn't never turned loose of them. You just don't see them pop up. But at the scale we buy stuff, we're able to get a lot more common, a lot more stuff more often. Rick Perrine on Joe Cocker. Buddy Cordova got the Alice Cooper. And Leslie on Starship. All right, I'm going to do a speed run. I took about a break on every one of those to tell you something about it. Now we're just going to recap what's left, okay? Still got some Tull in here, Songs from the Wood. I will mention a couple things. This has Jack and the Green. That's a great song. Cup of Wonder. That's a great song. I like Ring Out Solstice Bells. That's kind of like almost like a Christmas song. The Whistler. Some great songs on there. $9. Edgar Winter Group, They Only Come Out at Night. VG Plus, $9. I've already mentioned Free Ride and Frankenstein. Brownsville Station, VG $5. Smoking in the Boys' Room. Clapton, VG Plus, $12.50. The Pretenders, VG Plus, $7.50. Brass and Pocket. I think that's all the check condition stuff. Then Hall & Oates is $10. Stevie Wonder is $12.50. Greg Ken Band Promo, $12.50. Brahm is $10. Head East is $10. These are no condition notes. The Eno Promo with David Byrne, $17.50. Rock Hats is $10. Heart Magazine's $12.50. Greg Ken Band was $10. Another promo. Live Cream, $17.50. Traffic is $10. Alarm Strength was $12.50. The Doobie Brothers was $7.50. Heartbreaker was $5. Chambers Brothers was $10. No. Chambers Brothers was $15, half of $29, and the Doobie Brothers $7.50. I Can Stand It. No, not on this one. No, I Can't Stand It is not on this one. It says I Shot the Sheriff. That's the main song on there. I Can't Stand It's on Promises or Tulsa Time. Is it Tulsa Time? Promises. No, Promises is on Tulsa. Is it called Tulsa Time? He's like sitting in a couch with his guitar. I think it's on that one. Stevie Wonder is called Characters. It's a gatefold single LP, no condition notes, and the price was $12.50. Stevie usually has embossed covers. Is this the one with Braille on the back of it? Stevie always had embossed. Some of his albums have Braille on the back. Does this one have Braille? No. There's usually something embossed, though, always. Yeah. Yeah, these faces, that face is embossed right there. It's embossed. These aren't, but that one is. It's got a crease back here on the back, too. All right. Another ticket. There we go. Yeah, I was about to say, it's not on Promises is on Tulsa Time. No, that's not the name of the album either. What is the album? We have about 1 million copies a week of it. It's the one with Promises on it. He's sitting in a couch. It's not called Tulsa Time, is it? Eric Clapton discography. I mean, I've only sold about 3,000 of them. Backless. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh, man. I don't know how many of those I've exchanged, bought and sold. Oh, my gosh. Thousands. Billions. Greg Beddinger wants Jethro Tull for $9. Thank you. And then the Greg Kens, there's 2. This first one here continued is $10. And then the other one with Jeopardy was $12.50. Okay? And Leslie wants Stevie Wonder. My favorite Clapton song is Hello, Old Friend. Hello, old friend. Man, that's good. Let It Rain. That gets stuck in my head. That's a song that I just randomly start singing. Reverly wants the Greg Ken with Jeopardy on it. Yeah, some good stuff there. Slow Hand, the core. Yeah, the core on Slow Hand, Cocaine, Lay Down Sally. There's something else, though. Sign Language. I don't know. That's a live cut that I found on something. Hello, old friend. Yeah. Okay, does anybody have any last request? I was, as usual, I say, yeah, I'm probably going to stop a little early tonight so I can get caught up and get some rest for Thursday Night Metal Night. Here it is, almost 2 a.m., but I have done everything I've promised. I went through the new vinyl, the last of that. I did my nightly half off, and I got to stop. We only have 20 minutes left anyway. That's it. That's it. Unless there's something I forgot about. So, yeah, 28 minutes. I know. That's another problem. I keep starting later. I'm good for 8 hours. I can only do 8 hours. I could do 12. I could do 14. But we would be it's like sleep. Like I can go on less sleep, but at a certain point you start losing productivity. So I'm going to start earlier so we can get a full 8 hours. We're going to start 8 hours. I'm good for 8. My brain can handle 8. I've done just nonstop talking. I can do 8 thinking. After that, I like right now, I hadn't slept as much, and I can't hardly focus. So I know my limitations. 7.5 hours on 3 hours sleep. I'm pushing my mental capacities. It's at like, if it's a representation, it's like something fraying that's about to rip, and then I just can't hardly even talk, and then I start making mistakes, and nothing I'm even saying makes any sense. It's like I'm drunk or something. It's like blah blah blah. So that's where we need to stop. Hey, I've tested very little sleep before, and I've learned from people like that have tried, like, that run businesses. They're like, unless you're like got a bed nearby and you don't mind sleeping, but I can do 5 or 6 hours of sleep, usually 5 or 6. Otherwise, I'm just not Chad. Like, I don't, I got to be able to perform. I got to get on here every night and perform for y'all. It's hard to do that when you're like dog tired. So, As always, y'all are amazing. Big night tomorrow for Thursday night metal night. I'm going to go eat. I think my mom brought some food. I'm excited. I think she brought half of a pie. I think she brought a pie and some food. Let me go back through her messages. Leslie, I think she cooked something that you brought her too. Did my mom cook something? Let's see what she sent me here. She sent me a picture of a pie. She brought me some Mexican leftovers and I think some food she cooked. Okra. Brownsville Station was $5, VG condition. VG condition, $5. If you mean that one, yeah. Somebody sent us some drinks to Topo Chico. She always sends me pictures of our mails. No, I did Waffle House last night. It was good, and it didn't really make me sleepy or anything, but it delayed me. It's actually pretty slow to go to Waffle. If you're going to go to Waffle House, you better set aside a good hour. By the time you sit down, they take your order, you're waiting on it, you finally get a refill, you finally get your check, you finally get somebody to come to the register. I do about a 10-minute meal. If I, smoking in the boys' room's on here, John. If I spend more than 10 or 15 minutes eating, I feel like I'm wasting time. I'm like, okay, I got to get back to work. And I usually eat while I'm working, so. How bad? There was no drunks, no. Nope, just a couple people placed to-go orders. I was the only one in there for the longest. A guy came in and placed a to-go order, and he went back out in his car and fell asleep, and his food sat in there almost the whole time I was in there. And then another couple came in and ordered food. Then they went back out in their car, and they were smoking weed because I could smell it. It was very strong, and their car looked like it was on fire on the inside. I walked out, and I was like, dang, they're getting all hungry. They're going to get a big appetite for this meal. So I think everybody went out. The people that were coming through that was stopping in there at 2 a.m. were definitely, they were definitely all traveling. John Griffin, this is so do you. Oh, I love Denny's. There's just not one around here. There's no Denny's around here. Not in Lebanon. I don't even think there's one in Mount Juliet. What did I watch in there? I think I watched part of a Rick Beato video. No, I watched the lady that was just on Joe Rogan. She wrote that book about lead poisoning for serial killers. Have y'all heard about that? It's like something to do with the lead in the water has led to a trend in a historical trend in people who are serial killers or something. I don't know. I watched like 15. I couldn't watch all of it. She talks way too slow. I was watching it on 1.5 speed and she was still slow. But I don't know. Some pretty crazy people on some of these podcasts I watch, but most of it's pretty informative. But she kind of lost me. I didn't really follow what was going on. All right. I am signing off. All right, thanks everybody. I'm going to go find all this food my mom's brought. I'm going to eat it, clean up. I got to head to the gym. We got to order vinyl, and I got to get some rest. Thank y'all. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow, and I'm going to try to start tomorrow at 5. I'm starting tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Thank